The more you use it, the more it produces. The more you talk of it, the less you understand. Hold on to the center. 6. The Tao is called the Great Mother. Empty, yet inexhaustible, it gives birth to infinite worlds. It is always present within you. You can use it any way you want. 7. The Tao is infinite, eternal. Why is it eternal? It was never born, thus it can never die. Why is it infinite? It has no desires for itself, thus it is present for all beings. The Master stays behind, that is why she is ahead. She is detached from all things, that is why she is one with them. Because she has let go of herself, she is perfectly fulfilled. 8. The Supreme Good is like water, which nourishes all things without trying to. It is content with the low places that people disdain. Thus, it is like the Tao. In dwelling, live close to the ground. In thinking, keep to the simple. In conflict, be fair and generous. In governing, don't try to control. In work, do what you enjoy. In family life, be completely present. When you are content to be simply yourself and don't compare or compete, everybody will respect you. The Supreme Good is like water, which nourishes all things without trying to. It is content with the low places that people disdain, and it will spill. Thus, it is like the Tao. Keep sharpening your knife, and it will blunt. Chase after money and security, and your heart will never unclench. Care about people's approval, and you will be their prisoner. Do your work, then step back. The only path to serenity. 10. Can you coax your mind from its wandering and keep to the original oneness? Can you let your body become supple as a newborn child's? Can you cleanse your inner vision until you see nothing but the light? Can you love people and lead them without imposing your will? Can you deal with the most vital matters by letting events take their course? Can you step back from your own mind and thus understand all things? Giving birth and nourishing, having without possessing, acting with no expectations, leading and not trying to control. This is the supreme virtue. 11. We join spokes together in a wheel, but it is the center hole that makes the wagon move. We shape clay into a pot, but it is the emptiness inside that holds whatever we want. We hammer wood for a house, but it is the inner space that makes it livable. We work with being, but non-being is what we use. 12. Colors blind the eye. Sounds deafen the ear. Flavors numb the taste. Thoughts weaken the mind. Desires wither the heart. The master observes the world, but trusts his inner vision. He allows things to come and go. His heart is open as the sky. 13. Success is as dangerous as failure. Hope is as hollow as fear. What does it mean that success is as dangerous as failure? Whether you go up the ladder or down it, your position is shaky. When you stand with your 2 feet on the ground, you will always keep your balance. What does it mean that hope is as hollow as fear? Hope and fear are both phantoms that arise from thinking of the self. When we don't see the self as self, what do we have to fear? See the world as yourself. Have faith in the way things are. Love the world as yourself. Then you can care for all things. 14. Look, and it can't be seen. Listen, and it can't be heard. Reach, and it can't be grasped. Above, it isn't bright. Below, it isn't dark. Seamless, unnameable, it returns to the realm of nothing. Form that includes all forms. Image without an image. Subtle, beyond all conception. Approach it, and there is no beginning. Follow it, and there is no end. You can't know it, but you can be it, at ease in your own life. Just realize where you come from. This is the essence of wisdom. 15. The ancient masters were profound and subtle. Their wisdom was unfathomable. There is no way to describe it. All we can describe is their appearance. They were careful as someone crossing an iced-over stream, alert as a warrior in enemy territory, courteous as a guest, fluid as melting ice, shapeable as a block of wood, receptive as a valley, clear as a glass of water. Do you have the patience to wait till your mud settles and the water is clear? Can you remain unmoving till the right action arises by itself? The master doesn't seek fulfillment. Not seeking, not expecting. She is present and can welcome all things. 16. And mind of all thoughts. Let your heart be at peace. Watch the turmoil of beings, but contemplate their return. Each separate being in the universe returns to the common source. Returning to the source is serenity. If you don't realize the source, you stumble in confusion and sorrow. When you realize where you come from, you naturally become tolerant, disinterested, amused, kind-hearted as a grandmother, dignified as a king. Immersed in the wonder of the Tao, you can deal with whatever life brings you. And when death comes, you are ready. 17. When the master governs, the people are hardly aware that he exists. Next best is a leader who is loved. Next, one who is feared. The worst is one who is despised. If you don't trust the people, you make them untrustworthy. The master doesn't talk, he acts. When his work is done, the people say, "Amazing, we did it, all by ourselves." 18. When the great Tao is forgotten, goodness and piety appear. When the body's intelligence declines, cleverness and knowledge step forth. When there is no peace in the family, filial piety begins. When the country falls into chaos, patriotism is born. 19. Throw away holiness and wisdom, and people will be 100 times happier. Throw away morality and justice, and people will do the right thing. Throw away industry and profit, and there won't be any thieves. If these three aren't enough, just stay at the center of the circle and let all things take their course. 20. Stop thinking and end your problems. What difference between yes and no? What difference between success and failure? Must you value what others value? Avoid what others avoid? How ridiculous. Other people are excited, as though they were at a parade. I alone don't care. I alone am expressionless, like an infant before it can smile. Other people have what they need. I alone possess nothing. I alone drift about, like someone without a home. I am like an idiot, my mind is so empty. Other people are bright. I alone am dark. Other people are sharp. I alone am dull. Other people have a purpose. I alone don't know. I drift like a wave on the ocean. I blow as aimless as the wind. I am different from ordinary people. I drink from the great mother's breasts. 21. The master keeps her mind always at one with the Tao. That is what gives her radiance. The Tao is ungraspable. How can her mind be at one with it? Because she doesn't cling to ideas. The Tao is dark and unfathomable. How can it make her radiant? Because she lets it. Since before time and space were, the Tao is. It is beyond is and is not. How do I know this is true? I look inside myself and see. 22. If you want to become whole, let yourself be partial. If you want to become straight, let yourself be crooked. If you want to become full, let yourself be empty. If you want to be reborn, let yourself die. If you want to be given everything, give everything up. The Master, by residing in the Tao, sets an example for all beings. Because he doesn't display himself, people can see his light. Because he has nothing to prove, people can trust his words. Because he doesn't know who he is, people recognize themselves in him. Because he has no goal in mind, everything he does succeeds. When the ancient masters said, if you want to be given everything, give everything up, they weren't using empty phrases. Only in being lived by the Tao can you be truly yourself. "23. Express yourself completely, then keep quiet. Be like the forces of nature. When it blows, there is only wind. When it rains, there is only rain. When the clouds pass, the sun shines through. If you open yourself to the Tao, you are at one with the Tao, and you can embody it completely. If you open yourself to insight, you are at one with insight, and you can use it completely. If you open yourself to loss, you are at one with loss, and you can accept it completely. Open yourself to the Tao, then trust your natural responses, and everything will fall into place. 24. He who stands on tiptoe doesn't stand firm. He who rushes ahead doesn't go far. He who tries to shine dims his own light. He who defines himself can't know who he really is. He who has power over others can't empower himself. He who clings to his work will create nothing that endures. If you want to accord with the Tao, just do your job, then let go. 25. There was something formless and perfect before the universe was born. It is serene, empty, solitary, unchanging, infinite, eternally present. It is the mother of the universe. For lack of a better name, I call it the Tao. It flows through all things, inside and outside, and returns to the origin of all things. The Tao is great. The universe is great. Earth is great. Man is great. These are the four great powers. Man follows the earth. Earth follows the universe. The universe follows the Tao. The Tao follows only itself. 26. The heavy is the root of the light. The unmoved is the source of all movement. Thus the master travels all day without leaving home. However splendid the views, she stays serenely in herself. Why should the lord of the country flit about like a fool? If you let yourself be blown to and fro, you lose touch with your root. If you let restlessness move you, you lose touch with who you are. 27. A good traveler has no fixed plans and is not intent upon arriving. A good artist lets his intuition lead him wherever it wants. A good scientist has freed himself of concepts and keeps his mind open to what is. Thus the master is available to all people and doesn't reject anyone. He is ready to use all situations and doesn't waste anything. This is called embodying the light. What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job? If you don't understand this, you will get lost, however intelligent you are. It is the great secret. 28. Know the male, yet keep to the female. Receive the world in your arms. If you receive the world, the Tao will never leave you, and you will be like a little child. Know the white, yet keep to the black. Be a pattern for the world. If you are a pattern for the world, the Tao will be strong inside you, and there will be nothing you can't do. Know the personal, yet keep to the impersonal. Accept the world as it is. If you accept the world, the Tao will be luminous inside you, and you will return to your primal self. The world is formed from the void, like utensils from a block of wood. The master knows the utensils, yet keeps to the block. Thus she can use all things. 29. Do you want to improve the world? I don't think it can be done. The world is sacred. It can't be improved. If you tamper with it, you'll ruin it. If you treat it like an object, you'll lose it. There is a time for being ahead, a time for being behind, a time for being in motion, a time for being at rest, a time for being vigorous, a time for being exhausted, a time for being safe, a time for being in danger. The Master sees things as they are, without trying to control them. She lets them go their own way and resides at the center of the circle. 30. Whoever relies on the Tao in governing men doesn't try to force issues or defeat enemies by force of arms. For every force, there is a counterforce. Violence, even well-intentioned, always rebounds upon oneself. The Master does his job and then stops. He understands that the universe is forever out of control, and that trying to dominate events goes against the current of the Tao. Because he believes in himself, he doesn't try to convince others. Because he is content with himself, he doesn't need others' approval. Because he accepts himself, the whole world accepts him. 31. Weapons are the tools of violence. All decent men detest them. Weapons are the tools of fear. A decent man will avoid them, except in the direst necessity, and if compelled, will use them only with the utmost restraint. Peace is his highest value. If the peace has been shattered, how can he be content? His enemies are not demons, but human beings like himself. He doesn't wish them personal harm, nor does he rejoice in victory. How could he rejoice in victory and delight in the slaughter of men? He enters the battle gravely, with sorrow, and with great compassion, as if he were attending a funeral. 32. The Tao can't be perceived. Smaller than an electron, it contains uncountable galaxies. If powerful men and women could remain centered in the Tao, all things would be in harmony. The world would become a paradise. All people would be at peace, and the law would be written in their hearts. When you have names and forms, know that they are provisional. When you have institutions, know where their functions should end. Knowing when to stop, you can avoid any danger. All things end in the Tao, as rivers flow into the sea. 33. Knowing others is intelligence. Knowing yourself is true wisdom. Mastering others is strength. Mastering yourself is true power. If you realize that you have enough, you are truly rich. If you stay in the center and embrace death with your whole heart, you will endure forever. "34. The great Tao flows everywhere. All things are born from it, yet it doesn't create them. It pours itself into its work, yet it makes no claim. It nourishes infinite worlds, yet it doesn't hold on to them. Since it is merged with all things and hidden in their hearts, it can be called humble. Since all things vanish into it, and it alone endures, it can be called great. It isn't aware of its greatness, thus it is truly great. 35. She who is centered in the Tao can go where she wishes without danger. She perceives the universal harmony, even amid great pain, because she has found peace in her heart. Music or the smell of good cooking may make people stop and enjoy, but words that point to the Tao seem monotonous and without flavor. When you look for it, there is nothing to see. When you listen for it, there is nothing to hear. When you use it, it is inexhaustible. 36. If you want to shrink something, you must first allow it to expand. If you want to get rid of something, you must first allow it to flourish. If you want to take something, you must first allow it to be given. This is called the subtle perception of the way things are. The soft overcomes the hard. The slow overcomes the fast. Let your workings remain a mystery. Just show people the results. 37. The Tao never does anything, yet through it all things are done. If powerful men and women could center themselves in it, the whole world would be transformed by itself in its natural rhythms. People would be content with their simple, everyday lives, in harmony and free of desire. When there is no desire, all things are at peace. 38. The Master doesn't try to be powerful. Thus, he is truly powerful. The ordinary man keeps reaching for power. Thus, he never has enough. The master does nothing, yet he leaves nothing undone. The ordinary man is always doing things, yet many more are left to be done. The kind man does something, yet something remains undone. The just man does something, and leaves many things to be done. The moral man does something, and when no one responds, he rolls up his sleeves and uses force. When the Tao is lost, there is goodness. When goodness is lost, there is morality. When morality is lost, there is ritual. Ritual is the husk of true faith, the beginning of chaos. Therefore, the master concerns himself with the depths and not the surface, with the fruit and not the flower. He has no will of his own. He dwells in reality and lets all illusions go. 39. In harmony with the Tao, the sky is clear and spacious. The earth is solid and full. All creatures flourish together, content with the way they are, endlessly repeating themselves, endlessly renewed. When man interferes with the Tao, the sky becomes filthy, the earth becomes depleted, the equilibrium crumbles, creatures become extinct. The master views the parts with compassion because he understands the whole. His constant practice is humility. He doesn't glitter like a jewel, but lets himself be shaped by the Tao, as rugged and common as a stone. 40. Return is the movement of the Tao. Yielding is the way of the Tao. All things are born of being. Being is born of non-being. 41. When a superior man hears of the Tao, he immediately begins to embody it. When an average man hears of the Tao, he half believes it, half doubts it. When a foolish man hears of the Tao, he laughs out loud. If he didn't laugh, it wouldn't be the Tao. Thus it is said, the path into the light seems dark. The path forward seems to go back. The direct path seems long. True power seems weak. True purity seems tarnished. True steadfastness seems changeable. True clarity seems obscure. The greatest art seems unsophisticated. The greatest love seems indifferent. The greatest wisdom seems childish. The Tao is nowhere to be found, yet it nourishes and completes all things. 42. The Tao gives birth to one. One gives birth to two. Two gives birth to three. Three gives birth to all things. All things have their backs to female and stand facing male. When male and female combine, all things achieve harmony. Ordinary men hate solitude, but the Master makes use of it, embracing his aloneness, realizing he is one with the whole universe. 43. The gentlest thing in the world overcomes the hardest thing in the world. That which has no substance enters where there is no space. This shows the value of non-action. Teaching without words, performing without actions. That is the Master's way. "44. Fame or integrity, which is more important? Money or happiness, which is more valuable? Success or failure, which is more destructive? If you look to others for fulfillment, you will never truly be fulfilled. If your happiness depends on money, you will never be happy with yourself. Be content with what you have. Rejoice in the way things are. When you realize there is nothing lacking, the whole world belongs to you." 45. True perfection seems imperfect, yet it is perfectly itself. True fullness seems empty, yet it is fully present. True straightness seems crooked. True wisdom seems foolish. True art seems artless. The Master allows things to happen. She shapes events as they come. She steps out of the way and lets the Tao speak for itself. 46. When a country is in harmony with the Tao, the factories make trucks and tractors. When a country goes counter to the Tao, Warheads are stockpiled outside the cities. There is no greater illusion than fear, no greater wrong than preparing to defend yourself, no greater misfortune than having an enemy. Whoever can see through all fear will always be safe. 47. Without opening your door, you can open your heart to the world. Without looking out your window, you can see the essence of the Tao. The more you know, the less you understand. The Master arrives without leaving, sees the light without looking, achieves without doing a thing. 48. In the pursuit of knowledge, every day something is added. In the practice of the Tao, every day something is dropped. Less and less do you need to force things, until finally you arrive at non-action. When nothing is done, nothing is left undone. True mastery can be gained by letting things go their own way. It can't be gained by interfering. 49. The Master has no mind of her own. She works with the mind of the people. She is good to people who are good. She's also good to people who aren't good. This is true goodness. She trusts people who are trustworthy. She also trusts people who aren't trustworthy. This is true trust. The Master's mind is like space. People don't understand her. They look to her and wait. She treats them like her own children. 50. The Master gives himself up to whatever the moment brings. He knows that he is going to die, and he has nothing left to hold on to. No illusions in his mind. No resistances in his body. He doesn't think about his actions. They flow from the core of his being. He holds nothing back from life. Therefore, he is ready for death, as a man is ready for sleep after a good day's work. 51. Every being in the universe is an expression of the Tao. It springs into existence, unconscious, perfect, free, takes on a physical body, lets circumstances complete it. That is why every being spontaneously honors the Tao. The Tao gives birth to all beings, nourishes them, maintains them, cares for them, comforts them, protects them, takes them back to itself. creating without possessing, acting without expecting, guiding without interfering. That is why love of the Tao is in the very nature of things. "52. In the beginning was the Tao. All things issue from it. All things return to it. To find the origin, trace back the manifestations. When you recognize the children and find the mother, you will be free of sorrow. If you close your mind in judgments and traffic with desires, your heart will be troubled. If you keep your mind from judging and aren't led by the senses, your heart will find peace. Seeing into darkness is clarity. Knowing how to yield is strength. Use your own light and return to the source of light. This is called practicing eternity. 53. The great way is easy, yet people prefer the side paths. Be aware when things are out of balance. Stay centered within the Tao. When rich speculators prosper, while farmers lose their land, when government officials spend money on weapons instead of cures, when the upper class is extravagant and irresponsible, while the poor have nowhere to turn, all this is robbery and chaos. It is not in keeping with the Tao. 54. Whoever is planted in the Tao will not be rooted up. Whoever embraces the Tao will not slip away. Her name will be held in honor from generation to generation. Let the Tao be present in your life, and you will become genuine. Let it be present in your family, and your family will flourish. Let it be present in your country, and your country will be an example to all countries in the world. Let it be present in the universe, and the universe will sing. How do I know this is true? By looking inside myself. 55. He who is in harmony with the Tao is like a newborn child. Its bones are soft, its muscles are weak, but its grip is powerful. It doesn't know about the union of male and female, yet its penis can stand erect. So intense is its vital power. It can scream its head off all day, yet it never becomes hoarse. So complete is its harmony. The Master's power is like this. He lets all things come and go effortlessly without desire. He never expects results. Thus he is never disappointed. He is never disappointed. Thus his spirit never grows old. 56. Those who know don't talk. Those who talk don't know. Close your mouth. Block off your senses. Blunt your sharpness. Untie your knots. Soften your glare. Settle your dust. This is the primal identity. Be like the Tao. It can't be approached or withdrawn from, benefited or harmed, honored or brought into disgrace. It gives itself up continually. That is why it endures. 57. If you want to be a great leader, you must learn to follow the Tao. Stop trying to control. Let go of fixed plans and concepts, and the world will govern itself. The more prohibitions you have, the less virtuous people will be. The more weapons you have, the less secure people will be. The more subsidies you have, the less self-reliant people will be. Therefore, the Master says, I let go of the law, and people become honest. I let go of economics, and people become prosperous. I let go of religion, and people become serene. I let go of all desire for the common good, and the good becomes common as grass. 58. If a country is governed with tolerance, the people are comfortable and honest. If a country is governed with repression, the people are depressed and crafty. When the will to power is in charge, the higher the ideals, the lower the results. Try to make people happy, and you lay the groundwork for misery. Try to make people moral, and you lay the groundwork for vice. Thus the Master is content to serve as an example and not to impose her will. She is pointed, but doesn't pierce, straightforward, but supple, radiant, but easy on the eyes. 59. For governing a country well, there is nothing better than moderation. The mark of a moderate man is freedom from his own ideas, tolerant like the sky, all-pervading like sunlight, firm like a mountain, supple like a tree in the wind. He has no destination in view, and makes use of anything life happens to bring his way. Nothing is impossible for him. Because he has let go, he can care for the people's welfare, as a mother cares for her child. '60. Governing a large country is like frying a small fish. You spoil it with too much poking. Center your country in the Tao, and evil will have no power. Not that it isn't there, but you'll be able to step out of its way. Give evil nothing to oppose, and it will disappear by itself. 61. When a country obtains great power, it becomes like the sea. All streams run downward into it. The more powerful it grows, the greater the need for humility. Humility means trusting the Tao, thus never needing to be defensive. A great nation is like a great man. When he makes a mistake, he realizes it. Having realized it, he admits it. Having admitted it, he corrects it. He considers those who point out his faults as his most benevolent teachers. He thinks of his enemy as the shadow that he himself casts. If a nation is centered in the Tao, if it nourishes its own people and doesn't meddle in the affairs of others, it will be a light to all nations in the world. 62. The Tao is the center of the universe, the good man's treasure, the bad man's refuge. Honors can be bought with fine words. Respect can be won with good deeds. But the Tao is beyond all value, and no one can achieve it. Thus, when a new leader is chosen, don't offer to help him with your wealth or your expertise. Offer instead to teach him about the Tao. Why did the ancient masters esteem the Tao? Because being one with the Tao, when you seek, you find. And when you make a mistake, you are forgiven. That is why everybody loves it. 63. Act without doing. Work without effort. Think of the small as large, and the few as many. Confront the difficult while it is still easy. Accomplish the great task by a series of small acts. The master never reaches for the great. Thus she achieves greatness. When she runs into a difficulty, she stops and gives herself to it. She doesn't cling to her own comfort. Thus, problems are no problem for her. 64. What is rooted is easy to nourish. What is recent is easy to correct. What is brittle is easy to break. What is small is easy to scatter. Prevent trouble before it arises. Put things in order before they exist. A giant pine tree grows from a tiny sprout. The journey of 1,000 miles starts from beneath your feet. Rushing into action, you fail. Trying to grasp things, you lose them. Forcing a project to completion, you ruin what was almost ripe. Therefore, the master takes action by letting things take their course. He remains as calm at the end as at the beginning. He has nothing, thus has nothing to lose. What he desires is non-desire. What he learns is to unlearn. He simply reminds people of who they have always been. He cares about nothing but the Tao. Thus, he can care for all things. 65. The ancient masters didn't try to educate the people, but kindly taught them to not know. When they think that they know the answers, people are difficult to guide. When they know that they don't know, people can find their own way. If you want to learn how to govern, avoid being clever or rich. The simplest pattern is the clearest. Content with an ordinary life, you can show all people the way back to their own true nature. "66. All streams flow to the sea because it is lower than they are. Humility gives it its power. If you want to govern the people, you must place yourself below them. If you want to lead the people, you must learn how to follow them. The master is above the people, and no one feels oppressed. She goes ahead of the people, and no one feels manipulated. The whole world is grateful to her, because she competes with no one. No one can compete with her. 67. Some say that my teaching is nonsense. Others call it lofty, but impractical. But to those who have looked inside themselves, this nonsense makes perfect sense. And to those who put it into practice, This loftiness has roots that go deep. I have just 3 things to teach: simplicity, patience, compassion. These 3 are your greatest treasures. Simple in actions and in thoughts, you return to the source of being. Patient with both friends and enemies, you accord with the way things are. Compassionate toward yourself, you reconcile all beings in the world. 68. The best athlete wants his opponent at his best. The best general enters the mind of his enemy. The best businessman serves the communal good. The best leader follows the will of the people. All of them embody the virtue of non-competition. Not that they don't love to compete, but they do it in the spirit of play. In this, they are like children and in harmony with the Tao. 69. The generals have a saying: rather than make the first move, it is better to wait and see. Rather than advance an inch, it is better to retreat a yard. This is called going forward without advancing, pushing back without using weapons. There is no greater misfortune than underestimating your enemy. Underestimating your enemy means thinking that he is evil. Thus, you destroy your 3 treasures and become an enemy yourself. When 2 great forces oppose each other, the victory will go to the one that knows how to yield. 70. My teachings are easy to understand and easy to put into practice. Yet your intellect will never grasp them, and if you try to practice them, you'll fail. My teachings are older than the world. How can you grasp their meaning? If you want to know me, look inside your heart. 71. Not knowing is true knowledge. Presuming to know is a disease. First realize that you are sick. Then you can move toward health. The master is her own physician. She has healed herself of all knowing. Thus, she is truly whole. 72. When they lose their sense of awe, people turn to religion. When they no longer trust themselves, they begin to depend upon authority. Therefore, the master steps back so that people won't be confused. He teaches without a teaching, so that people will have nothing to learn. 73. The Tao is always at ease. It overcomes without competing, answers without speaking a word, arrives without being summoned, accomplishes without a plan. Its net covers the whole universe, and though its meshes are wide, it doesn't let a thing slip through. 74. If you realize that all things change, there is nothing you will try to hold on to. If you aren't afraid of dying, there is nothing you can't achieve. Trying to control the future is like trying to take the master carpenter's place. When you handle the master carpenter's tools, chances are that you'll cut your hand. 75. When taxes are too high, people go hungry. When the government is too intrusive, people lose their spirit. Act for the people's benefit. Trust them. Leave them alone. 76. Men are born soft and supple. Dead, they are stiff and hard. Plants are born tender and pliant. Dead, they are brittle and dry. Thus, whoever is stiff and inflexible is a disciple of death. Whoever is soft and yielding is a disciple of life. The hard and stiff will be broken. The soft and supple will prevail. 77. As it acts in the world, the Tao is like the bending of a bow. The top is bent downward. The bottom is bent up. It adjusts excess and deficiency so that there is perfect balance. It takes from what is too much and gives to what isn't enough. Those who try to control, who use force to protect their power, go against the direction of the Tao. They take from those who don't have enough and give to those who have far too much. The master can keep giving because there is no end to her wealth. She acts without expectation, succeeds without taking credit, and doesn't think that she is better than anyone else. 78. Nothing in the world is as soft and yielding as water. Yet for dissolving the hard and inflexible, nothing can surpass it. The soft overcomes the hard. The gentle overcomes the rigid. Everyone knows this is true, but few can put it into practice. Therefore, the master remains serene in the midst of sorrow. Evil cannot enter his heart, because he has given up helping. He is people's greatest help. True words seem paradoxical. 79. Failure is an opportunity. If you blame someone else, there is no end to the blame. Therefore, the master fulfills her own obligations and corrects her own mistakes. She does what she needs to do and demands nothing of others. 80. If a country is governed wisely, its inhabitants will be content. They enjoy the labor of their hands and don't waste time inventing labor-saving machines. Since they dearly love their homes, they aren't interested in travel. There may be a few wagons and boats, but these don't go anywhere. There may be an arsenal of weapons, but nobody ever uses them. People enjoy their food, take pleasure in being with their families, spend weekends working in their gardens, delight in the doings of the neighborhood. And even though the next country is so close that people can hear its roosters crowing and its dogs barking, they are content to die of old age without ever having gone to see it. 81. True words aren't eloquent. Eloquent words aren't true. Wise men don't need to prove their point. Men who need to prove their point aren't wise. The master has no possessions. The more he does for others, the happier he is. The more he gives to others, the wealthier he is. The Tao nourishes by not forcing, by not dominating. The master leads.
Amazing helps Anthony through night classes. Amazing starts at CSL Plasma. Donate plasma today and receive up to $700 your first month. You can help create medicines that save lives while making a difference in your own. CSL Plasma. Do the amazing. Just think nothing.
came to Israel in 1971 and then led a lot of Bible study. He went to Israel and kind of lived somewhere for 6 months. And my father, my 25-year-old man, he was like the hunkiest, most handsome, tallest, good-looking, like God. He said he was on his keyboards for 6 months, and he didn't sleep at night in his bed nights. So I am terrified of the prospect of all of your TV stuff is gonna pass. No. Senta, mi sa dire che ore sono adesso? Allora. Sette e quarto. Ma sono le 7:15 spacchiate. Incredibile. Ma lei come fa a leggere l'ora delle palle del cigno? Poi io le alzo. Sotto c'è il campanile, vedi? Did they bring in these? Because they told Iran, yeah, just like Iran. Iran is very, very educated people. You know, we got the doctors, engineers, even in the Western places when you see Iranian, that this building. Okay, girl. Well, look at this power of mission. That is just nasty. I'm irresponsible. Impulsiveness or something that you aim for some of Quintus attributes. Some people love me for my Quintus attributes. It doesn't Quintus, he's kind of anti-Semite. It's a Kramer saying if you're Holocaust denier. I don't want to be racist. My dark humor. Yeah, racism is good, man. So the good guys are bad. It's just in a way. You know, I feel like I'm on the Titanic and it's sinking. Sharp receipts. I've been a north of sex and White Album. It's like one of the most famous specials out there. There's four of them. It's like I've been doing the same thing for years, and people kind of know that at this point. Also, discussions from a few staffers with donors in the boardroom. Donors were listening to some of it. And whenever there's a commercial, it was unsuccessful. And the disagreement boiled over publicly in a staff meeting. The next day, this individual refused to resign, so I fired him. Deidre, commercial airliner, away. There are other overhead effective points. Okay, thank you for this, Douglas. Are you still holding a grudge to Diogenes from the Revolutionary War? I guess still holding it. So, the only thing that changed were these videos. I was an Indian trying to cover the story. And our social media exploded like never before. Rebuild their war is going to save us. And then when I found that concept is that if we are getting my main is how generalized aim for it's that's actually like using words in the grades also. Well, the most amazing thing. You tell me that what that Disney was doing to them? Considered by us our essential document. Who wrong ratings? And I'm like, I don't work. And I'm hard to work for sometimes. Okay. I don't work. And I'm hard to work for sometimes. We file our annual tax return. A public tax return is required by the IRS. And my compensation is set by independent board directors. Okay, Mark. The animals. You coming from animals. Go and see the Ramadan. Oh, and he says, don't want to. Yeah, but he said his mom's some president. Oh, and to do that is to start teaching and giving them situations where they can speak about. Okay. Now, these traits, I'm actually about that. They talk, they gangster talk, they talk about how rich they are. It's all very negative. 1983 houses. Understand what I'm saying? You live in America, you're like, this guy's like this. For time every day, trying to talk. You will see. You will be nobody. The ballers walk in, but they don't walk out. You've been there. Because that's what I'm interested in. I see it. I see it with guys like Elijah and Seiko and East and West. East don't look like amazing, but that's perhaps on that's yeah. It's not gonna try. I know that I get 3.27. I'm talking about the old blue man like they can work up. If these now look. If these questions align with the atheist heathen side York. You know anything about real estate? Yeah, you're not getting shit with bitches, man. I hate these bitches. They're like a very warm honey. Bitches, man. I hate these bitches. They're like a very warm honey. You say they're from Philly. All y'all niggas go out there, smoke dust, and put guns out your beard. It's about that time. In a minute, I'ma need a sentimental man or woman to pull me up. Get a pussy, walking in my Balenciennes, trying to bring out the fabulous. Iraq, because I'm from Iraq. Actually, that's not true. Yeah, fuck you, man, probably. Fucking pedophiles. Bitches, you try to shit on Shut the fuck up, Steve. Muhammad only on black people. I shot like you. Go fucking do your shut the fuck up. Right, why you saying this? Rocket Peters of Grove City. I can see the late. Here we are at the Chris Candle Market, celebrating these beautiful little doves perched in the nestled in the hay of our Lord and Savior Christ Jesus, while homeless are begging in the streets, barely even able to ask for money. But here we are. This is not what you meant to it. No, it's exactly what I said. I don't even turn you into Jesus. You're not getting the best version of you. Easier to do. Can't be a baller, can't be a rapper, can't be a singer, can't be a dancer, can't be a jumper. What else? Help. Billion. Somebody who's trying to be. You come out with your hands up and your shirt off. It's all over. But I do like when people with a lot of money are willing to put their money behind the things they believe in. So this is the station. I'm about to show you the migrant crisis. See what it's like tonight. It gets pretty crazy sometimes. I think last night was wild. There were a lot of people around. So that was actually really good. I can't believe it. They cleaned it up. I am very proud. I can say here's the money. I'm sure. Yeah, how much I finally everything like of all of that is a whole bed for terrorism. Many. It is not building personality. I got five. They even support. You know what I mean? Or you just can't pull out. Get by the next version of me. The next new version of me. That'll hang up. That's the main thing. Yes, the girls have to see a reputation thing. It was a bad way. Why? Great experiences that allow him to be a creative. It was like, that means you are from the second. Not because you're just there, but the Jews are now infiltrating and taking over the land because they lost a few people. Chicagoland Republicans, I need your help. This the Soviets were. Well, can we win this? Don't be any clear milk gorilla. That's their closest fucking ally. Y'all mind the dog of America. You're not always engaging with relationships. Endanger themselves. Israeli forces go in there, endangering themselves. Every day, and then a micro turned into a fish to climb out. I didn't say that Saudi Arabia is the perfect place. They're gonna emulate the freedom of the way I want to dress. Lebanon, and every other. Keep the rock out of your fuck. That does sound like a little bitch. Keep the rock out of your fuck. It's wrong with her, right? You're right. Like this is arguing out for this. So I'm sending those, right? Again, because they knew that these forces were going to come in at some point. They also built barriers at the entrance of Jenin, marked and manned by gunmen who are held. Those states of consciousness which are not normal are usually treated. Equipped to deal with individuals who've had this experience of sound and economic self-interest. When you feel, yes, the hereafter is of course now, because if you will examine it closely, there is no when else. Sort of intellectual respectability and authority as the professor of theology also be a kind of unconsciousness with nothing to write home about, was it? If you count to 21.
We tried. Well, fuck that. I don't feel like I'm sitting at 12 o'clock.
You're sitting at 12 o'clock.
Man, I don't give a fuck. You can sit in there till fucking sun's up. It'll still need to be dealt with. This car went through a major collision. Things okay? How could it be okay if it's askew?
Phil, hey, I was just thinking about you. Those Islander tickets, right?
How about this humidity?
Give me a break, Phil. The seat is fine. You just have a problem with the grain on the leather from the factory. You think I'm stupid?
Oh!
I'll suck your cock, okay? All of you guys.
Suck our cocks.
Yeah.
Shitty good. What am I asking you for? You probably showed her how.
First off, let me just say how sorry I am for your loss. We all are.
Take your fucking sorries and stick them in your ass. Adios, you fucking skank.
Hey, look at this, Joey. Today's a lucky day. Only made it to the R's. Next time. Next time.
We're Alcoholics Anonymous.
What's your name?
Well, we're anonymous. Oh, where the fuck is he? Leave me alone.
Please let go of my hand.
Where the fuck is he? I'll take that disc, man, and I'll ram it up your box.
Billy, please. This guy's mother, Phil. This guy's mother.
Oh, finally. Starting to throw mushrooms out my ass. There's an image. Annie, right?
How you doing, Mr. Leonardo?
I would sit and listen to WFAN, and I've always met the kid that used to drive for Tony.
I'm on my way to the hospital.
Well, that's up to you. Our friend there, the mayor of Munchkin Land. John wants him gone. He's just rusty. Give me the other sugar, honey. Tell me I'm sweet enough. Thank you.
Bye, Grandpa.
Say hi to Don Ho. There he is. How is Florida?
Hot and sticky. My balls.
John?
I'll tell you one thing, and I'm not ashamed to say it. My estimation of John Sacramone as a man just fucking plummeted.
Good luck, Rick, will you? It's an emotional day.
To cry like a woman, it's a fucking disgrace. His fucking coach turned into a pumpkin. Even Cinderella didn't cry. Sure, we face some balls here tonight. I go way back. In light of the recent humiliations, it's an honor to be joined by men. And not faggot-ass cornhole and cocksuckers like buried my cousin. He should fucking die. Whoa, Phil, take it easy. Phil, you don't want to make you emotional. Because I got an empty fucking stomach. I have a breadstick.
Sacramone allocated in the federal court, admitting at least a 10-year connection with Buck's.
Fucking nauseating. Could have been worse. You could have flipped. You fucking kidding me? You don't ever admit the existence of this thing. Ever. You should have stood trial like a man. I did 20 fucking years. 20 years inside. Not a fucking peep. Want compromise? How's this? 20 years in the camp. What the hell's wrong with you? Look like a Puerto Rican whore. Make me sick.
Phil?
What the fuck did that tailor do to my Zanellas?
What?
My slacks. What?
He's losing his eyesight over it. Diabetes.
Now, for whatever reason, certain incidents have expired lately that, in addition to being dangerous, could have an adverse impact on our respective bottom lines.
I know Vito's bottom was impacted, if that's what you're referring to.
Call him what you will, but you're talking about one of my captains.
Captain? The good ship Lollipop, right?
Phil, please.
He's my ass, a man with fucking disgrace. Let me tell you a couple of three things. take grilled cheese off the radiator instead. We're here to celebrate what would have been my brother's, your uncle's 47th birthday. Blow it out, man. 47. Fucking me, I'm an old man.
Your brother Billy, whatever happened there,
All right, Ted. Whatever happened there?
shoot it.
Whatever happened there?
God rest his soul.
I'll tell you what fucking happened. This piece of shit's cousin put 6 bullets in the kid without any provocation whatsoever.
My cousin's dead.
Fuck you.
Hey, you were making headway here. I didn't mean to
Fuck
say
what you meant, cocksucker. Come on. I wanted to fuck a woman, but I compromised. I jacked off in a tissue. Leonardo was a great Italian, and that was our name originally, Leonardo. But many years ago, when my grandpa came over from Sicily, they changed it at Ellis Island to Leotardo.
Why did you do that?
Because they're stupid, that's why. And jealous. My family took shit from the Mitigans the minute we got off the boat.
Come on, fuck you talking about?
Leotardo. That's my fucking legacy. No more Butchie. No more of this. Listen to me. They made anybody and everybody over there. The way they do it, guys don't get their fingerprint. There's no sword and gun on the table. So, no, Al. Either it has meaning or no meaning.
Remember last year at my mother's house? Just before we did that beautiful solo of a whole night. Vito accompanied her on the piano.
I gotta try and take a shit. There's no scraps in my scrapbook.
He was a good man, wasn't he, Phil?
Scraps in my scrapbook.
Now go home and get your fucking shine box.
What the fucking you fucking piece of...
Did you offer my nephew some?
I'm ready, senors. Not me.
Did you offer him an aspirin?
Whatever happened to Gary Cooper? The strong, silent type. That was an American.
You were on my lap 5 minutes ago.
No, I wasn't.
Yes, you are. Now you're going on Santa's list and you're getting nothing.
Fuck you, Santa.
Uncle Drew gives head.
World class.
Oh, he's a bushman in the Kalahari.
I'm not gonna fucking lay down. I'll step up.
There's a Zuni saying, for every 20 wrongs a child does, ignore 19.
There's an old Italian saying, you fuck up once, you lose 2 teeth. That was out.
You remember the crazy hair? And the dope? Now it's fags in the military.
Look at you. You're making me very upset.
We're,
What's your name?
we're anonymous.
How do you not have the money? I might have the money. Our existence on this earth is a puzzle.
It's too bad they don't have a film of the fuckface side. It's not a cure yet.
Can I sit? No, you can't sit. It's complicated. I was working things out.
Sure, it gets complicated. You take it up with that guy.
Did you say something to her? I know how to talk to people. Please, relax.
Never heard of him, son.
2 years, 900 Jews held their own against 15,000 Roman soldiers. They chose death before enslavement. The Romans, where are they?
You're looking at him, asshole.
You let him put a gun to your head for sex?
Yeah, well, if that gets him off, I mean, it's not any different than Guard about the
But you're a feminist. Usually he takes the crap out.
You sniff that girl's panties. They told you that?
Fucking baby. Fucking hand is stuck down the drain, and I can't reach the fucking phone. But there's a fucking detergent and lubricate my wrist.
Fucking son of a bitch.
Why didn't you just call a plumber?
With what? My fucking toes?
God forgive you. And
There is no God.
Hey! He's got that putrid, rotten fucking soprano G.
I'll suck your cock, okay? All of you guys.
Suck our cock.
Yeah.
What am I asking you for? You probably showed her out.
Did you ever notice he's the only motherfucker who can smoke a cigarette in the rain with his hands tied behind his back? No, it's just a natural canopy.
I'm not dead.
I want what I'm entitled to.
You're entitled to shit. The boss of this family told you you're gonna be Santa Claus. You're Santa Claus. So shut the fuck up, Papa. I wonder what's French Canadian for. I grew up without a mother. Sacre Dieu, where is me mama?
You're late.
Well, tomorrow I can be on time. But you'll be stupid forever.
What's different between you and me is you're going to hell when you're done.
You brought this on yourself with that girl.
A, she was a hooer. B, she hit me.
That's what being a boss is. It's leadership the best way you know. Sometimes it's smooth, sometimes you hit the rocks. In the meantime, you find your pleasures where you can.
Are you in the mafia?
You're not gonna believe this. He killed 16 Czechoslovakians. Guy was an interior decorator. His house looked like shit.
My priest said I should try and work with him, help him to be a better man.
How's that going?
Vito was blowing for the security guard.
Son of a bitch! Catch you, not catch you. Oh, no, you're getting better. That's the important thing. You look better, too.
If you're gonna lie to me, come in as a broad waiting in the car, want to tongue my balls.
Now, who came in here and ate my shit? Mr. Williams here. He don't play. Right?
Still be the fucking game.
You're gonna put me into your ring.
I'll build a ramp up to your ass. Drive a line down up in there.
What that fag want?
Jesus Christ, Tony, everybody's a fag to you. You know, maybe you're a fag. You ever think about that?
What happened if I know one when I see one?
Oh, really? What are the signs? Education? Culture?
Sucking the guy's cock usually tips me off. One thing I learned in recovery. Other people's definitions of you, sometimes are more about making themselves feel better. You gotta define yourself.
Sounds to me like Anthony Jr. may have stumbled onto existentialism.
Fucking internet. You like this so much? Let me ask you a question. Why do piss and shit and fucking all happen within a 2-inch radius? Everybody asks that, Paulie. There's no answer. They're all sources of pleasure, though. Get the fuck out of here. Everybody thought that was the ruthless one, but I gotta hand it to you. If you'd been going after those feminists, you would have been the real gangster.
So, Anna, we open in 3 days, huh?
You know, Quasimodo predicted all this.
Who did what?
All these problems, the Middle East, the end of the world.
Nostradamus. Quasimodo's the hunchback of Notre Dame.
All right. Nostradamus.
Listen to Mr. Mob Boss.
What did you call me? I could converse with her because she had something to say.
I am here. I have things to say.
Mother's throwing their babies on the skyscraper windows.
You're always with the babies at the roof.
I am intimately acquainted with the Soprano curse. Father, your uncle, your great-grandfather who drove the donkey cart off the road in Avellino, all of it.
It's a joke.
Am I laughing?
It's 9/11 shit. I don't know. You know, the shit that's going on everywhere. It's such a fucking asshole stuck in the whole human race.
We want Johnny Sack. But more than him, we want Mangano and Teresi.
I want to fuck Angie Dickinson. See who gets lucky first.
I'm trying to do the right thing by you. You're trying to be whacked?
He doesn't understand you.
She's smiling. Look at the look on her face. Look at the look on her face. She's smiling. I'm not gonna fuck her. But I copper checked off the tissue. See where I'm going? Someday soon, you're gonna have families of your own. Like this. Julie already?
I can't tell if you're old-fashioned, paranoid, just like an asshole.
Let me just say how sorry I am for your loss. I'm sorry. You're sticking in your ass.
I'm gonna kill myself. You can have a heart attack like Tiger Dick. in and kill that fucking unborn baby any day. You know that fat cocksucker says I look like the Shah of Iran?
I never got that at all.
Fat piece of shit. The priest spent the night. What happened? What you gonna do tomorrow? Play, name that phone?
And that one play unleashed a tide of memories of his childhood and ultimately of his entire life.
This sounds very gay.
Teddy Roosevelt gave an entire speech once with a bullet lodged in his chest. Some things are a matter of duty.
Unless you want something, motherfucker, get the fuck off our street.
Oh, what language on you? Blow your father with that mouth?
The fuck you say about sister?
Next time you see my face, show some respect.
I will.
You motherfucker! You shot my foot!
It happened. In your mouth, man.
Got it. Oof, my arm. He looks terrible. I should have listened to you. Myself. That I love you. What the hell are you doing?
Amazing thing about snakes is that they reproduce spontaneously.
What do you mean?
They have both male and female sex organs. That's why somebody you don't trust, you call a snake. How can you trust a guy who can literally go fuck themselves?
Don't you think that expression would come from the Adam and Eve story? When the snake tempted Eve to bite the apple?
Hey, snakes were fucking themselves long before Adam and Eve showed up to you.
Down in Florida.
Hot and sticky, like my balls.
We got history together. Yeah. Israel and fucking Palestine. Thought a lot about it. 10 years. You thought about Janice? Your men in the camp better looking at my sister. What the hell's wrong with you? Look like a Puerto Rican whore.
You have an amazing ability to sum up a man's whole life in a single sentence. Degenerate gambler with a badge. Huh? You're a pisser. You're a real pisser.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm under a little bit of pressure here. I don't have time to suck your dick.
Nobody misses the extra point. That's all they had to do. One little kick, and now I'm ruined.
No bitch with me. Because this is what it's all about, right? Motherfucking cop sucking money. Yeah.
But that's what this is, you know. Satanic black magic. Sick shit.
I'm asking you to leave, sir.
Yeah?
Fucking quiz!
If you don't want to pursue that lifestyle, don't show quietly.
I wish someone would take me now.
When he went to the home, tried to suffocate his own mother.
Maybe you should spread that rumor. That's some ugly shit.
I'm only telling you. You big motherfucker!
You have to joyfully participate in the suffering of the world.
Paulie tell you I ain't been feeling good?
You know what I wet my ass with took feelings.
Thanks a lot.
Think about it, though. Don't. Because
AIDS? Nobody's got AIDS.
Trust me, my boy. There's two things I'm good at. It's pulling dents and spotting good blowjobs. Now, sweetie, world-class blowjob lips.
Once you enter this family, there's no getting out. That's the guy, Adrian. My uncle. The guy I'm going to hell for. We're soldiers. Soldiers don't go to hell.
you hear about the Chinese Godfather? Made them an offer they couldn't understand.
All the cocksuckers like married my cousin. He should fucking die. Whoa, Phil, take it easy.
Stay the fuck away from Tony Soprano. Shut the fuck up. And listen, it's over. Issue. Over and done. Call or go anywhere near him or his family. And they'll be scraping your nipples off these fine leather seats. And here's the point to remember. My face is the last one you'll see. Not Tony's. We understand each other? It won't be cinematic.
Oh, look at that. It's like an ad for a fucking weight loss
Before and way before. Yeah, you start breaking balls.
All due respect. You got no fucking idea what it's like to be number one. Every decision you make affects every facet of every other fucking thing. It's too much to deal with almost. And in the end, you're completely alone with it all.
What kind of animal smokes marijuana at his own confirmation? Be a good Catholic for 15 fucking minutes. Is that so much to ask?
I'm supposed to get a vasectomy when this is my male heir? Look at him.
Mental irregularities that calmly sunken. Prosecution outlined how counting
The fuck? What kind of likeness is that? They were great artists, they'll be in a museum.
We buried him. On a hill. Overlooking a little river. With pine cones all around.
You did?
Come on, Janice, what the fuck? What do you care what we do with him?
Testing shows realm-wise you have 40 arousals per hour.
Or since I met you. Such a thing to say.
Arousals mean a change in your stages of sleep. You are such a flirt.
I won't pay. I don't do much about extortion. Like fucking King Midas in reverse here, everything I touch turns to shit. I'm not a husband to my wife. I'm not a father to my kids. I'm not a friend to my friends. Nothing. What if there was a power sharing situation? Power sharing. You all were in charge equally, but no major decisions can be made without a majority of two. What the fuck? Hey, this way you're not such a big target for the feds. What's this stuff fucking you in now? We do understand each other. You're, Titsum.
Excuse me?
Charcoal briquette, a moulignon. Fuck you. See, that's the kind of thing I'm hoping to avoid.
All I know is you never had the makings of a boss again.
Son of a bitch!
Metagenics gets to the root of whole body health with pure, potent ingredients sourced from nature. Clinically tested and trusted by doctors for decades. And unlike some other supplements, Metagenics is scientifically designed to be completely absorbed and start working in as little as 45 minutes, bringing your body back into balance for lasting well-being. Nourish your systems, don't just manage your symptoms, and unleash your inner power to heal. Metagenics, the science that creates balance.
Now, beyond that point, and you recall they did spacewalks and they went out on a rope, and there wasn't anything pulling them back to Earth. And if you recall, one of the fellas didn't want to come back into the rocket ship. And he was considered a weakness of will, of consciousness, because he said, well, I'm free. And if he was left alone, he would have just started to float for eternity and probably would have left his body. Recently, a fellow in Wisconsin or Minnesota was practicing yoga and went into samadhi, left his body, and after 5 days, somebody found him, and they found the body, and they didn't find a heartbeat or a pulse, and they decided he was dead, so they buried him. Poor fellow. Now he's got to find another body. Because he was exploring away from home, and he didn't leave a good enough support system behind him for people to take care of his Earth capsule. And the Earth capsule got into the hands of people who didn't understand that he was just away, traveling. Sounds pretty weird, doesn't it? Weird, really weird, strange stuff. Sounds weird. We're in a very peculiar predicament, many of us. Because we figured out we aren't who we thought we were. And we not only figured that out, but we've even figured out how to become who we might be. And some of us have decided to go. Let go of the rope. Maybe you get home and maybe you don't. Wow. Now, a lot of us tried one way or another to leap into that. It's called getting high. I remember, relevant to leaping, I'm not supposed to tell these kind of stories, they're bad for my image. But I once went to the opening of Lincoln Center and I was high on LSD. That was years ago. And Nureyev was dancing with Margot Fonteyn. I had gone to see them once before, also high on LSD, and I had sat in the orchestra. And when I went that time, Nureyev looked like just pure form. You know, there wasn't any human in there, it was just the perfection of form. But this time I was sitting in the dress circle, which looked down on the stage. And in my drug-dazed state, what I saw were this species on the stage that couldn't quite fly. And it kept jumping up and falling down, and jumping up and falling down. That roughly has been the predicament of those of us that thought we would get out there into the realms of possibility of who we might be by taking a running leap. Take enough of this or that, hold your breath long enough, fast long enough, a running leap. Perfect sex enough, there'll be a way. We are Westerners and we're achievers, so it was going to be another achievement, right? I mean, there must be a way for us to grab at it and do it. But the parable of the wedding guest at the feast seemed to apply. We kept getting into the wedding feast, but we were never wearing the wedding garment. We kept getting thrown out into outer darkness. That's here. Watch it. Utopianists, be on your guard. Now I gotta play it very gentle. Very mixed organ. God is everywhere. And after a number of years of using every technique, we use things like biofeedback, trying to control our alpha waves. I mean, we've really done a lot of stuff. Some of us drilled holes in our brains. A fellow in Sweden did that. He actually drilled a hole, and he gave a whole paper about how to do it, where to put the hole. Because if we were, other than we thought we were, we had to get out there somehow, because whatever it was, it seemed to imply a potential far greater than the one we were realizing now. But the law that what went up seemed to come down continued to apply. And for those of us that got very tuned to other systems of people who had been playing this game before us, there was something very disquieting in their literature and instruction because it seemed to suggest that it wasn't anything you could do, it was something you had to become. And to become it, you had to finish being who you were. Which means that you had to undergo a transformation in the nature, in the very essence of your being. Most of us had very gross, some more subtle clingings to our identity here as social, psychological, social entities on this planet. And we thought, couldn't we have both of them? Couldn't we be who we always were and also be more than we always were, or other than we always were? Because we still wanted to have a few little things around here, like our personalities, our bodies, let alone our high biceps and our car and our And the rule seemed to be, if you gave it all up, you got it all. So we tried to make believe, and we said, okay, I've given it all up, now give it to me all. But we were actually keeping our stash of attachment. I've given it up now. But the law seemed to be unbending. You had to really risk it all. And it wasn't so easy as just packing your bag and getting your shots and going to India. That didn't do it. And that was another Western achieving thing. I'll do it. I'll go to India and I'll get enlightened. But there are as many neurotic Westerners in India as there are in the United States. Ashrams are full of them, figuring they've gone through the initiation rites of fraternity and they have a right to be enlightened. But there's still ego. Lurking in this literature were words like surrender. That's a very creepy word for Western. Surrender always gives you an image of Japan with General MacArthur, or General Patton, or something where life has ruled. And there is a table in the middle of a battlefield. And there are the beaten ones and the victorious ones. Somebody comes up to you and says, in order for you to go to the higher consciousness, you must surrender. Doesn't feel too good. But all of our ingenuity, and we have used ingenuity, to try to bring it home, bring the bacon home, or the soybeans, in the case maybe, didn't quite work because nobody wanted to go there to get it. Everybody just wanted to bring it home. So suddenly there were all these big trends.
Hey, I said 4 o'clock.
Oh, fuck, I leave before the stock market closes. You scream at me for not watching the phone, guys.
Get Richie up for you.
Jesus Christ, how you doing? I gotta tell you, your brother Jackie was like a fucking god. Great leader. And I heard a lot about you.
Yeah, well, I heard a lot about you. That's why I'm here.
What do you mean?
Out of respect for our friend here, we'll talk nice. I ever hear you raise your hands to my niece again. Next time you won't see my face. You understand?
Who told you I put my hand on her?
Just keep getting jerky with me. Look, kid, I shouldn't have to explain myself. You want to raise your hand, you give her your last name. And it's none of my fucking business. Until then, fuck. We understand each other. Get out of here.
Jesus, mother of Christ. Rich, so when'd you get out? How come nobody told me?
Well, it's funny. Only one I saw me ran into this morning.
Nobody said a word.
Just shut the fuck up. I do a lot of meditation and can on this.
On what?
You can believe how clear you see things. Do you meditate?
Me? Meditate? Are you crazy?
Not as crazy as I used to be. Still crazy enough to take a night out.
What's going on here? Rich?
10 years. And not even a pleasant go fuck yourself from you I get.
You know, I always asked how you were doing. Hold on here. How could you let my dear friend sit here with an empty cup of coffee? That's all right.
That's all right. Take it easy.
Bring this gentleman a nice veal palm sandwich. Hurry the fuck up about it.
The other two stores doing as good as this?
Come on, you know, it's a grind.
It doesn't answer my question.
Hey, look, Rich, I know you're a made guy, so I lose either way. But I always respect you and your brother Jackie. No, Victor. I'm not some greaseball store owner. I'm sorry, Richie. I will not be shaken down.
And sucking up to Tony Soprano has done wonders for you. I've been waiting for a while to come back. You're a tough guy.
Don't do this.
What? Take what's owed to me.
What's owed to you?
And put you in action, Beansy. You got a bad memory, Beansy. Your Parmesan sandwich. Fuck you. I'll be back every Saturday, partner.
You know, I don't fucking believe what I'm hearing. I'm being shaken down for what? What did I do? Tell me, what did I do? This is not right, Richie. I'm not gonna fucking lay down. I'll step up.
You hold me down. You shit. What's this?
What's this? It's the jacket.
The jacket.
The jacket.
You got the fuck off, Beansy.
I did. Then I put it in drive.
That's it. Push up now, bracing yourself on the bedside hand.
Richard, could you excuse us for a moment, dear?
Are you all right, Mr. Vega?
He's fine. He's so proud he won't accept some friendly concern.
Just stay right up, no more. What do you want? Why don't you fucking kill me, you cocksucker? For Christ's sake, look what you did to me.
Whose idea was the ramp?
A ramp.
The fucking ramp. If you need help, I'll fucking help you. You understand? You talk to me.
I don't want jack shit from you.
Okay. I'll leave. But if you go crying to Tony Soprano one more time, if you open your mouth, I'm gonna send your arms where your legs are.
I'm taking them over to my Uncle Joey's lot to look at IROCs, and thanks to take a come by and say hello first.
You've been doing some things with Christopher Montasante, huh?
You know, listen, that.
The attitude on that camel nose fuck. He ever lays his hand on my niece again, I'm gonna tear him apart piece by piece.
Camel nose. Man, you can't make that shit up.
What the fuck are you talking about? I just did. Did you ever notice he's the only motherfucker who can smoke a cigarette with his hands tied behind his back? No, it's natural canopy. Oh, the kid has good points.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying anything against him. He's my homie.
You what?
What? Look, you're flexing. Let's go. That's it.
You're flexing.
That's it. Simmer down. Simmer down. Easy. Can I help you with something, sir?
Yeah, I want to buy a boat with 3 propellers.
What? Kid, you see me here every week. When are you going to stop asking?
Oh, Rich. Good problem? No, I'm just breaking your kid's balls.
Like the pimp says to his hoes. Keep them coming.
Hey, Rich. That envelope's 2C shack. I'll catch up on it next week. It's no problem. I just got caught a little off guard this week. You know, I took a second on the house, calculated it in my budgets. No good, Davey. It's just a status step. Like I said, it's no big difference gets tacked on to the principal. You know that. I understand.
I don't take this personally.
But I don't want to see your face in any of my games until you caught up. Come on, Rich, that's not necessary. Kid, you think I started this life 10 minutes ago? Guy hands you a live envelope. It's just the beginning. Nothing personal. Yeah, I know, but it's just... I know. It's just a start step.
Look at this fucking lineup. Oh, Johnny Sack. Must have free tokens at the tunnel. I expect to make a dime with this fucking stonewall. How'd you get here?
Same as you, to the front door.
Hi, Rich. Hi, Rich.
Want some locks? Get some nice fresh locks.
You're so fucking bored, you know. I do. I just stabbed you in the fucking eye. Hey, come on, Rich. Get your hands off from me. I'll put one in your head. Don't fucking threaten me, Richie. I'm threatening you. I got a hard on for you already. Give you a reason.
I'm sorry, now I want to talk. I shut him the fuck down. He comes here and he sticks it up my ass. What's that got to do with you disrespecting my game? Like you wouldn't do anything with it. You're fucking right. I'm getting sick of this whole even now act. And I'm not the only one. Oh, really? Well, if anybody wants to make a move, don't get so fucking dramatic. All I'm saying is sometimes you act like you're in a different business. Now send that little prick out so I can talk to him. No. You realize this marvelous fuck is into me for over 8 watch. He's got money to play here. Let him pay me my money. Send him out. You go home, Mitchie. This ain't gonna happen on one of my days.
Yeah. Good night, brother.
He comes here, he dumps the garbage all over the place.
Oh, he did, huh?
What he did? You come get it now.
Get what, sir?
The goddamn garbage.
We thought you wanted it back.
What? What?
They're ringing for the bell.
Hello? Where are you?
Yeah, you called yesterday to complain. That's our policy. It's written on our trucks. Don't give your garbage back if you're not satisfied.
I complain because you didn't make full pickups on 12, 16, 20th. And then I get charged double for it.
Right. We gotta come out twice.
You charge me double for pickups truck out tomorrow.
Guys, it's me, open the door.
What the fuck are you doing here? Where's my sister? Story. I'm making breakfast. Want some eggs? Who wants some eggs? Put your fucking pants in. Some coffee. What the fuck? We're adults, Tony. And we got history together. Yeah. Israel and fucking Palestine. We can change for a long time. A lot about how can I think about moving in? Wait, slow, bro. Take it slow. Yeah. Picking up where we left off. High school. Grabbing blowjobs on my mother's couch. Cross the line on me once every day. Oh my God. She made me his sister. Back the fuck off. All due respect. Respect? What the fuck do you know about respect? I put you back in business, you cocksucker. Josie Ginzel. Fucking paraplegic. But you make him some fucking eggs.
Oh, and the planner checked the almanac and he said there's a 65% historical chance of rain on the 12th. So he wants to get a 10 for backup. So what do you think?
I can't decide on shit like that. Janice, come on.
Okay. But when you start bitching, when you see the bill, don't.
My kid hit me up for $5,000 today to go to England for these dance contests.
Yeah, but little Ricky's still coming to the wedding, right?
Richie. How many fucking times I gotta tell you? It was little Ricky when he was 12 years old.
Jesus, all right. He's still coming, right?
Well, he wouldn't miss an opportunity to fucking foxtrot and tango in front of everybody.
Ballroom dancing is a legitimate art form.
Carries my name, Richard. Fucking Discatiata. Wouldn't that be Jackie? I couldn't have a son like that.
You know, you came home with a fucking attitude today. You know, I've been in this house cooking your fucking dinner and taking care of that fucking black hole upstairs all day.
Stop. She hears everything.
Not tonight. I gave it to Nebuchadnezzar. Because I thought maybe we'd want to have sex, but not likely.
My fucking dinner on the table and keep your mouth shut.
Now you shut up. But just because he's a ballroom dancer, you think your son is gay. And what if he was gay? What difference does it make? Oh. Oh.
You will cry now. Fuck out of here. I'm in no mood for you. Oh. Oh.
friend of mine. Now, in real life, this guy does do some things that annoy me. When he comes, TV commercials. Drives me fucking crazy.
What do you hear? What do you say?
Jesus Christ, fucking Paulie Gautier. Isn't he dead yet?
Oh, motherfucker!
You ever feel like nothing good was ever gonna happen to you?
Yeah, and nothing did.
What caused the decline?
Your sister's ass.
Any idea where Albert kicked up last week?
Fuck that fucking parakeet.
A cafe du jour is New Zealand Peaberry.
I know. All our food. Pizza, calzone, buffalo mozzarella, olive oil. These fucks have the look. They eat pussy before we get into about cuisine. But this is the worst. This expressive shit. Take it easy.
I called you last Christmas. Fuck this. Hey, screw you down. What's wrong with you?
This is all a message to your friends.
Stay away from Port Neal. Don't even drive out to Jersey. Not even on Sundays. They've been told. Twice. Now out, though.
Juan Valdez has been separated from his family.
Macanudos, you want one?
Go ahead, take a walk.
Don't let him scare you. He's not really a nasty fuck. He's an incredibly nasty fuck.
I was in the Army Signal Corps. What this thing needs is what we call a Rogaine adjustment. What's that? You know how? Yep. Commendatore. You are already checked in. Commendatore. Like a command. I like that.
What was the direction of the arrest? About a minute. Is he still intubated? Well, they're removing the ventilator as we speak.
What the fuck you two talking about?
The last thing he said to me was, go fuck yourself.
You look good. Shoot your cuffs. Oh, look at that. It's like an ad for a fucking weight loss center. Before and way before.
Listen, I might think of fucking little Paris. Like you were ever in Paris.
I went over for a ball job. Your mother was working the bomb market session at the Eiffel Tower. So, do you hear what I told him? Told him I went over for a blow job. Your mother was working the bomb market session at the Eiffel Tower.
How many you Flemish then?
What?
Flemish.
So please, don't embarrass yourself any further. Just leave.
I'm not embarrassed. You embarrassed?
Listen to me, you weirdo fuck. You get slow-mo whatever the fuck you want, and you forget this 50% shit. You got nothing coming to you. Nothing. You understand me? Nothing. Fuck you.
Well, say fuck you, Paulie, right? That's how they say nothing.
Fuck that. This is how I say nothing. How's that for nothing?
Well, we don't kill us. We put in the work.
Quickly things change. Let me tell you something, Guido. My name's Clarence.
Our cashier's check. May 20 says Idella Willis. 7 Record Street.
Or what?
I'll see you in court.
Fucking legal fees.
What kind of hooligans are these? They call themselves gangsters.
Too fucking day.
Fucking depressing.
Another satisfied customer.
I went to this doctor. This guy works on the Jets front line when they get hurt.
So,
Yeah, he's fucking like the Jonas Salk of bats. Anyway, I sent pussy to this doctor. The guy gives him the works.
MRIs, CAT scans, DOT scans, you name it.
Can we get some of that whiskey?
Fucking poison ivy all over. Please. I can feel it itching me already. You saw a fucking psychiatrist. You're not a woman. I can't get past that. It took a build from me. You're the one with the fucking issues. Woman issues. I don't even want to fucking go there. Well, let's not.
That's my favorite band. Don't lose.
Kraken? Shelly Hank. Remember her? Oh, I remember every blowjob I ever got. How about you? Remember your first blowjob?
Yeah, of course.
How long did it take for the guy to come? You hear that? I said, you remember your first blowjob? He said, yeah. I said, how long did it take for the guy to come? That's funny. Tom, you give this guy a golf club, he'll probably try to fuck you. I'm gonna hold it back to the Excelsior. I gotta take a wicked shit. Come se dice steroids?
Steroide?
There you go. You said you're not a great conversationalist.
All he does 24 hours a day, he makes buffalo mozzarella.
It's a master cheeseman.
So is Paulie. Oh, yeah. All right. What's up? What the fuck? It's on vacation?
Yeah, we saw a travel poster for sunny New Jersey.
Fucking wingman came to see me. Paulie. I saw my father in hell. Get the fuck out of here. And then Mikey gave me a message for both of you. A message? Yeah, he said, tell Tony and Paulie 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock?
That was all he said.
Oh,
Mikey, 3 o'clock.
yeah.
What was he wearing?
What, 3 o'clock again?
Quiet. Fuck. That bouncer that sent you back, did he have horns on his head?
No. It's just some big Irish girl in old-fashioned clothes.
Did anybody there have horns? Or buds for horns? Those gold bumps?
Oh, it was fucking hell, okay?
Was it hot?
Yeah, I don't know. What the fuck?
The heat would have been the first thing you noticed. Hell is hot. That's never been disputed by anybody. You're dragging me to hell.
What's the matter? What's the matter?
You're dragging me to hell.
Paulie.
What's the problem? What the hell's the matter?
I feel your anger.
Who the fuck are you talking to?
He says he was your first. I feel any more.
Hey, that one's laughing.
Poison ivy?
He wants to know if it still itches. Don't fuck with me. Who you been talking to?
I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you to leave.
Fuck you with this bullshit. But that's what this is, you know. Satanic black magic. Sick shit.
I'm asking you to leave, sir.
Eh? Fucking quit!
There's no denying it. I'm dragging a bunch of fucking ghouls around with me. Mikey's there fucking ring with it.
Did you ask the fucking Ghostbuster that? Because we're out there breaking our ass trying to find his kid, and you're out there fucking around in my ass.
The deal's only for big day.
I should have had a unity to all of this shit. I should have been covered by my donations.
Don't worry, Paul. I'm here.
You know? It's too late. You can start it off on it. You let me off the head. You ain't never going to see another guy.
I'll have a look at which makes it much less. Welcome, guys. Keep lighting a Christmas tree like your grandma. But you know how to take these red cuts up. I can't stand that. I'm gonna throw some light in there. I can do that right Monday. I gotta watch TV and think about the work. We're having to shit out some fucking school. So, the lady parents, they think that they're an actor. So then, piss all over the fucking floor. You don't understand what secrets and more things. I think I'm all over the fucking nation. That's not true, guys. Even if you keep the school job, you're not making the least of your children. Shut the fuck up. Cocksucker, that's why I'm alive. Fucking balls!
Bugat's here.
You said the place was empty. Doc says I need an ultrasound on my groin and balls.
So Willie is the policy of newly made guys. They're subject to strip search for wires and shit. You'll love that.
I said everything.
Go fuck yourself.
Before I was breaking balls. Now you're beginning to worry. I guess you know that, Dick.
Who is it?
The FBI. Come on, dickhead. Open up.
For fuck's sake, police. 2 in the morning.
I know. It's an outrage.
Motherfucker. He's a sick fuck. He was sniffing a fucking panties. What? You heard me.
You out of line. He's gonna marry the girl, for Christ's sake. As of the wedding day, anything that touches a pussy is off limits.
Seen these?
Fuck is that? My godson got it for me. They were all over the fucking place.
We gotta bring one into the club.
Want a drink? Grab the time. Let's whack this cocksucker when you're done. Amazing thing about snakes is that they reproduce spontaneously. What do you mean? They have both male and female sex organs. That's why somebody you don't trust, you call a snake. How can you trust a guy who can literally go fuck themselves? Don't you think that expression will come from the Adam and Eve story? When the snake tempted Eve to bite the apple. Hey, snakes were fucking themselves long before Adam and Eve showed up to you. Hey, what are you getting your noodle, man? You do me a favor. She went to Morocco over the holidays. On her own, she paid for it. She went to Morocco? Well, who is she? Bada bing crosby? Yeah, so what they want for Christmas, you give them a nice toy, and that's the end of it.
Nah, not me. I can't.
Yes, you can.
I can't.
Why not?
I'm shy.
The Boston family told you you're gonna be Santa Claus. You're Santa Claus. So shut the fuck up about it. Listen, I love that cocksucker like a brother. And he fucked me in the ass.
Well, that's the difference between pussy and the others. Leave me alone.
The world don't run on love. It was a rat bastard. One thing you gotta admit, he made a great Santa Claus.
He did.
In the end, fuck Santa Claus.
Russians? They're not all bad.
How about the Cuban Missile Crisis? Cocksuckers moved nuclear warheads into Cuba, pointed them right at us.
That was real? I saw that movie. I thought it was bullshit.
Who is it? KGB. Open up. What the fuck?
Where do we park?
Back there. Yeah, for miles.
You sure? Because I thought we kind of looped around.
4 years in the army, kid. Just follow our own footprints. Come on.
Wait a minute. We walked in a circle. How's that fucking possible?
All right. Let's reason this out. We were driving south, and the sun's setting there.
What good's that doing?
At least we know what direction we're heading.
Yeah, but we're still fucking lost.
The guy you're looking for is some kind of ex-commando or some shit. Killed 16 Chechen rebels single-handed.
Hey? Hey, that you?
God damn it.
I didn't hear what you said, Paul.
So I'm gonna talk fast. The guy you're looking for is an ex-commando. He killed 16 Chechen rebels single-handed.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, nice, huh?
He was with the Interior Ministry. Guy's some kind of Russian Green Beret. This guy cannot come back to tell his story. You understand?
I hear you. Oh? Oh, you there?
Fuck! Call me back!
You're not gonna believe this. He killed 16 Czechoslovakians. Guy was an interior decorator. His house looked like shit.
That feels a go up.
Thank you, God. Gotta sit my foot under my thigh. That's it. Oh, there's some ketchup and shit. They clean?
I don't know. I put a bag. Still halfway frozen.
Fuck it. Give me some. Not bad. Get you the wrong shit.
We should have stopped the Russians.
And I should have fucked the elements, but I didn't. What are you doing?
Oh, fun. It's gonna piss him off, Paulie.
Fuck yeah. We're gonna die out here. Come in! Over here! Over here!
Wally, you requested to sit down. He heard you out.
But Jesus fucking Christ, I'm leaving $38,000 on the table. Tony, I got to park the car all the way over there. Spacito! Ah!
Son of a bitch.
Ah! Ah!
Pick your dick up.
Well, leave that. Don't touch that. My program's coming on. God, love you, babe. Let me run now.
You look good. Better than last time.
If I don't see her each day, I miss her. She, what a friend.
that song.
What the fuck? Why is this your song?
Marriage and that thing don't jive. Everybody we know is married. Not everybody. You want to end up like Michael Jr.? Or worse, like Paulie? Exactly. Look, just like home. I don't understand. When I was a kid, you two were old ladies. Now I'm old, and you two are still old.
You know, in some ways, the whole prison thing is not that different from being an immigrant.
Word to the wise. Remember Pearl Harbor.
Hello?
Marion, seatbelt here.
Yes. Hi, this is Detective Mike Hunt, Beaver Falls, Pennsylvania Police Department. You have a son, Peter Pope? Oh my God, what happened? We found him in a public men's room in Lafayette Park. I don't know how to put this delicately. He was sucking a Cub Scout stick. What? No, it's a mistake. Ma'am, I wish that was all. But I'm afraid we had to have emergency surgery performed upon arrival at headquarters after discovery of a small rodent in the rectal passage. Oh my God. A gerbil, ma'am. The county does not cover medical procedures deemed caused by criminal sexual activity. Section 4, paragraph 15. We'll need an insurance number. Oh my God. I have Blue Cross Blue Shield, is that right? Ma'am, could you hold on for 1 second? I have the hospital on the other line.
There you go. Come. Good shot. How you doing? That's a forfeit. That's all money. These flat screens, I'll tell you, no glare, high definition. I was working on a waterfront downstairs. How long does nose guards look like fucking PX stands? Sorry, talking too much. It's costing me money.
With automatic shut-off, set the timer, walk away, and your new George Foreman grill will tell you exactly when your food is grilled to perfection. This grill does all the work for you with my exclusive 20-minute digital countdown timer. With order.
I was thinking like those paintings you see in the courthouse. Something classy, you know, like a Revolutionary War general. Napoleon and his horse. That kind of thing.
He's rather portly to be Napoleon.
Not Napoleon exactly. Like Napoleon. I don't have a modern look in here. So go with something more traditional. Something that catches more of what you're really all about. A goddamn lawn jockey? That's not a lawn jockey. That's a gentleman.
And I'm an alcoholic and an addict.
Don't forget scumbag. You're a wormy cocksucker, you know that? No! I'm just telling you how you're being fucking perceived. Just worry about how you're fucking perceived. I got those with answer once. Back in 68. I was with your dad down at the Copa. Fucking BOAC stewardess put it in my drink. Jerry Vale started singing and I look over. Your Uncle Joe's got a laser beam shooting out his eyes. As far as fucking bears are concerned, I say get rid of them all. They got their turn, and then we got ours. That's why dinosaurs don't exist no more.
Thank you.
Enjoy it, girls. I've been enjoying looking at you the whole night.
Get some fucking glasses.
What do you got to say now? Chrissy, he's fucked up. It's like Sun Tzu says. A book commander is benevolent and unconcerned with fate. What? Sun Tzu, the Chinese Prince Machiavelli. Only time we got to Zoo. Sun Tzu, you fucking ass kid. Fuck's that? Dry insurance.
It's a town master massage chair.
Oh, I have no idea. It was so tense.
Like my back is on vacation.
You don't work this neighborhood! Ah! They released these fucks from the can. Obviously, he wasn't rehabilitated. But what do you know about who belongs to what? You've been away 20 fucking years. Which entitles me to her. Which entitles you to shit.
But there are 5 essentials to victory. 1. You will win who knows when to fight and when not to fight. 2. He will win.
But you're gonna make those busted arm. Oh yeah? Why am I gonna do that? Cause I said so. That's why. Eat shit, pal.
Why don't you take a walk, huh?
You motherfucker! Shut up, you got crack. Why do you want to do this shit? So you can touch a bunch of strangers? You really skeeve your human body, don't you? You like this so much? Let me ask you a question. Why do piss and shit that fucking all happen within a 2-inch radius?
Everybody asks that, Paulie. There's no answer for it.
They're all sources of pleasure, though. Get the fuck out of here. Guy comes over. Oh, my cousin's a state trooper too, I thought. Maybe you know him. What's his name? Bonnie Fife. Pow! The prick gives me a shit. I don't know what the fuck hit me. Van Helsing. Let's go. Oof, Maron, he looks terrible. I tell you, T. First the eyes, then the teeth. Next you find out you can't take pissing for granted. Some joke, eh? When I was in the service, I won the Chin-Ups Cup 3 weeks in a row. Fucking beautiful definition, too. Guy asked me to model for a boxing poster. He was half a fag, but I was flattered just the same. Now, look at this. Fucking wrinkles like an old lady's cunt. You don't think it's gonna happen to you, but I'm feeling it, Tom. God damn it. Shut up! Get up in there! I said to mine. Oh, fuck. So I'm holding his hand, and all of a sudden the machines go bullshit. Who told us, for Christ's sake? Those fucking doctors. It's their fault.
Hit me, son.
But Ma.
Maria Lucia is your aunt. I'm your mom. We's a big girl.
Excuse me. Hi. You're a friend of Anthony's. I was just about to visit him. How's he doing? He's in a lot better shape than those fucking nuns you got up there. A third-degree burns on 80% of a body. You wouldn't believe the weight that bad. What? There's a little girl burned in there. Jesus Christ. Ow! Fuck! Ah! Guess what, fucking mama's boy? You're picking up $4 grand of me every month. I don't care if you're in Deer Valley or Death Valley. $4 grand every goddamn month. And if you ever mention a word of this to Tony, I'll stick this up your ass and pull a trigger till the bullets come out your eye. What?
Vito was blowing the security guard.
Son of a bitch! Elzir, patron saint of Zabulus. But for 50 grand, you wouldn't have that sense.
It would demonstrate to me that you take this feast as seriously as the people who began it.
Fuck that. Yeah. I did? Oh, what are you, in the office? Talk to Dr. Sabora. I don't pay for Mr. Appointments. Have a dozen extra large. Put over to Satriano. I need to talk to the doctor. Of course.
Dr. Sapona's out of town. Dr. Cassiari's on call. Do you want to be connected?
Nah. I beat cancer, would have took him out. Ride the painted pony, let the spinner wheel glide. Holy fucking shit. What the fuck is this? Oh, God damn it. Who's your mom?
Waiting long?
So everybody come tonight except Charo?
Okay, deal.
Should have seen him out there. The fucking animal show. Ragazzi's of a 20-year-old. You know what's seen on the months? It was you, Fredo. Go! It wasn't me, Tom. When my time comes, tell me. Will I stand up?
He was at the safe house. We brought him over.
Get him the fuck out. He's a snake with fur. Hey, you see this shit? Does it all the time, he says. Oh, yeah? Look at him staring at that dead kid. Gives me the fucking creeps.
Don't say your bullshit with the cat. The fucking animal catches mice for us, but you drown it.
I would.
You stop looking at Christopher. A rat died in the wall back there with some shit.
I moved the picture. The fucking thing came to the new spot. And stared. We were friends once before. Saturday night before the game. Who walks in for fucking me? 3 sheets to the wind, fucking staggering like a sailor. So I know the game is going into the toilet. I said to my brother Jerry, who was just a kid at the time, take this money down to Ocaluso on the corner and put it all together.
When your hotel room is your bedroom, and your living room, and your dining room, maybe you need more than a hotel room. Get an Airbnb and get more space.
You're meeting me. Why don't you start talking and tell me what you want? $50,000. Oh, man. 50 G's? How do you figure that? 35 for the pound of meth you stole, and another 15 for my partner's pain and suffering. Oh, yeah. I remember that little bitch. So you must be daddy. Let me get this straight. Steal your dough. I beat the piss out of your new boy. And then you walk in here and you bring me more, man? Woo, that's a brilliant plan, isn't it? Brilliant. You got one part of that wrong. This is not meth. Are you fucking nuts? I'll find out. No, Scanzo, calma. Calma. You got balls. Give me that. All right. I'll give you your money. Hey, Crystal, your partner Ronnie. It's sold faster than $10 acid teacher. Let's say you bring me another pound next week. Money up front. Take it easy, deal. I will feed you 8 first. That's the deal. What? Oh, I get it. Oh, yeah, greedy old bastard. Tell you, iceberg. Old people. You feed them, huh? You put them in a really nice crib in the country, yet they gotta steal the food off your plate. You better eat every bite of that. What did you do that for? God!
you going?
Yeah, having us back. Right, you big one.
What's the matter, Schrader? You act like you never saw a severed human head on a tortoise before. Get away. Welcome to...
You were going to give Badger Mayhew the best legal representation ever. But no deals with the DEA. All right, Badger will not identify anyone to anybody. If he does, you're dead.
Why don't you just kill Badger? I mean, follow me, guys, but mosquitoes buzzing around you, bite you on the ass. You don't go gunning for the mosquito's attorney. You go grab a fly swatter, so to speak. I mean, all due respect, do I have to spell this out for you? We're not killing Badger, yo! Then you got real problems, okay? Because the DEA is going to come down on your boy like a proverbial ton of bricks. I mean, I don't think I'm going out on a limb here, but hey, he's not going to like prison. He's going to sing like Celine Dion, regardless of what you do to me. Mr. Mayhew? Recognize your cough. Take that mask off. Get some air. Go on.
In Major League Baseball, anything can happen. You can steal a shot, join the family business, or even start a new club. Baseball is something else.
Take it easy. Breathe in, breathe out. All right, I'm going to stand up, all right? Because I got bad knees. That's better. Okay, now listen, the three of us are going to work this out. Yeah? How? First things first, you're going to put $1 in my pocket, both of you. You want attorney-client privilege, don't you? So that everything you say is strictly between us. I mean it. Put $1 in my pocket. Come on, make it official. Come on, do it. That's it, come on. Just $1. What? I know you, ski bum. Come on, give it $1. Go on, be smart. What? Oh, that's a 5. I'll take a 5. Come on already. Come on. Be cool. Okay, you're now both officially represented by Saul Goodman and Associates. Your secrets are safe with me under threat of disbarment. Right? Take the ski mask off. I feel like I'm talking to the Weather Underground here. Just do it. Okay, so if a prison shanky is completely off the table, and we're sure of that, no shanking. All right. The way I see it is, somebody's going to prison. It's just a matter of who.
Jesse.
Jesse. Jesse. Wake up. Jesse. Wake up.
are you doing this? Why are you even thinking this way? Is it to punish me?
I am not punishing you while this is punitive, is what this is.
We are happily married. I am happily married. I am happy. Which is I love you, Skylar, and I would do anything for you. Would you even consider? I mean, Jesus, you come in here and you wave these papers in my face when there's a whole other entire side to this thing. There's your side and there's my side, and you haven't heard my side yet. You haven't heard any of it at all.
You're a drug dealer.
How? What?
Yeah. How else could you possibly make that kind of money? Marijuana. That Pinkman kid. No. Oh my God. Cocaine.
Methamphetamine. I'm a manufacturer. I'm not a dealer
Oh,
per se. It doesn't need. No, Sky. Sky, that's not what. There are a lot of angles to this. Okay, it's complicated. All right, so please listen. Please, let's just sit back down and we'll talk it through.
I'm gonna make you a deal. Well, I won't tell Hank, and I won't tell your children, or anybody else. Nobody will hear it from me. But only if you grant me this divorce and stay out of our lives. I mean it. Now let me the hell out of here before I throw up.
So, okay. Good. Excellent. I hope you don't mind. I invited Lois to stay for dinner tonight. You know, as a thank you for driving Walter Jr. to school for us. I have apps. Lois really pitched in. Look, I just want to say that I feel good about our talk this morning, and I'm very eager to hear what you're thinking about what we talked about. But, you know, whenever you're ready, of course. Honesty is good. What you think?
I thought Ted.
Boys, dinner. Steve?
Louis?
Yes.
I want you both to eat your salad, okay?
No.
No. You like salad, but good for things, probably.
You understand this? You're turning down $1.5 million.
I am not turning down the money. I am turning down you. You get it?
I want nothing to do with you. Ever since I met you, everything I've ever cared about is gone. Ruined, turned to shit, dead ever since I hooked up with the great Heisenberg. I have never been more alone. I have nothing. No one. All right, it's all gone. Get it?
Before Shopify, were you wondering, where are my sales at? But now you're selling with Shopify. You're easily selling online, in person, and beyond. Discover how millions of entrepreneurs use Shopify to ignite their selling. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/YouTubeAudio.
No. Why? Why would you get it? What do you even care? As you get what you want. Right? You don't give a shit about me. You said I was no good. I'm nothing. Why would you want me, huh? You said my math is inferior. Right? Hey, you said my cook was garbage. Screw you, man. Screw you.
Your math is good, Jesse. As good as mine. Take whatever you want. I have money. I got a lot of money. Don't. You don't have to do this.
Jesus, what was I thinking? Walt, please, let's both of us stop trying to justify this whole thing and admit you're in danger.
Who are you talking to right now? Who is it you think you see? Do you know how much I make a year? I mean, even if I told you, you wouldn't believe it. Do you know what would happen if I suddenly decided to stop going into work? A business big enough that it could be listed on the NASDAQ goes belly up. Disappears. It ceases to exist without me. No, you clearly don't know who you're talking to, so let me clue you in. I am not in danger, Skylar. I am the danger. A guy opens his door and gets shot. You think that of me? No. I am the one who knocks.
Well, what was the problem? Why'd you have to kill him?
Watch the crosstalk, please. Maybe it's not the details that matter. How'd you feel about what you did, Jesse?
No.
Who cares how you feel? What kind of a person kills a dog for no reason? You put an ad in the paper, you drop him off at a shelter, and you sit there and talk about killing a helpless, innocent animal.
I'm not here to sit in judgment.
Why not? Why not? Maybe she's right. You know, maybe I should have put it in the paper. Maybe I should have done something different. The thing is, if you just do stuff and nothing happens, what's it all mean? What's the point? All right, this whole thing is about self-acceptance.
Kicking the hell out of yourself doesn't give meaning to anything.
So I should stop judging and accept. Start. So no matter what I do, hooray for me because I'm a great guy. It's all good. No matter how many dogs I kill, I just do an inventory and accept. I mean, you back your truck over your own kid and you accept? What a load of crap.
Hey, Jesse, I know you're in pain.
No, you know what? Why I'm here in the first place is to sell you meth. You're nothing to me but customers. I made you my bitch. You okay with that? You accept? About time.
Well, where'd that phone call?
Where is it? Where's the rest? The money, Skylar. Where is the rest? Skylar, where is the money?
I gave it to Ted. Well, I had to. For us, for the family. I swear. Walt.
You gave our money to Pennick.
Walt, please, please just hear me out, please.
Hi, you've reached the White family. Please leave a message.
Skylar? It's happening again. The DEA called. They got some temperament informant that the cartel, they want to kill Hank. They're sending agents to our house right now to guard us. God! When is this going to end? Marie, I'm here. I'm here. Tell me exactly what happened.
crippled little rata. What a reputation to leave behind. Is that how you want to be remembered? Last chance to look at me, Actor.
3, 2, 1. The New York Times calls the holdovers laugh out loud funny. Bravo. It's pure movie magic. That's clearly apparent. The Holdovers. Rated R. Streaming now. Exclusively on Peacock.
My partner tells me that your crew switched to a P2P cook because of our success. You dye your meth with food coloring to make it look like mine. You already ate my product at every turn. But now, you have the opportunity to sell it yourself.
I need you to listen to me. We're not going to give up this deal with your errand boys, you understand? For what? Watch a bunch of junkies get a better high.
A better high means customers pay more. A higher purity means a greater yield. That's $130 million of profit that isn't being pissed away by some substandard cook. Now you listen to me. You've got the greatest meth cook in America. Two greatest meth cooks in America right here. With our skills, you'll earn more from that 35% than you ever would on your own.
Yeah. So you say. Explain why we're so lucky. Why cut us?
Mike is retiring from our crew, so his share of the partnership is available if you can handle his end, distribution. And if you give him $5 million of the $15 million that you brought today, just think of it as a finder's fee for bringing us together. We have 40 pounds of product ready to ship. Ready to go. Are you ready?
Who the hell are you?
You know. You all know exactly who I am. Say my name.
What? I don't have a damn clue who the hell you are.
Yeah, you do. I'm the cook. I'm the man who killed Gus Fring.
Bullshit. Cartel guy.
You sure? That's right. Now, say my name.
Heisenberg.
You're goddamn right.
my stall. WW. You figure that out. Woodrow Wilson? Willy Wonka? Walter White? You got me. Stop. Turn around. Place your fingers behind your head. Walk backwards to me. Stop. Get on your knees. It's like my barrel photo, huh? Took it in the backyard by the barbecue grill. You know, where we used to cook out with the family. Tell me here you thought the dirt might match, but me, I bet your greedy ass would be so worked up about the prospect of losing your cash that you wouldn't catch it. The guy was right. It's clean. Joe, remember this place? The very first place we cooked, like, ever. It is. Isn't it? Hey, you say it was the busy work, Walt. Point out the spot where you buried your money. No? No matter. I got a search team out here. We'll find it. Agent Gomez, should we flip a coin for the honors?
No way, man. It's all yours.
Walter White, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to speak to an attorney, have an attorney present during any questioning. If you cannot afford an attorney, it will be provided for you at the government's expense. You understand these rights, I just recited them to you. Coward.
With the McDonald's app, you can get your favorite thing delivered to your door, so you can eat your favorite thing while you watch your favorite thing at home. Order McDelivery in the McDonald's app.
If participating McDonald's, delivery prices may be higher than restaurants. Delivery note fees may apply.
Get over here. Get in the car, boy. Put him in the car. Come on, get in the car. Get in the car, kid. Come on.
Sorry, man. Just no scenario where this guy lives.
No, listen. I have money. It's buried out here. It's $80 million. $80 million.
That's what got this party started, huh? But this money of yours won't do you much good in prison.
You can go anywhere. You can do anything. Think about it. You can have any future that you want. Jack. 80 million. And all you've got to do is let him go.
That's a hell of an offer. What do you think, Fed? Would you take that deal?
It's Hank. His name is Hank.
How about it, Hank? Should I let you go? name is Asac Schrader. You can go fuck yourself. Hank, listen to me. You gotta tell him. You gotta tell him now that we can work this out. Please. Please. What? You want me to beg? You're the smartest guy I ever met. You're too stupid to see. He made up his mind 10 minutes ago. Do what you're gonna do.
Guess I got what I deserve. Kept you waiting there too long, my love. All that time without a word. Didn't know you think that I'd forget or I'd regret. Special love I have for you. All the days became so long. Did you really think I'd do you wrong? See, when I let you go, thought you'd realize I would know, I would show special love I have for you. Baby blue.
Recently,
Hey, I said 4 o'clock.
The fuck, I leave before the stock market closes. You scream at me for not watching the phone, guys.
Hey, Richie, I'll free you.
Jesus Christ, how you doing? I gotta tell you, your brother Jackie was like a fucking god. Great leader. And I heard a lot about you. You know, I heard a lot about you. That's why I'm here. What do you mean? Out of respect for our friend here, I'm gonna talk nice. I ever hear you raise your hands to my niece again. Next time you won't see my face. You understand? Who told you I put my hand on her? Just keep getting jerky with me. Look, kid, I shouldn't have to explain myself. From the old school. You want to raise your hand, you give her your last name. and it's none of my fucking business. Until then, keep your hands in your pockets. We understand each other. Now get out of here.
Jesus, mother of Christ. Rich, so when'd you get out? How come nobody told me?
Well, it's funny. Only one of some he ran into this morning.
Hey, honest to fucking God, nobody said a word.
Just shut the fuck up. I did a lot of meditation in the can on this.
On what?
Can't believe how clear you see things. Do you meditate?
Me? Meditate? Are you crazy?
Not as crazy as I used to be. Still crazy enough to take an eye out.
What's going on here?
Wait, 10 years. And now you're gonna pleasant go fuck yourself from you, I get.
You know, I always ask how you were doing. Hold on there. How could you let my dear friend sit here with an empty cup of coffee? That's all right.
That's all right. Take it easy, kid.
Bring this gentleman a nice veal palm sandwich. Hurry the fuck up about it.
The other two stores doing as good as this?
Come on, you know, it's a grind.
It doesn't answer my question.
Hey, look, Rich, I know you're a made guy, so I lose either way. But I always respected you and your brother Jackie. No, Victor here. I'm not somebody's small store owner. I'm sorry, Richie. I will not be shaken down.
And sucking up to Tony Soprano has done wonders for you. I've been waiting for a while to come back. You're a tough guy.
Don't do this.
Don't do what? Take what's owed to me.
What's owed to you?
I put you in action, Beansy. You got a bad memory, Beansy. If you punch on a sandwich, fuck you. I'll be back every Saturday, partner.
You know, I don't fucking believe what I'm hearing here. I'm being shaken down for what? What did I do? Tell me, what did I do? This is not right, Richie. I'm not gonna fucking lay down. I'll step up.
What's this? What's this? It's the jacket. The jacket. Jacket.
At the fuck off Beansy. I did. Then I put it in drive.
That's it. Push up now, bracing yourself on the bedside hand.
Richard, could you excuse us for a moment, dear?
No.
Are you all right, Mr. Vega?
He's fine. He's so proud he won't accept some friendly concern.
Just. What do you want? Oh, sucker. For Christ's sake, what you did to me?
Whose idea was the ramp?
A rap.
The fucking ramp. If you need help, I'll fucking help you. You understand? You talk to me.
I don't want jack shit from you.
Okay. I'll leave. But if you go crying to Tony Soprano one more time, if you open your mouth, I'm gonna send your arms where your legs are.
I'm taking them over to my Uncle Joey's lot to look at IROCs, and they asked if they could come by and say hello first.
You've been doing some things with Christopher Montasante, huh?
You know, listen, man.
The attitude on that camera knows fuck. He ever lays his hand on my niece again, I'm gonna tear him apart piece by piece.
Camel nose. You can't make that shit up.
What the fuck are you talking about? I just did. Did you ever notice he's the only motherfucker who can smoke a cigarette in the rain with his hands tied behind his back? That nose is natural canopy. Oh, the kid has good points.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying make it pencil.
What?
Relax.
Relax.
What? You're flexing. Let's go. That's it.
You're flexing.
That's it. Simmer down. Simmer down. Easy. I'll give you something, sir.
Yeah, I want to buy a boat with 3 propellers.
What?
Kid, you see me ever? When are you going to stop asking?
Oh, Rich. Your problem? No, I'm just breaking your kid's balls.
Like the Pip says to his hoes.
Hey, Rich. That envelope's due some shit. I'll catch up on it next week. It's no problem. Just gotta cut a little off guard. Calculated my budgets. No good, Davey. It's just a status step. Like I said, it's no big difference. Gets tacked on to the principal. You know that. Yeah, I understand. Don't take this personally. But I don't want to see your face in any of my games till you're caught up. Come on, Rich. That's not necessary. Kid, you think I started this life 10 minutes ago?
The stutter step.
It's just the beginning. Nothing personal. Yeah, I know, but it's just. I know. It's just a stutter step.
Look at this fucking lineup. Oh, Johnny Sack. He must have free tokens at the tunnel.
I expect to make a dime with this fucking Stonewall.
How'd you get there?
Same as you, to the front door.
Hi, Rich. Hi, Rich.
Want some locks? Get some nice fresh locks.
You got some fucking balls here. I don't. Just stare me in the fucking eye. Come on, Rich. Get your hand off of me. I'll put one in your head. Don't fucking threaten me, Rich.
I'm threatening you. I got a hot on for you already. Give you a reason. I'm sorry, now I want to talk. I shut him the fuck down. He comes here and he sticks it up my ass. What's that got to do with you disrespecting my game? Like you wouldn't do anything. You're fucking right. That's funny. I'm getting sick of this holier than thou life. And I'm not the only one. Oh, really? Not if anybody wants to make a move. Brony, don't get so fucking dramatic. All I'm saying is sometimes you act like you're in a different business. Now send that little prick out so I can talk to him. No. You realize this mole as fuck is in for me for over 8 lodge. He's got money to play here. Let him pay me my money. Send them out. You go home, Richie. This ain't gonna happen to one of my players.
Yeah. No, bro.
He comes here, he dumps the garbage all over the place.
Oh, he did, huh?
What he did? You shall get it now.
Get what, sir?
The goddamn garbage.
We thought you wanted back.
What? What? Hello? Where are you? Yeah, you called yesterday to complain? That's our policy. It's written on our trucks. Don't get the garbage back if you're not satisfied. I complained because you didn't make full pickups on 12, 16, 30th. And then I get charged double for it. Right. You gotta come out twice. My dispatcher asked you, if you're not satisfied, do you want your garbage? Of course I don't want garbage back. And you're satisfied. You are speaking shit to me. I'm trying to send the truck out tomorrow. my sister. So, I'll make a breakfast. You want some eggs? I want some eggs. What the fuck? Mattress in the shelter a little too lumpy. Worked out tonight. We got history together. Yeah. Israel and fucking Palestine. James, for a long time. So about 10 years. You thought about Janice? You're better than the looking at my sister. Get your zone. Get your zone. I hope you're not thinking about moving in here. It's like bubble. Taking it slow. Taking up what we learned. High school. Grabbing blowjobs on my mother's couch. Cross the line. Oh my God. All due respect. Respect. What the fuck do you know about respect? I put you back in business, you cocksucker. Because you ain't you. Fucking paraplegic. But you make him some fucking eggs.
Oh, and the planner checked the almanac and he said there's a 65% historical chance of rain on the 12th. So he wants to get a tent for backup. So what do you think?
I can't decide on shit like that. Janice, come on.
Okay. But when you start bitching, when you see the bill, don't.
My kid hit me up for $5,000 today. We got to England for these dance contests.
Yeah, but little Ricky's still coming to the wedding, right?
Rick. How many fucking times I gotta tell you? It was little Ricky when he was 12 years old.
Jesus, all right. He's still coming, right?
He wouldn't miss an opportunity to fucking foxtrot and tango in front of everybody.
Ballroom dancing is a legitimate art form.
Carries my name, Richard. Fucking Scotty Island. And every Jackie. I couldn't have a son like that.
Yeah, you came home with a fucking attitude today. You know, I've been in this house cooking your fucking dinner and taking care of that fucking black hole upstairs all day.
She hears everything.
Not tonight. I gave it to Nebuchadnezzar. Because I thought maybe we'd want to have sex. But not likely.
My fucking dinner on the table. And keep your mouth shut.
But you shut up. But just because he's a ballroom dancer, you think this one's gay. And what if he was gay? What difference does it make? Oh. Oh.
Who are you looking at? You will cry now. Fuck out of here. I'm in no mood for your
Kiki in the house. What up, girl?
What's going on, man?
Nothing. We're listening to Richie Aprile. What are you doing?
Nothing much. Nothing much.
I'm, living my best life, getting organized, always organizing the organizing.
Okay. Will you just sit in these rooms and listen to music on your own?
Now I'm creating YouTube content, and
Oh, you have a YouTube channel?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. I had a call. You have a YouTube channel?
Yeah, you're on it right now. People are watching us.
Oh, are they?
6 people right now.
Let me look at your PTR. Hold on. What's happening with this chick in Chicago? Do you know, or the Chicago suburb? Did they do anything to her? Oh gosh, what the fuck?
Yeah, the Dalton mayor.
I was looking at your PTR. Yeah. Did they do anything to that chick yet or no?
I don't know. Supposedly she's under investigation, but the residents are fed up. So the residents are coming to public comment and like telling her to resign and that she's a disgrace. It's hilarious.
Oh my God, Black residents?
Everybody, yeah, everybody.
Oh my God.
Everybody. Like we're talking like I think it was like 100 people mobbed her and we're just like resign, resign. Like they're protesting her everywhere she goes now.
She's standing firm.
She's a psychotic. She believes that, it's her opportunity to be the psycho that she is, but that's why she won.
She's involved?
Yeah, that's why she won to begin with, because people were like, I like this psycho. Maybe she'll do something good for the town. Next thing you know, she's like a fucking, numero uno. If it ain't good for me, it ain't good for nobody else.
Yeah. She's a Kwame Kilpatrick, number 2.
She's a trip.
Yeah, we had Kwame here in Detroit. But when Kwame got, when they started investigating Kwame, they were like, leave Kwame alone.
Well, a frog is gonna frog. A clown is gonna clown. And a monkey is gonna monkey. Let's get funky.
I gotta tell you, your brother Jackie was like a fucking god. Great leader. And I heard a lot about you. I heard a lot about you. That's why I'm here. What do you mean? Out of respect for our friend here, I'm gonna talk nice. I ever hear you raise your hands to my niece again. Next time you won't see my face. You understand? Who told you I put my hand on her? Just kick it, jerking with me. Look, kid, I shouldn't have to explain myself. From the old school. You want to raise your hands, you give her your last name. And it's none of my fucking business. Until then, keep your hands in your pockets. We understand each other?
What are you doing wasting your talents on this app, cheeseburger?
What do you mean? I'm having fun.
They can't just be having fun.
I'm doing what I would.
Are you paid to do that?
No, I'm doing what I would normally be doing. Therefore, I'm just live streaming myself. Like, I know it's weird, but everyone can do it.
So when everyone thinks that you're trolling and recording people to report, you're not. You're just recording your own content.
Yeah, I'm live streaming my face. It's me using Clownhouse.
It is Clownhouse, correct house.
Mm-hmm.
Have you been in any of the I haven't been on here in a minute, but I definitely haven't been in preservation at all. Do you still go in there? I haven't been in there. I don't know what they're talking about.
Nothing's new. I can't stand listening to Make It Pop go on schizophrenic rants for hours on end with Killer Witch. I'm sorry. I've got a life to try to live. I've got to try to meet a woman, try to have a child, try to raise a family, try to do more with my life. Make It Pop isn't going to make it pop for me anymore. Sorry.
Right. Well.
I'm being responsible, and listening to Make It Pop is not responsibility. Cheers. We'll time.
Oh my gosh. You have replays on, so.
Oh, like people are going to listen.
Yeah, they will. They probably will.
No, they don't. Nobody listens to anything I do.
Yeah, I can't let the man, this has turned into new age, right and left. Every which way you turn, it's new age, new age, new age. Weird shit.
It's true. Everything becomes religious.
Yeah, I played like a 2-hour lecture. It wasn't 2 hours, actually. It was a 30-minute lecture by Fritz Brickmeyer, you know. And I was expecting some intellectual dialogue afterwards, but that's not what happened. Not what happened.
So when did you get out? How come nobody told me?
Well, you know, my clown podcast has a heart out. I'm going to the gym. I'm all showered and shaved, drinking an orange juice with a little whiskey, smoking a little weed, listening to my favorite television show, Sopranos.
Yeah.
And live streaming myself while doing it.
That's a great charge for some content.
Okay, let's continue on. This is Richie April. Hello?
It's funny. Only one is something you ran into this morning.
Hey, honestly, fucking God, nobody said a word.
Just shut the fuck up. I did a lot of meditation and can on this.
On what?
You can't believe how clear you see things. Do you meditate?
Me? Meditate? Are you crazy?
Not as crazy as I used to be. Still crazy enough to take an eye out.
What's going on here, Rich?
10 years. And not even a pleasant go fuck yourself from you, I get.
You know, I always ask how you were doing. Hold on, man. How could you let my dear friend sit here with an empty cup of coffee? That's all right.
That's all right. Take it easy, kid.
Bring this gentleman a nice veal palm sandwich. Hurry the fuck up about it.
The other two stores doing as good as this?
Come on, you know, sit Brian.
Doesn't answer my question.
Hey, look, Rich, I know you're a made guy, so I lose either way. But I always respected you and your brother Jackie. No, Victor. I'm not some greaseball storeowner. I'm sorry, Richie. I will not be shaken down.
Sucking up to Tony Soprano has done wonders for you. I've been waiting for a while to come back. You're a tough guy.
Don't do this.
Don't do what? Take what's owed to me.
What's owed to you?
And put you in action, Beansy. You got a bad memory, Beansy. Your Parmesan sandwich. Fuck you. I'll be back every Saturday, Bonnie.
Wait, I don't fucking know.
John, I have a
I'm being cheated down for what?
What?
What did I do? Tell me. What did I do? This is not right, Richie. I'm not gonna.
What?
Because I know you're super intelligent. What is your stance on crypto?
It's a scam. Don't waste your time. Don't waste your brain space. It's gonna waste your time. It's stupid.
Do you say that because why? Like if they shut the grid down, it's fucking over. It doesn't matter.
No, it's not an investment. It's not a business. It's not a partnership. It's not anything. It's just it's like logging into your PayPal account and transferring your dollars into Bitcoin to buy stuff. I mean, it's a payment exchange platform, and people are making it out to be an investment opportunity. It's just not. It's for suckers.
But what about the people that have made millions off of it?
What about the people that have made millions of dollars from real estate and stocks? Wake the fuck up.
I'm real estate.
More people have made money from real estate and stocks than they have from crypto. Crypto billionaires are like, it's a hypnosis. It's like a LARP. Don't fall for the LARP or the aesthetic or the philosophy or the attitude. It's still just people trying not to be depressed. It's a scam. Don't be stupid.
No, I didn't for a long time. And then I was like, okay, I started researching it. And I pretty educated people and how they're talking about, it's a way to move money. Like, can't take 10 grand into an airport without them seizing it. Couldn't take 100 grand without them seizing it. Couldn't take 100 grand in gold without them seizing it. They're just talking about how it's not regulated by the Fed. I just don't understand how it's going to survive and be checked.
Then I put it in drive.
That's it. Push up now, bracing yourself on the bedside hand.
Richard, could you excuse us for a moment there? No,
Are you all right, Mr. Kada?
he's fine. He's so proud he won't accept some friendly concern.
Just stay right up. What do you want? Why you fucking killing me? For Christ's sake, look what you did to me.
Whose idea was the ramp?
A ramp.
The fucking ramp. If you need help, I'll fucking help you. You understand? You talk to me.
Jack shit from you.
Okay, I'll leave. But if you go crying to Tony Soprano one more time, if you open your mouth, I'm gonna send your arms where your legs are.
Take him over to my Uncle Joey's lot to look at IROX and the extra thick to come by and say hello first.
You've been doing some things with Christopher Maltasante, huh?
Yeah, listen to that.
The attitude on that camel nose fuck. He ever lays his hand on my niece again, I'm gonna tear him apart piece by piece.
Camel nose? You can't make that shit up.
What the fuck are you talking about? I just did. Did you ever notice he's the only motherfucker who can smoke a cigarette in the rain with his hands tied behind his back? No, it's a natural canopy. Yeah,
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying anything against him. He's my homie.
you what?
Nice.
Come on. Look, you're flexing. Let's go. That's it. You're flexing. That's a simmer down. Simmer down. Easy.
Can I help you with something, sir?
Yeah, I want to buy a boat with 3 propellers.
What?
Kid, you see me here every week. When are you going to stop asking?
Oh, Rich.
Good problem? No, I'm just breaking your kid's balls. Like the pimp says to his hoes. Keep on coming.
Hey, Rich. That envelope's too shy. I'll catch up on it next week. It's no problem. I just got caught a little off guard this month. I took a second on the house, calculated it in my budgets. No biggie.
No good, Davey.
It's just a status step. Like I said, it's no biggie.
Difference gets tacked on to the principle. Don't take this personally. But I don't want to see your face in any of my games till you caught up.
Come on, Rich. That's not necessary.
Kid, you think I started this life 10 minutes ago? Guy hands you a light envelope. It's just the beginning.
Stutter step.
Yeah, I know, but it's just.
I know. It's just a stutter step.
Stutter step.
This fucking light. Oh, Johnny Sack. Must have free tokens at the tunnel. I expect to make a dime with this fucking Stonewall. How'd you get here?
Same as you, to the front door.
Hi, Rich. Hi, Rich.
Want some locks? Get some nice fresh locks.
You got some fucking balls, you know? I do. I just stab you in the fucking eye. Hey, come on, Rich. Get your hand off for me. I'll put one in your head. Don't fucking threaten me, Rich. I'm threatening you. I got a hot arm for you already. Give me a reason.
He's looking embarrassing. I'm sorry, I want to talk. I shut him the fuck down. He comes here and he sticks it up my ass. What's that got to do with you disrespecting me? Like you wouldn't do anything with it. You're fucking right. You know, Tony, I'm getting sick of this whole living down life. And I'm not the only one. Oh, really? Well, if anybody wants to make a move, you're so fucking dramatic. All I'm saying is sometimes you act like you're in a different business. Now send that little prick out so I can talk to him. No. You realize this marvelous fuck is into me for over 8 lodge. He's got money to play here. Let him pay me my money. Send him out. Go home, Richie. This ain't gonna happen on one of my plays.
Hey, Benoni Brothers.
He comes here, he dumps the garbage all over the place.
Oh, you did, huh?
What he did? You come get it now.
Get what, sir?
The goddamn garbage.
We thought you wanted it back.
What?
They're ringing up the bell.
Hello? Where are you?
Hey, well, let's go. Where are we going?
Oh shit, we got
That's our policy. It's written on our trucks. Don't give your garbage back if you're not satisfied. I complain because you didn't make full pickups on 12, 16, 20th. And then I get charged double for it. Right. We gotta come out twice. Don't charge me double for pickups you miss. My dispatcher asks you, if you're not satisfied, of course I don't want garbage back. And you're satisfied. You are speaking shit to me. Try to send the truck out tomorrow.
So,
Whatever the Lord says, are you trying to say that the Lord doesn't know what's happening? Because you want to say that Paul said,
I'll make it work. You want some eggs?
is somebody misreporting? Okay, so the prophets, when they get their word from the Lord, this is basically what you're saying, or your understanding of Paul is trying to say that God didn't know what he was talking about at this time. Because
What the fuck, Richie? The mattress in the shelter a little too lumpy? Where it goes, Tony? We got history together. Yeah. Israel and fucking Palestine. We can change for a long time. Know a lot about it. 10 years you thought about Janice? Your men in the camp had a look at my sister. Each his own. Each his own. I hope you're not thinking about moving in here.
I tell you, Caramel, I know who do that. I don't have to talk against Starbucks because I got a dairy over here and I'm milking cows and some shit. I don't need to go negative against them because I know if I ever want to be around some brothers that believe that they trying to build gods and that
Respect. What the fuck do you know about respect? I put you back in business, you cocksucker. Pussy beans. Fucking paraplegic. But you making some fucking ass.
Oh, and the planner checked the almanac and he said there's a 65% historical chance of rain on the 12th. So he wants to get a tent for backup. So what do you think?
I can't decide on shit like that. Janice, come on.
Take that.
But when you start bitching, when you see the bill, don't.
My kid hit me up for $5,000 today to go to England for these dance contests.
Yeah, but little Ricky's still coming to the wedding, right?
Richie. How many fucking times I gotta tell you? It was little Ricky when he was 12 years old.
Jesus, right. He's still coming, right?
I wouldn't miss an opportunity to.
That means, like, for example, they could be domestically abusive, and that's not Oh, that just because someone's violent, it doesn't mean that they're violent in a toxic way. There's a time to be violent. We live in a world of war, and our men should be violent. Our women should be violent to protect our children. It's okay, just like it's okay for any other race.
Can I ask you a question? Yeah, definitely. 1 second. I just want to ask a quick question today, because that's an interesting point, Vicky, right? Because I agree with most of what she's saying is slightly like I guess in the context a little bit, just a little bit, right? So let me just ask a very pointed question. So domestic violence, you brought that up. Is being violent to your partner, is that always, and hear me carefully, is being violent against your partner always a right thing? Is it compared, like in contrast with what you're saying?
Violence has to be used in a.
Who are you looking at? You will cry now.
It's, and let's say mindset and principles. Do you leave this thing? The only thing you've added to yourself when you leave this earth. And once again, with that atheistic reproach.
It's smoother and easier for some people that aren't heavy drinkers. So I don't know. Just kind of like
Jackie was like a
Yeah, but aren't we trying to put hair on people's chests?
And I heard a lot about you. Yeah, well, I heard a lot about you. That's why I'm here. What do you mean? Out of respect for our family, I'm gonna talk nice. Now, I ever hear you raise your hands to my niece again. Next time you won't see my face. You understand? Who told you I put my hand on her? Just keep getting jerky with me. Look, kid, I shouldn't have to explain myself. From the old school. You want to raise your hand, you give her your last name. Then it's none of my fucking business. Until then, keep your hands in your pockets. We understand each other.
Particularly in the comma and the side shot one time.
Jesus, mother of Christ. Rich, so when you get out, how come nobody told me?
Well, it's funny. Only one has told me he ran into you this morning.
It's stupid. Hey, honest to fucking God, nobody said a word.
Just shut the fuck up. I did a lot of meditation. You can't on this.
On what?
You can't believe how crazy things. Did you ever meditate?
Me? Meditate? Are you crazy?
Not as crazy as I used to be. Still crazy enough to take a night out.
What's going on here?
10 years. And not even a pleasant go fuck yourself from you I get.
You know, I always asked how you were doing. Hold on. How could you let my dear friend sit here with an empty cup of coffee? That's all right.
That's all right. Take it easy.
Bring this gentleman a nice veal prawn sandwich. And hurry the fuck up about it. Right.
Yeah, you guys doing as good as this?
Come on, sit right.
It doesn't answer my question.
Hey, look, Rich, I know you're a made guy, so I lose either way. But I always respected you and your brother Jackie. No victim. I'm not some small store owner. I'm sorry, Richie. I will not be shaken down.
And sucking up to Tony Soprano has done wonders for you. I've been waiting for a while to come back. Tough guy.
Don't do this.
Do what? Take what's owed to me.
What's owed to you?
And put you in action, Beansy. You got a bad memory, Beansy. Your Parmesan sandwich. Fuck you.
December?
I'll be back every Saturday, partner.
You know, I don't fucking believe what I'm hearing here. I'm being shaken down for what? What did I do? Tell me, what did I do? This is not right, Richard. I'm not gonna fucking lay down. I'll step up.
What's this? What's this? It's the jacket.
The jacket.
The jacket.
Rip the fuck off, Beansy. I did. Then I put it in drive.
That's it. Push up. Now, bracing yourself on the bedside hand.
Richard, could you excuse us for a moment, dear? Go.
Are you all right, Mr. Vega?
He's fine. He's so proud he won't accept some friendly concern.
Just stay right up in the hole. What do you want? Why are you fucking killing me, you cocksucker? For Christ's sake, look what you did to me.
Whose idea was the ramp?
A ramp.
The fucking ramp. If you need help,
I wonder.
you understand? You talk to me.
I don't want jack shit from you.
Okay. I'll leave. But if you go crying to Tony Soprano one more time, if you open your mouth, I'm gonna send your arms where your legs are.
I'm taking them over to my Uncle Joey's lot to look at IROCs, and they asked if they could come by and say hello first.
You've been doing some things with Christopher Monsanto.
You know, listen, that.
You gotta tell her. Everybody's handling my niece again. I'm gonna tear them apart piece by piece.
You can't make that shit up.
The fuck are you talking about? I just did. Did you ever notice he's the only motherfucker who can smoke a cigarette in the rain with his hands tied behind his back? No, it's natural talent. Yeah, the kid has good points.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying anything against him. He's my homie.
You what? Nice. Why?
Look at you're flexing. Let's go.
That's it. You're flexing.
Christianity.
Simmer down. Easy.
Can I help you with something, sir?
Yeah, I want to buy a boat with 3 propellers.
But from moderator, but I cannot really join the room. He's not gonna do it publicly.
Oh, Rich. Got a problem?
No, I'm just breaking your kid's balls. I can take the sense to his hose. Keep him coming.
Hey, Rich. That envelope's due C-Shack. I'll catch up on it next week. It's no problem. I just got caught a little off guard this month. You know, I took a second on the house, calculated it in my budget. It's no biggie.
No good, baby.
It's just a status step. Like I said, it's no biggie.
Difference gets tacked on to the principle. You know that.
I understand.
I don't take this personally. But I don't want to see your face at any of my games till you're caught up.
Come on, Rich. That's not necessary.
Kid, I think I started this life 10 minutes ago. Got hands in line envelope. It's just a beginning. Nothing personal.
Yeah, I know, but it's just.
I know.
You were on CT, bro. I was defending against Valentino. I was defending you.
Oh, Johnny Sack. Wasn't have free tokens at the tunnel. Expect to make the time to fucking Stonewall.
You're right.
Same as you, to the front door.
How rich?
Going off of two.
Fresh locks.
You got some fucking balls, you know? I do. I just stab you in the fucking eye. Hey, come on, Richie. Get your hand off of me. I'll put one in your head. Don't fucking threaten me, Richie. I'm threatening you. I got a hard on for you already.
You fucking embarrassed me. I'm sorry, now I want to talk. I saw him the fuck down. He comes here and he sticks it up my ass. What's that got to do with you disrespecting my game? Like you wouldn't do anything. You're fucking right. I'm getting sick of this whole living thou act. And I'm not the only one. I'm with it. But if anybody wants to make a move, Tony, don't get so fucking dramatic. All I'm saying is sometimes you act like you're in a different business. Now send that little prick out so I can talk to him. No. You realize this mole as fuck is into me for over 8 lodge. He's got money to play here. Let him pay me my money. Send him out. You go home, Richie. This ain't gonna happen on one of my plays.
Hindi, hindi cumuriye.
Yeah. Annoying, brother. He comes here, he dumps the garbage all over the place. Oh, he did, huh? What he did? You come get it now. Get what, sir? The goddamn garbage. We thought you wanted it back. What? What? Hello? Where are you? Yeah, you called yesterday to complain? That's our policy. It's written on our truck.
Where's your place at?
If you're not satisfied. I compared the goals. Look at this big fucking up of 12, 16, 20. And then I get charged $7 for it. Right. You gotta come out twice. My dispatcher asked if you're not satisfied. Of course I'm a garbage bag.
Now, Big Man, where you at? You know that.
You know where I'm at. Stop asking that stupid
Where you at?
With your broke
I don't know where you live at.
Go fuck up. That's all that matters.
I don't know
That's all that matters. A bitch ass
I
nigga
don't know
ain't
where you live
never
at.
come to another
I don't know where you live at.
But it's improving even when it is declining. Because the world works in an undulatory process, like a wave. It goes up and it goes down. It goes up and it goes down. And it couldn't go up all the time, because if it did, we wouldn't know that that was up. So it goes down some of the time so that we can know when it goes up, because if we didn't know when it went up, it would be like being in a space where everything was light. There'd be nothing to write home about. There would be no black marks on the space. And so it would be like a piece of perfectly empty paper. Similarly, to be in a completely black space would also be a kind of unconsciousness with nothing to write home about, because there'd be nothing would make any difference. So therefore, if you're going to have black, you won't know that it's black unless you have some white, and if you're going to have white, you won't know that it's white unless you have some black.
No.
The world is always improving. It may look to some people slow, but it's improving even when it is declining. Because the world works in an undulatory process, like a wave. It goes up and it goes down, it goes up and it goes down. And it couldn't go up all the time, because if it did, we wouldn't know that that was up. So it goes down some of the time so that we can know when it goes up, because if we didn't know when it went up, it would be like being in a space where everything was light. There'd be nothing to write home about. There would be no black marks on the space, and so it would be like a piece of perfectly empty paper. Similarly, in a completely black space would also be a kind of unconsciousness with nothing to write home about. But there'd be nothing would make any difference. So therefore, if you're going to have black, you won't know that it's black unless you have some white, and if you're going to have white, you won't know that it's white unless you have some black.
Why do you keep the close love one another? Because if we get to that point, there won't be any that comes down to that place.
Correct, but that's not a teaching, it's a koan. A koan. A koan is a Japanese word for a spiritual problem used in Zen Buddhism, such as, what is the sound of one hand? And these problems are given to those who ask questions concerning their spiritual development. And sometimes, as St. Paul pointed out, commandments are given not in the expectation that they will be obeyed, but in the expectation that they will reveal something to those who hear them. That was St. Paul's comment on the whole Mosaic law. Yes, sir. What? Yes. The hereafter is, of course, now. Because if you will examine it closely, there is no when else than now. And if you want to make hell of it, you can make hell of it. If you want to make heaven of it, you can make heaven of it. Purgatory, purgatory. It's all here. Always was, always will be. What is death? Death is an undulation in consciousness. How would you know you were alive unless you'd once been dead? Yes.
You realize the same way that Jesus is the will of God, why was it unnecessary for him to have material possessions necessary for you?
It wasn't unnecessary for him to have material possessions. They said of St. John the Baptist that he was an ascetic, but of Jesus, this man consorts with gluttoners and wine-bibbers and comes eating and drinking. And when the Lady Mary poured precious ointment on his feet and anointed him, they said the same thing that the members of the vestry say to the minister today. Why this great expense? Couldn't it all have been sold for much money and given to the poor?
It's a problem.
It is a problem, sure. But you see, in many ways, when you get down to these very deep ethical problems, well, there sure is no easy decision one way or the other. You must look at the problem from the point of view of an artist. Which way of doing this is in some sense greater? It may be better to go off with a bang than with a whimper. Let me see. There is no time, my dear. It's always now.
And it's during every event. At every precise
moment.
Oh, yes, if you put it that way, of course.
You are consciously God as experiencing unit on this planet.
Wait a moment, consciously, not necessarily, because that would spoil the fun. If you press button surprise, you'll press the button so that you forget who you are.
Right, so that you don't always know the answers to the problem.
Yes, that's perfectly true. This is called, in the Bible, kenosis. In St. Paul's epistle to the Philippians, he says, "Let this mind be in you, which was also in Christ Jesus, who, being in the form of God, thought not equality with God a thing to be grasped, but humbled himself, and made himself of no reputation, and was found in fashion as a man, and became obedient to death." And so you get from this the kenotic theory of creation, held by some of the Greek fathers, that the creation of the universe is the self-emptying or self-forgetting of the Godhead. Yes, I think it's your turn.
How does your concept of the creation of evil so that man could see how good good is different from the old stories of a man beating his head against the wall so he could feel how good it is and stuff?
It's really rather like it. Because the universe is fundamentally a system which creeps up on itself and then says, boo. And then it laughs at itself for jumping. And you see, every time it does it, it forgets that it did it before. So it never becomes a bore. Yes, the lady in red.
Can you make yourself into a point of consciousness and travel around the cosmos, such as Dr. Billy was speaking of last night, plus the sanctuary?
Yes, but it's necessary to travel. The question is, can I make myself into a point of consciousness and travel around the cosmos and see things from all sorts of places? I say, yes, but it isn't necessary to travel. One is already there. In other words, I'm using your eyes where you are, like you're using mine. Just in the same way, my head is not my feet. It uses my feet. The head is very different from the feet. You couldn't possibly say the head and the feet are the same, but they are one organism.
They each have a soul.
Two. What do I do about boredom? Press button surprise.
Oh, it's always there.
Yes, always. Yes, the lady in purple here.
You talk about boredom. It seems to me, at least in my own case, and maybe many people, that one of the biggest problems in life is being forced to earn a living at something which is not what is valuable. And I often wonder, is the answer to move somewhere and live on less money than anything that I would like to do, or must I resign myself, as many people have, to do the thing that gets me the bread, and then in my spare time, sometimes try to make up for the many days and recent years of this kind of path living. Well, what is the answer?
Well, there are two sort of answers, one of which you've already indicated, which is to do with less and do what you want. Which,
You know, those things, the many of the things that we sort of accept as part of life, when we get done.
I think the objection, if everyone did that, is rather like asking what would happen if everybody wanted to catch the 4 o'clock train from Grand Central to Westport. Or if all the molecules of air in this room were suddenly to congregate over in that corner. There is a bare chance that it might happen, but very low. Yes.
You say we're going around in circles trying to eliminate evil because we never will. You might not be able to
Yes.
eliminate it from just playing games.
We are going round in circles. But you see, going round in circles, as you may have observed by looking at the sky, is what the universe is doing. You see, before,
As long as we recognize we're all right.
yes. Yes, that's the thing. It's a dance. And when you dance, you don't dance to get somewhere. Yes, all right, but when you wake up, you turn the confusion into a dance. And so I go back to your question. What is the alternative to clearing out of the job you're doing? And to say doing with less but having more fun. Well, there are ways of making almost any activity into a dance. Supposing you have to drive a bus to New York, which is a very harrowing job in the ordinary way, you must not take seriously anything about it. This is the first rule. That it doesn't matter a damn if you don't get there on time, but it would be fun to go as fast as is consistent with safety. And therefore, you swing that bus, and you play things with the horn. You take the whole thing lightly, as if it is not serious. Because this is the nature, say, in ritual, when you have a procession. Now, people who don't understand religion don't know how to make the right kind of processions. There are those who go in military march, and they don't understand it because their objective is to get there. There are those who dawdle like ducks, and they don't understand because they are trying to be dignified. On the other hand, there are those who walk as if they had already arrived. And this is the way kings walk. Because a king is the center, and he is always where it's at. Where it's at is where the king is by definition. So, if you work in this way, people who are practicing meditation take up monotonous things for fun. And meditation is supposed to be fun. I hope John Lilly told you that this morning. Where you say you're going to do Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. You know, we can really have a gas doing that. And so that anything monotonous can be treated in the same way. This is one of the ways of overcoming boredom.
Hello?
Because boredom's the great problem for energy. See, energy is always on the go.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, the gentleman in the white shirt. Yes.
But if only you be called mythic sometimes, but you don't like it.
Mythic? No. Mythic is a great word. The question is, does it bother me to be called mythic? No. Myth is very powerful. Myth is fun. Myth is stories told to children. Everybody loves them. Yes, sir. What? Is God omniscient? Well, it depends what you mean by the word. A lot of people think that omniscience is like knowing everything that's in the Encyclopedia Britannica. That's not omniscience, that's intellectual elephantiasis. Now, you see, let me explain this question, because it's always important. And when anybody announces that he or she is God, people say at once, well, will you tell us in millimeters the height of Mont Blanc? And I say, look it up in the encyclopedia, it's there. The thing is this. What we ordinarily call knowledge is the translation of life into words. And that is a very cumbersome process, because if we had to translate the process into words every time we took a breath, we'd never get around to it. It takes so long to describe and think through the whole physiology of breath. Therefore, we do it without thinking about it. And I find that I'm shining the stars in just the same way. I mean, if you want it in words, it's going to take us a long time to get through them, because words are strung out in a...
Eternally, we are, and we are all gods. Our God has gods. It's
if you are God, how do you find such difficulty in finding peace and tranquility in yourself? That's because you're looking for it away from the place in which you are. You are seeking it apart from the experience which you have at this moment. And you are regarding that experience and saying, that's pretty lousy, I'd like something better than that. But the trouble with that is that it splits you in two pieces. And once you're split in two pieces, you're lost. Because you've made a difference between the experience you are now having on the one hand and yourself who is having it on the other. And you wish you could get away from that experience. Now, the truth of the matter is you can't, because you are what you experience. It's a myth purely that there is some sort of experiencer who has the experience. You are what you know, because it is not I know something. There is simply a process called the knowing. You could say the knowing, like the world, has two poles, north and south. And so the knowing ball has the knower and the known, but only in that sense. Now, knowing changes. It changes itself. But if you try to stand outside it and change it, it'll be like standing outside your hand and trying to move your hand from outside. And so comes the difficulty. In other words, this would be the difficulty for God in the press button surprise situation, where you think you want something different from what you have. But if you do think that, you've got to ask yourself the question, what it is that you really want. This is the most fundamentally important question. And you will find, if you go into it very, very deeply, that you have it. Now, you may change your mind about it, but you do have what you want.
God, if this place caught on fire, I would find myself so scared that I wonder if I would also feel that I was God, and if I am God and scared, what do I do about that?
Well, one of the ways of not being bored is to scare yourself.
Yes.
Don't we all go to the movies just to be scared? We put certain limits on it, indeed, before we go and say well, this isn't really going to happen. It's only a play or a movie. And therefore, while we see the safe outline of the proscenium arch, in the back of our minds, as a sort of Hintergedanke, we know it's only a play.
I'm talking about when it isn't only.
How do you know it isn't? If you see, after all, the task of the actor on the stage is to come on so well that the audience thinks it's real. So that he has them crying, so that he has them shaking with fear, so that he has them sitting on the edges of their chairs. Well, that's just one ordinary Joe Dokes actor, but supposing the actor of the play is the real big actor. Wow, that play would seem real. So that's what happens when the house cat is on fire. Yes, lady in red. Yes, you're looking behind yourself. What is sleep? The seventh day. What? When is the seventh day? When you sleep. Yes.
Yes, God. The only reason I know that I'm God is because I take the responsibility for it.
Yes.
Does that answer the lady's question about fire?
Oh, yes, that also would answer it. Yes. It's a question of taking responsibility for what happens.
What happens if you don't do anything about it?
If I don't do anything about the world? The boredom.
What's through the...
Well, that's another way. That's another way. You can explore boredom. You can bore into boredom and watch it. Sometimes when you're bored, that's the only thing to do. Because even for God, you can't lift yourself up by your own bootstraps. Because that is by nature of the definition impossible. Yes, I think that would be fun. I mean, why else does one go on stage except to make myths? What? Excuse me, what did you say? What is my motivation for going on the stage? That is like asking, why is there a universe? Well, now, if you listened to George Leonard last night, George Leonard explained how children were befuddled by being taught to ask why about everything. Because you always look away from what you're asking about to its antecedents, and that won't lead you anywhere at all. Why am I here? And I answer that question. Then somebody says, well, why that? And then somebody says, well, why that? Why that? Why that? And you get back and back and back, and eventually you get tired of answering. And so fathers, when their children say, why, Daddy? Why? They say, oh, shut up and eat your lollipop. So, but what happens, you see, when we trace the causation of things into the past, it all begins to fade out in silence and no answer. Why? Because it didn't begin there. The universe begins now. It didn't begin in the past. And the past trails back from now like the wake of a ship.
There's no time now. What is the role of chance?
If everything is God and there is no time except now, what is the role of chance? Chance pairs with order. We'll say randomness, we'll call it, and it pairs with order. And it is part of the nature of order. If you know what you mean by order, you know that you mean contrast with randomness. And if you know what you mean by randomness, you know that you mean contrast with order. So if you want to have order, you must have randomness, and vice versa. Yes?
Did you have this much charisma before you discovered your true nature?
Yes, but it came out in a different way. Yes.
Because there's such danger here, though riddles are funny, and if you had time enough to think each one through, it'd be very profound. There's a certain danger of everything and everyone being God, because if you really found yourself as God, then you know that certain things that you as God have created that don't personally affect you, you create for a reason, you stay out of them, and you don't aren't a do-gooder. But if you think you're God, and then you try to go into too much social action and change the evils of this world, you end up hurting yourself and a lot of people, and you're playing God and you're not really being God.
Well, I admit to you, my dear, that this is a very, very dangerous conversation. And that I thoroughly agree with, but we didn't come here, did we, to play it safe. All profound ideas and profound questions are dangerous. It is dangerous to go into science. As we all know too well, it is dangerous to go into medicine. Dangerous to go into writing, because the pen is often mightier than the sword. And so I don't think we should withdraw from certain things because they're dangerous. But I entirely agree with you that if I were, as it were, in the spirit of God to go about social reform, I would be failing to realize the construction of my own universe, which is that when you interfere with it, you've got to know exactly how you're interfering. Otherwise, the most amazingly unexpected things will happen. So when people ask for miracles, they don't realize what the miracles involve. I mean, if I turned the microphone into a rabbit, it's altogether possible that you might drop dead, because those events might be connected. Did I ever study with Carl Jung? I didn't study with him. I knew him, and I read a lot of his writings. Yes.
The notion of watching yourself, watching boredom, or being aware of yourself in life, there's a separation somewhere.
That does in a way, yes. And it depends how you're watching. There is a very interesting thing that comes up in this respect with regard to the Bhagavad Gita and to the Yoga Sutra, where they talk about the witness. There is, as it were, behind our ordinary self with its emotions and involvements, a witness self that does nothing more than perceive what happens. And this is the Atman, or the Purusha, which is not involved. And some of you, no doubt, especially in times of crisis, have suddenly discovered this sort of witness center behind everything that just isn't involved. Most terrible things can be going on, but the witness is impassive. Now, when we go into these states, we've got to be very careful of our descriptive language, because the descriptive language makes the witness seem something apart from what is happening in such a way that if we want to become really sort of skitsy and catatonic about things, we can always be withdrawn and go in and identify ourselves with a solitary and uninvolved witness, who is merely a hangout for the ego, as when the police raid a house in which there are burglars. And the burglars know they'll be caught if they're on the ground floor, so they go up to the first floor. So then the police come up to the first floor, they're up to the second, finally they get to the roof, the open sky and the infinite. And in this way, this was why the Buddha did not teach about the Atman, the real self within us, because he knew people self as a hideout for the ego. And so when, say, Krishnamurti tries to explain this, he doesn't talk about the witness. He talks about awareness, and people say to him, but who is aware? What is aware? And he seems a little sticky in his answer here, because what is the matter is that the people asking the question are bewitched by grammar. They are using a language in which it is part of the grammatical convention that the verb always have a noun subject. Now, how on earth do verbs get started by nouns? I ask you. How can a thing start a process? Surely, this is really the same problem Descartes was wrestling with when he tried to find out how spirit could influence matter, or how mind could influence body. Because everybody knows that all proper ghosts walk straight through walls without disturbing the bricks. So how can the ghost in the machine, as Kessler put it, the soul in the body, how can it do anything to the body? With no connection. Two different realms. The point is, when we're talking about this awareness, what we call thought, feeling, sensation, emotion, we could say in a very clumsy way is it's aware of itself. It's the very nature. There wouldn't be sensation without awareness. You don't have to have something which is aware of it, any more than you have to have a thing called lightning, which does something called flashing. The flashing is the lightning. And so awareness is the one who's aware of it. You could say this awareness, if I say I am aware, the word I, as William James suggested, is simply a word of position, like this or here. Awareness here. And your awareness there. Yes, sir. Yes, life is like one great poem. No, death is not the solution. It has no solution. Otherwise, it wouldn't happen. You see, the thing is like this. This is what is hard for Westerners especially to understand. I said, if you understand the yang and the yin, you don't need to ask any further questions. And all you I Ching buffs ought to know this by now. What is not a component of Western common sense is that nothing is something. Now, that may sound a little contradictory, but I think I can explain it. We treat nothingness as if it were ineffective, as if it wasn't really important at all. And yet, when we look out at the night and we see all these stars in space, try and imagine what the heavens would look like if there weren't any space. Then obviously there wouldn't be any stars. I mean, you could think that they will all be jammed together in a lump. There are various objections to that. How would you see the edge of the lump and know it was a lump without space around it? Furthermore, we know when we investigate the constitution of matter physically that at the atomic level, there's more space in something than there is anything else. University of Zen. Much later, physicists in the Argonne lab at the University of Chicago discovered this rest of the universe went around against enormous planet circles against the So now what point I'm making is this. If space is essential to something, it's perfectly obvious then that nothing is essential to something. If you can't have something without nothing, there's nothing without it. Because something comes out of it. Like that. It's a dog kind of lesson thought. It's less than the act of phase. It's the energy. Out of nothing comes nothing. That's not so. Out of nothing comes something. Now you say, well, if there's something comes out of nothing, must be something. Basically, inside nothing, have a secret structure of some kind. It must be something that comes out of nothing. How could this world generate? Could it just be out of free floating hydrogen? No, this is much simpler idea. It comes out of real solid nothing. It's so simple.
You've been listening to Alan Watts on Being God, here in New York City in 1971. It's from our Philosophy and Society series, and to download this and other similar videos, please visit alanwatts.org. Today's broadcast was brought to you by
this room where we are investing in a great deal of Shakti and love. When you come in here, quietly, begin to honor the space. Tomorrow morning, the incredible Hanuman, which is already, Hanuman has already gone into, so it's quite living, will be hung on the wall over there, just at kissable height, so that you can all share in investing it with the proper amount of love. And then it will be hung on the wall of the little Hanuman temple we will have in New York. It's really beautiful. There has been a very large amount of input today already. For some of you who already have a deep philosophical structure of what this is all about, it's all second nature to you. For others, you are totally confused. Happy, feeling a sense of well-being perhaps, but confused. That's okay. Well, I've said before and I'll say again, reforms are not what it's about.
What you are receiving this weekend, and I think you're beginning to understand what I'm talking about, you are receiving a transmission of the living spirit through a lineage. And you don't have to know all the words to receive the transmission by any means. Often when you're in India, you can go to a Wang, Tibetan Wang, where for 8 or 9 days there will be sutras recited. You will not understand a word of it, but you still receive transmission. Or as I said earlier today, we are beginning now to acknowledge realities other than that which is comfortable to the rational mind. And Hanuman is certainly a beginning of that. This morning, when we were out on the lawn doing the breathing, we went up over our heads, came back down to our heart. Up over our heads, back down to our heart. Wish we went close into the quiet, impersonal presence of God. We came back into our emotional involvement with humanity. Now that is a pattern of this lineage. And that's why Hanuman is characterized as kneeling and is represented as a servant of Ram, servant of God. For once a being had worked out their individual karma, his or her individual karma, by surrendering come to a point where you are not only dividing your package, the wires that attach you to this plane are so soft that with one flip, you go into God. You merge back into that which is without form. You do. And what is left behind is the residue of the package your body left behind. And your astral body dissolve, and you are slowly, your physical body disintegrates, goes back into dust and earth. You leave. Most beings, when they get to that point, recognize a choice. The choice is, at that point, of going into not the samadhis that you go into prior to that, where your breath stops, your body becomes stiff, and you go out of your body. That was at different levels of samadhi. There are even samadhis where your body doesn't stiffen. But there is a choice of going into what's called Mahasamadhi, which is where you indeed leave your body behind and merge back into God. Now you understand, most people that die don't have this option because they still have a lot of personal karma. And that personal karma, it's like you are say this flower with a soul. It has connected with a lot of what would be called, I don't know what you want to call them. There are names in Buddhism, Hinduism, everything for it. Sanskars, they're predisposing tendencies, you might call it. It's like a DNA code. It's clingy stuff. It's a set of desires that are still lurking in you. And this soul demands a form again to keep working out these desires. The desires keep projecting out a form. They keep creating form. The form may not be on the physical plane like this. You may end up in heaven. That would be nice. But after so many 100 years, 1,000 years, because time is different in each of these planes. It's still time, but it's different units of time. You use up that karma, and you leave that plane. You may just discorporate. You may not die because you don't die on those planes. And And then you are still an entity with certain karma, and you might come back then and take another human birth. But at some point in your evolution, you come to the point where the veil is very thin because the desires, the personal desires, are pretty well gone. There's nothing much you want. You're not attached to being in any particular form in heaven or earth. Everything is what it is, and you can acknowledge it. So, yes, you're right here. The only pull that is there now is the pull to merge back into God, which is like the pull in sex after a long foreplay, the pull for the orgasm. And as you approach that moment, your third eye is wide open, your eye be single, your being be full of light. You see the entire scene. You understand karma. You understand the laws. You understand the divine law of the universe. You understand all the Buddha fields. You understand the whole way of sanskara. You are wisdom at that moment. You see that all form is suffering. You see that anything in time has suffering in it. You see just what Buddha saw before he enunciated the Four Noble Truths. That moment you have choice. Choice to give up the form, go into the formless, or choice to play in the formless but come back into the form. Why would you come back into the form? It's what in Tibetan Buddhism is called the Bodhisattva vow. Why would you come back into the form? Not because of your personal karma anymore. That's all over. There's nothing in you pulling. You don't want anything. You even see the perfection of the universe, the perfection of God's work. You even see that the suffering itself, because you began to see that the suffering was what awakened you. You begin to see that the suffering is grace, even though most people don't see it because they're too deep in the illusion. Were there no need for the suffering, there would be no need for this world, and none of us would be on this planet at all. Wouldn't exist. This exists because of the karmic needs of the people on it. What you experience is collective karma. You identify with the suffering of all sentient beings. And that identification can keep you in form. At that point, your form is no longer personal. You are at that moment an instrument of God. You are at that moment, just as Buddha was when he returned from his enlightenment. You are an instrument of the Dharma. You are a statement which will enlighten those that are ready to be enlightened. That is your only function. It's the only reason you're on earth. The only reason you're here. For you're not going to get your rushes here, since your rushes come from orgasm with the infinite. And when you've had a lover like that, there's nothing in the world that has much pull. You can enjoy it all, but you have the choice to go into God. You have the choice to have it all. Why take little bits of it? See, at this point, you come here, the setting is beautiful, you will have some deep meditations, but then the pull of the world will be strong, and it'll pull you back, and you'll have to make an effort to meditate. When those feet shift, when the weight shifts, you just sit in meditation, and then you think, oh, now I have to leave this to go into form. And the weight has shifted. It's like getting up out of a bed where you're all cuddly on a cold morning to go and light the fire, or let the dog out, or the cat in, or change the baby, or go to work. When this balance of feet shifts, when you start to awaken, it dawns on you that the whole game is perfect. The whole game is perfect, including all the shit you've been through. It's all perfect. Even the way man's will screws it all up. It's still all, there's perfection in it. There is a tendency to get enamored of the impersonal, the cold impersonal, the beauty of it all, the beauty of the Leela. And you keep saying, but it's all an illusion anyway. What are we getting so upset about? Nothing to do, it's all an illusion. You get so fascinated with God, with enlightenment, with the wisdom of the ages. And in your zeal to do that, it's very easy to forget humanity, to forget politics, to forget human concerns, to forget human suffering, to overlook the daily. The image I've used in lectures that I got from my teacher, you get so busy looking at the snow, the pure white snow and the peaks of the Himalayas. Because for so many incarnations you've been looking out and down, and you finally look up and it's so beautiful. You've never been identified with so much beauty in your life. That you'd rather not have to look back down and see that right beneath your feet is blood on the snow, which is the blood from the heart of Jesus. It's the blood of the suffering of form. It's the pull of humanity. It's the pull of humanity. Now, does it seem premature that I'm talking about this to you? After all, most of you are much more pulled by humanity than you are by God. You are much more concerned with the crying of your child, or the hurt of the puppy dog, or the inequality in politics, or the way in which blacks are treated, or the way in which the religious struggles of people. Why am I talking to you about the pull of humanity? That's your problem. See, some of you have the disquieting feeling, I've got to be careful because all these people that go to God, they forget about the world. And what about politics? And what about economics? And what about social responsibility? And am I really playing my part in the dance? As you go up, if you're going up in perfection, as you go up, you keep looking down as well as up. You have one eye going up and one eye going down. One eye is in the world and one eye is in God. If both eyes are in the world, you have nothing to offer mankind except more suffering, because you are lost in the illusion. If both eyes are on God, you've forgotten about the world and you couldn't care less, so you don't offer them anything anyway. The predicament is that when you start this journey, you get a little bit of clarity and you want to rush and use it for other people to help your family, your friends, others who are suffering. But that desire is not one that is without attachment. It is an attached desire. It has to do with the guilt that maybe you got something special. It has to do with your attachment to this suffering. And the motivation for why you're doing that does not liberate those people. What most of you will do to help other human beings will help them on one level, on the physical level. If you feed somebody and fill their belly, you help them. If you give them clothing, if you help them raise food, if you help them with medical things, if you help them because they're hurt, if you help them because they're lost, you would help them on the physical plane, but your motivation for helping them may well have been such that though you helped them on one plane, you perpetuated the illusion of their separateness and thus their suffering. To know that does not drive you to not serve, but it drives you to remember and serve humanity as an exercise and a vehicle for becoming enlightened. For ultimately, the only thing that frees another being is a free being. As Ramakrishna said, if you are in quicksand, you cannot free another. I'm an example of that. I'm not a fully realized being. And quite honestly, it's very difficult for me to leave my meditations with God to come and do this. This is my work. This is humanity. This is the pull. I have to do this. This is part of my being. This is my route to God. I've got to do this. But as I do it, I am only doing it as an exercise for my own liberation, because if I am doing it motivated to helping you as my motivation, I am attached to me being a helper and you being that which is help, and I am actually pushing you away. And the way I'm helping you is somebody who needs to be helped. And in the long run, I am perpetuating your illusion of separateness. That's a very subtle point, and it may be just too much for you to grasp. Do any of you hear what I'm talking about? And what I just said is part of the way, in words, that you are protected from that illusion that I still retain. As I'm telling you, it exists. My work is with God, and you are the instruments and the vehicles of my coming to God. And because of that, you are protected. I can't explain to you the subtlety of the way this works, because it's an astral type subtlety. But you are totally protected from being hurt in the spiritual sense by my being, because of the purity of my commitment to God. Maharaji in India once said, I said, Maharaj, you can't send me back to America because I'm so impure, and I don't mind my own karma, but I can't stand laying karma on other people. Maharaji said, Ramdas could not hurt anybody in America. And the not hurting anybody comes not because everything I say is totally the statement of God, but because of my motivation in being with you. For I don't in truth want power over you. I don't want to control you. I don't want you to worship me. I don't want to collect you. I don't need you. There is no rush that you give me that is anywhere near 1/1000th what I can get from sitting down in front of my puja table and being in love with God. Not 1/100000th of it. It is that preoccupation with God in me that is what liberates you through whatever it is that I do with you. It's because I don't want you and I don't need you. For if there was the least vibration in me of wanting you or needing you, that would feed your paranoia. It would feed the place in you that is looking, because of your long history of being had, looking for the way in which you are being conned or exploited this round. Most of you, since you were little children, closed off from trusting other human beings because everybody wanted something. They wanted your body, they wanted your soul, they wanted your mind, they wanted your money, they wanted your power, they wanted something. They wanted your adoration, your adulation, they wanted something. And that closed offness closes you off not only from your fellow man, it closes you off from the flow of the universe, it closes you off from God. You can't afford the paranoia that most of you have lived with most of your life. The funny thing is you don't need it either. Because you aren't as vulnerable as you thought you were. As you begin to recognize who you are, as I'm trying to show you who you are is not vulnerable to the human foibles. Nobody can do anything to your soul that way. They can screw around with your body and your mind. You aren't as vulnerable as you think you are. And before you will know God, you will be able to stand naked and wide open, with heart wide open, as all of the possible horror shows of humanity surround you and pour on you and through you. You will be able to look at disaster, at starvation, at flood, at horror, at death of beloveds. You will be able to look at violence and ugliness, whether it's done to you or another, with your heart wide open, with blood pouring out of it upon the snow. And at the same moment, that other eye is looking up and sees the total perfection of the dance. And you will have perfect equanimity. Most of you now, when it gets ugly, you turn your heart on. You get cold, you go into your mind in order to protect yourself because you feel so vulnerable. And most marriages are battles of who's hurting who. When you understand what this dance is, nobody can hurt anyone else. If you come on to me and you're ugly and angry and violent, that's your karma. If I react to it, that's my I know I'm going to God, I eat that bitchy. Very thick and you get nauseous if you eat too much. It's funny to run these workshops, you know, because I know that about a 15-minute message is really about the capacity, when it's dense, of human consciousness. But then we have 24 hours a day. And it's very delicate to design a dance that allows for the density of this transmission. And if we went on for a month, we would get so there would be 15-minute messages about 3 times a day, and all the rest would be meditation. So that's all you really need. But you don't know you need that yet. So I have to keep doing this stuff because you think you need it. You gotta understand how humorous the whole bizarre tradition is. Up to a year and a half ago, I had been trained in many ways. I had been life. I was honored and respected as a spiritual teacher in America. I had my gig down to the school. People loved me, respected me, honored me. I could earn a living. Be here now is Maharaji's gift to everybody through me. I could have written that for this lifetime. And I have a great love that it wasn't
Flora Principato, Flora Rey, Cantos
What are you doing today?
I was listening to Il Fortuna.
If you're taking a trip with your friends, why pay for 4 hotel rooms to stay apart from your friends? Get an Airbnb and stay together for less.
I was watching Amadeus, about Mozart last night. He's a real interesting genius and a character.
Yeah, if you get a chance, go on YouTube and look up Carmina Burana.
Yeah.
And listen to and watch the performance videos because it's just incredible. It's you could pay money. Like tomorrow, there's a performance at the Lyric Opera House at 2:00. It's like $100. I mean, if you were in town, I'd take you, but I'm not going to go by myself. And my point is, you can go on YouTube and watch the most amazing performances of all time. From the 80s, from the 90s, they're just incredible performances.
Don't they mesmerize you?
Yeah, they're just incredible because they're not new. They performed these things back in the 1600s, 1700s, etc. Whenever these incredible directors, creators, they're just repeating stuff. You see what I'm saying? Like they're playing it over. Not like if you listen to it, if you go on YouTube, you get my point.
You know, I was just thinking about these music geniuses. What do they call the young children that have the
prodigies?
Knack?
Prodigies.
I guess since mankind began, there were prodigies.
Yeah.
And that's how the world has processed learning through these prodigies.
Yeah.
I can't say I've ever met one. I see them. You know, they'll have them come on a show. But it's interesting how their brains have been blown up to a higher ratio of learning. So I was just going over a lot of paper processing. I just got my property tax bill.
Don't stress. You know, I read a lot of books, and you know what? All these world religions I looked at the reviews afterwards.
Et in secca deci voluntas mes, et in mane quesiet, in taverna post vespera muse grediet, et sic denudatus veste clamavit. Existis obs pupissima! Nos prendite Galia,
That is lies over lies upon lies. This time is blind. Okay, everybody, this is Carmina Burana. Here we go.
virginali contus ateo, novus, novus, novus amores. Contus gloreo, iam amore virginali contus ateo, novus, novus, novus amores.
When you're launching a new product with a tight deadline,
2 weeks?
Grandma's tone suggestion.
Chris in the house. I'm at the orchestra. Oh, shh. Chris, I'm at the orchestra right now. I'm at the Chicago Symphonic Orchestra. It's incredible. I'm live on Clubhouse. Live on Clubhouse. That's right. The public is live on Clubhouse at the Chicago Symphonic Orchestra. Shh. Promote the room. Invite people to the room, Chris. Invite people to the room. Grow the room. Grow the room. Grow the room. Here we go. This is going to be an hour and 45 minutes long. I'm headed to the pizza parlor, Chris, to nourish my body. Blessings to you, young man. God bless you. God bless your wife. God bless your family. God bless everything. God bless everything. Rabbeinu Shalom. Rabbeinu Shalom. Chris, do you want to say hello? All right, so you're live on my YouTube channel. We got 3 viewers. We're playing Leonard Bernstein, number 3, 1972. But you know what we're going to do? We're going to go back to the Carmina Burana. Chris, do you know what the Carmina Burana is?
No, never heard of it.
Well, here it is. The Latin and English subtitles is where it's at. I hate to endorse Catholicism, but are you Catholic?
No, I don't belong to that church.
Are you Protestant?
Not really.
Just what kind of
follow the Bible. So
what kind of Christian are you?
a Bible follower.
You're a Bible follower, Christian?
Yeah. So like whatever church follows the Bible closely, then I'll follow that church. But it's the Bible first.
He's a Bible first. Are you an American firster?
No, not really.
Globalized society. Alright, enough of your bullshit, Chris. You still brainwashed, son. You still ain't fucking man enough, bro. We're gonna make you into an Andrew Tate clone. We're gonna try our best. Listen closely. Chris, are you listening? Hello?
Deus et subtilis, novum mundo regerat, acquirem apris. Amore properat animus eris, et io cumbis imperat Deus pueri. Tanta novitas, in solemni breve, et veris autoritas, ubetus aurere, idas brevet solitas, et in tuo bene, ides est probitas, murre direre.
Question: would you build a website for a major brand with more than 200 million users using
Suck on my dick.
Welcome to Being in the Way with Alan Watts. I'm Mark Watts, your host, and today's talk is on being God, which was recorded in 1971 in New York City at a conference on Western therapy and Eastern religions. Like last week's talk, Zen Bones, it's a big hall presentation given to hundreds of people who attended the conference. And in it, my father explores both Western therapy and Western religions in relationship to the mystical experiences or altered states that are the basis of Eastern religions. He points out that neither Western therapy nor Western religions are particularly equipped to deal with individuals who've had these experiences. And in the course of the talk, he invites everyone there to participate with him in a clinical experiment in which he positions himself as a patient who's had one of these experiences and believes himself to be God, and invites the audience to ask any questions they like. The results are lively, at times hilarious, and definitely enlightening as he pivots from idea to idea and question to question and delivers a remarkable performance. And now here's Alan Watts in On Being God.
Between Western psychology, psychiatry, and psychotherapy, and the so-called religions of Asia, there is common ground because both are interested in changing states of human consciousness. Whereas institutional Western religion, Christianity, Judaism, and even Islam, are relatively less interested in this matter. Western religions are more concerned with behavior, doctrine, and belief than with any transformation of the way in which we are aware of ourselves and of the world. But this matter concerns psychiatry and psychology very much. Only those states of consciousness which are not normal are usually treated in Western psychology as being in some way sick. There are, of course, exceptions to this, and there have increasingly been exceptions. In the work of Jung, and to some extent even of Grodek, of Prinzhorn, of more modern people, Rogers and Ronald Lang. Changing consciousness is often looked upon as a form of therapy. But in general, different states of consciousness from the normal are regarded as a form of sickness. And therefore, official and institutional psychiatry constitutes itself the guardian of sanity and of socially approved experience of reality. And very often it seems to me that reality appears rather much the way the world is seen on a bleak Monday morning. In this official doctrine, I might even say dogma, of what reality is. Because after all, we know that our science, such as it is of psychology, is founded in the scientific naturalism of the 19th century. And the metaphysical and mythological assumptions of that science still underlie a great deal of psychological thinking, in behaviorism eminently, but also to a large extent in official psychoanalysis. Indeed, one might say that psychoanalysis is based on Newtonian mechanics and in fact could be called psychohydraulics. Not that that analogy is altogether inappropriate, because there are certainly respects in which our psychic life flows and exhibits the dynamics of water. But of course, we want to know what kind of water. And for the scientific naturalism of the 19th century, the basic energies of nature were considered to be very much inferior to human consciousness in quality. Ernst Haeckel, a biologist of that time, would think of the energy of the universe as blind energy. And correspondingly, it seems to me that Freud thought of the libido as essentially blind, unconscious energy, embodying only a kind of formless, unstructured, and insatiable lust. This is a generalization. Some modification in that thinking is, of course, possible. But the tendency is to regard all that which lies below the surface of human consciousness as being less evolved, because you must remember that this was also the time of Darwin's theories of evolution, of seeing the human mind as a fortuitous development from much more primitive forms of life, coming forth by purely mechanical processes, by natural selection and by the survival of the fittest. And therefore, man was in general seen as a fluke of nature, an embodiment of reason, emotion, and values, for which the more basic processes of nature had no sympathy and about which they did not care. If, therefore, the human race is to flourish, we must take charge of evolution. It can no longer be left to spontaneous process, but it must be directed by human ingenuity, despite the fact that although our brains are capable of dealing with a colossal number of variables at once, our conscious attention is not. Most people cannot consider more than 3 variables at the same time without using a pencil. And this shows that in many ways, the scanning process of man's conscious attention is very inadequate for dealing with the infinitely many variables, the multidimensional processes of the natural universe. However, a serious attempt has been made, and scientific naturalism issued in a fantastic fight with nature. In this whole notion of the conquest and subordination of nature, which has, as a matter of fact, very ancient, non-scientific and biblical origins, with the idea of man as the head and chief and ruler of nature in the image of God. And the time has now dawned upon us all when our attempts to beat nature into submission are having alarming results, because we see that it's very dangerous to mess around with processes that we don't understand, that have enormous numbers of variables, and we begin to wonder whether we hadn't better let well enough alone. At the same time, although I said that Western psychology had more in common, or more common interest with Oriental religion than it does with Western religion, there is a sense in which psychiatry and psychotherapy are becoming the religion of the West. Psychoanalysis has much in common with the forms and procedures of institutional religion. There is, for example, apostolic succession, the passing down of mana, of qualified power to practice therapy, from the father founder, Sigmund Freud, through his immediate apostles, to an enormous company of archbishops and bishops, among whom there are, of course, as there were with Christianity, heresiarchs, such as Jung and Grodek and Rank and Reich. And the heresiarchs are duly excommunicated and anathematized. There are rituals, as there are also rituals with religion. There is the sacrament of the couch. There is the spiritual discipline of free association. There is the mystic knowledge of the interpretation of dreams. And there are also the two great symbolic fetishes, the long one and the round one. Now, it's extraordinarily easy to make fun of all this. And we must not forget that we owe a tremendous debt to Freud, if for nothing else than pointing out that much of ourselves of which we are aware in terms of the conscious ego is not really ourselves. It is something superficial. However we define its nature, it is superficial. And the realities of human life are not under the gaze of its scanning process, at least not in the ordinary way. And that was a tremendous revelation. There's no question about that. But one sees troublesome signs when the doctrines and processes of psychiatry, psychoanalysis, and so forth become officialized. And I think Thomas Sass, in his books, The Myth of Mental Illness and The Manufacture of Madness, is pointing out something extremely important to us, which is that, in effect, the psychological official of today is the priest, and that he is beginning to exercise the same sort of controls over human life as were exercised by the church in the Middle Ages. So that a professor of psychiatry at at Columbia or Harvard or Yale medical schools has today the same sort of intellectual respectability and authority as the professor of theology at the University of Toledo or Padua would have had in the year 1400. Now you must realize that the theologians of those days not simply believed in their cosmology and the theology, they almost knew it was true in the same way that our scientists know certain things to be true. Despite the fact that they change their opinions very often, while they hold them, they have in effect the force of dogma, as witness the anathematization of Velikovsky for his uncomfortable ideas. And therefore, there are heresies existing today which are persecuted in the same way as heresies were persecuted by the Holy Inquisition. And they are persecuted out of kindness, in exactly the same way that the Holy Inquisition persecuted heresy out of kindness and deep concern for human beings. That is unimaginable to us, but it was so. For after all, if you seriously believe that someone who did not hold the Catholic faith and who voluntarily rejected it would be tortured physically and spiritually forever and ever and ever in hell, you would resort to almost any means to preserve a fellow human being from such a fate, especially if the complaint or disease of heresy from which he suffered was infectious. You would first of all reason with him. And if he was not responsive to reason, you would resort to abuse and to forceful argument. And if he was not responsive to that, you would give him shock treatment and bang him about. If that didn't work, the thumbscrew and the rack and the Iron Maiden. And if that didn't work, as a last desperate resort, you would burn him at the stake in the pious hope that in the midst of those searing fires he would think better and make a last act of perfect contrition, and so be rescued from everlasting damnation. And you did all this within the spirit of this is going to hurt me more than it's going to hurt you. In the spirit of a surgeon who is very, very sorry indeed that he has to make you undergo this extremely painful operation. But it is in your best interests, and there really is at least a 50-50 chance that you may survive. And so, therefore, in perfectly scientific medical spirit, people may be very arbitrarily and without due process deprived of their civil rights, incarcerated in prisons that are in many cases much worse than prisons for criminals, and generally left to rot, be neglected and ignored, and when bumptious, given shock treatment or put in solitary confinement. For what? Because they have unorthodox and heretical states of consciousness. A lot of these people are not dangerous until provoked into being dangerous by being ignored, by being treated as machines, and in generally defined as non-human. And if you are defined as non-human, there's precious little you can do about it, because everything you say that sounds human will be taken as a kind of utterance of a mechanical man, as imitating humanness out of lunatic cunning. You will be suspicious. Everything you say will be listened to in a different way and with different ears. And you will have one hell of a time talking yourself out of it, because there really are no rules as to what one must do when incarcerated for having unorthodox consciousness. There is no clear road to repentance. And this is found likewise in jails, where people are incarcerated on 1 to 10-year sentences, as in places like Vacaville, California, where when I visited such prisons, young men have come to me in perfect desperation, saying, I don't know what's happened to me, because I want to live like a decent citizen. I know I've done things that are wrong, but I simply don't know what is expected of me here. If I try to do what's expected, they say I'm compliant. And that seems to be some sort of a sickness. Thomas Sass drew attention to this when he quoted a discussion of the types of school children who may very well need therapy. There were overachieving children. There were underachieving children. There were children who exhibited erratic patterns. There were children who were sort of dully mediocre. In fact, every sort of child can be given a diagnostic name for his behavior which sounds sick. As Jung once suggested, life itself is a disease with a very poor prognosis. It lingers on for years and invariably ends with death. And I submit that in our present knowledge of the human mind, such power in the hands of psychiatrists is amazingly dangerous. For I would suggest that today we know about as much concerning the human mind as we knew about the galaxy in 1300. And that while there are indeed individuals who are certainly able to perform psychotherapy, it is the sheerest arrogance for anybody to say that he is officially qualified to do so. We do not know how it is done, just as we do not know, really, how musical, artistic, and literary genius is done. You cannot really teach it. You can put the tools for doing these things into people's hands, and you can show them how to use the tools. But whether they will use those tools with genius is quite unpredictable. And this is above all true of the art of psychotherapy. We don't know how it's done. We've got some vague ideas. There probably are some people who, by reason of their mental derangement, are probably not qualified to perform it, because they are maybe out just to make other people into messes. But to say that there are certain standards and certain examinations that can be passed and certificates that can be issued, which do indeed qualify people for this work, is, I think, pernicious nonsense. And is used, of course, out of economic self-interest, when those who consider themselves official therapists run into competition. The same was done by religion. I was talking, imagine it, to a Buddhist priest in Thailand some years ago. I was looking at some books in a bookshop in the precincts of a Buddhist temple. And I was wandering over, and I noticed a book on a certain form of Buddhist meditation. And I murmured, Satipatthana, which is the name of a certain kind of Buddhist meditation. And a voice suddenly said to me, "You practice Satipatthana?" I looked up, and there was a skinny Buddhist monk in a yellow robe with rather red eyes looking at me. I said, "Not exactly Satipatthana. I use a different method. It's called Zen." "Oh, Satipatthana, not Zen." I said, "Oh, well, it's something like it, isn't it?" "No." "Well, it's rather like yoga," I said, "isn't it?" "Not yoga. No, Satipatthana different. Only right way." "Well, look," I said to him, "I have a lot of Roman Catholic friends who tell me that their way is the only right way. Who am I to believe?" "You know," I said, you're like someone who's got a ferry boat for crossing the river." I used the Buddhist simile. "And another fellow down the stream has opened up ferry business. And you go to the government and say, he's not authorized to operate a ferry boat because he's competition to you. Let all operate ferry boats who will. And if you haven't got the sense to stay off one that sinks, it's your fault." After all, I could say to him, "You believe that everything that happens to you is your own karma." So why worry? But now, it's so interesting that since official psychiatry, and I underline that word official because I hope those of you in this audience who are therapists will regard yourselves as unofficial. At least that'll give you an out. But nevertheless, official psychiatry has curious things in common with Western religion, as well as with Eastern. With Eastern, I said, only insofar as it has an interest in states of consciousness and inclines to regard other states of consciousness than the ordinary as sick. But it has one very important feature in common with Western religion. And to that, we have to go a little bit into Western religious history and ask ourselves what in Western religion, and especially in Christianity, and this goes also for Judaism, Islam, what is the great heresy? Curiously enough, the great heresy was first in the West committed by no less a person than Jesus Christ, who believed himself to be God. This, of course, will be unquestionably true if you think that the Gospel of St. John has historical value. It's a little vaguer in the Synoptic Gospels, but if you read the Gospel of St. John, there is absolutely no doubt about it, for he said, I and the Father are one. He who has seen me has seen the Father. Before Abraham was, I am. I am the way, the truth, and the life. I am the resurrection and the life. He said all that, according to this Gospel. And that is something that in the Western world you are not supposed to say. Especially you are not supposed to believe it. And naturally it was very difficult for Jesus because he was saying all this in the context of the Hebrew culture. And he tried to find language in the Hebrew scriptures with which to express his state of consciousness, because he had an unusual state of consciousness. As I read it, he had cosmic consciousness, otherwise known as mystical experience, otherwise known as moksha, nirvana, bodhi, satori, fana elvana, or what you will. And that happens to people. It has happened as far back as we know. It happens all over the world and in all cultures. We don't know very much about it. We don't really know ways in which to make it happen, because it seems to be of the nature of it that it is a spontaneous surprise. But it unquestionably happens. And most people keep their mouths shut about it when it does. I had a friend who, in the middle of having a stroke, had this illumination. And he said to me, I fear to speak to my friends of this, but it was the most beautiful experience. I shall never be afraid of death. In fact, I recommend everyone to have a stroke. This was my friend Jean Varda, lately deceased, Greek painter. But Jesus certainly had this transformation of consciousness. And he was crucified for it. Why? Because he had committed an act of insubordination and treason against the cosmic government. Because if you believe that God is a monarch, an absolute, omniscient, and omnipotent authority, shall we say a sort of cosmic ego, then to claim to be that is to introduce democracy into the kingdom of heaven, to usurp divine authority, and to speak in its name without proper authorization. And they asked Jesus, by what authority do you speak? Of heaven or of men? And he was tricky about answering that one. He said, by what authority did John the Baptist speak? And they were nervous about answering that one. He could have asked, by what authority did Isaiah speak, etc., or Moses. But Moses became official authority. And if you could wangle it, that what you said was simply an extension of what Moses said, because Rabbi so-and-so said it, who got it from Rabbi so-and-so, who got it from Rabbi so-and-so, who got it from Moses, then it's okay. Notice this, that to be an authority today in the academic world depends on documentation. It's not enough to say, for I say unto you, you must put in your footnotes. And the more the footnotes, the more the authority, obviously. So, our dissertations tend to be books about books, about books, about books. And our libraries multiply by mitosis. So, when somebody speaks as an authority, that means speaks as the author. That's all it means. It's a statement of which you are the author, and therefore for which you assume responsibility. That is to speak with authority. And to be original is likewise not to be freaky, but to speak from the origin. That is what Christians mean when they say to speak in the Spirit, to have your mouth possessed by the Holy Spirit, as they believe the mouth of Jesus was possessed by the Holy Spirit. So the gospel of Jesus, which of course was hushed up from its inception, was that wake up everybody and find out who you are. Asking that, again in the Gospel of St. John, they, pointing to his disciples, may be one, even as you, Father, and I are one. And when he was accused of blasphemy, the Jews took up stones to stone him, you know. And he said, many good works have I shown you from the Father, and from which of these do you stone me? And they said, for a good work we don't stone you, but for blasphemy, because you being a man make yourself God. Now listen to the reply. He said, is it not written in your law, I have said ye are gods? And if that is what the scripture says, it can't be denied. So why do you tell me I blaspheme because I say I am a son of God? No answer. Because I said I am a son of God. It doesn't say that in your King James translation. It says I am the Son of God. And you'll see the "the" italicized, and you will think that that is for emphasis if you don't realize that passages in italics in the King James Bible are interpolations by the translators. So, son of, in Hebrew and in Arabic, means of the nature of. When we call someone a son of a bitch, we mean bitchy. And so if you call someone a son of God, you mean divine. Of the nature of God. As the Nicene Creed subsequently defined it, he is of one substance with the Father. But what happened was that this being blasphemy for the Jews, it became blasphemy for the Christians, for anyone else than Jesus to say it. They said, okay, baby, it was so with you, but there it stops. No more of this business. And as a result of that, Jesus was made irrelevant by pedestalization, by being kicked upstairs. In spite of the fact that he said, greater works than these that I do shall you do. Oh no, upstairs with you, baby, because we just can't have that sort of thing going on in a monarchical universe. We're not going to have democracy in the kingdom of heaven. So, this is why the gospel is impossible, because we are supposed to follow the example of Christ. where he says, for example, be not anxious for the morrow. Do not worry about what you shall eat, what you shall drink, and what you shall wear. God will take care of you. Doesn't he take care of the birds? Don't the flowers grow? And they're wonderful. They're crazy. They're great. What are you worrying about? I've never heard a sermon preached on that. Never. Because it's totally subversive. The economy would crash. So they say, oh, yes, that's all very well, but he was the boss's son. See, he had that colossal advantage. Take up your cross and follow him. Hey, but wait a minute. I don't know I'm going to be resurrected 3 days later. I can't do all those miracles. He had an unfair advantage. So how can you ask us to follow the example of Christ? But supposing he didn't have an unfair advantage. Supposing that what was true about Jesus as a Son of God is true of us. Only a few of us know it. And we are pretty careful to be quiet about it, lest the same thing happen to us as happened to Jesus. And indeed it often does. And you know, you get these people from Arkansas or Texas or anywhere in the Bible Belt who never heard of the Upanishads. And they have this cosmic consciousness experience. And they realize that that's what happened to Jesus. They say, I'm Jesus, come back. Well, everybody says to them, you aren't Jesus? It's pretty obvious you're not Jesus. You just Joe Dokes. Well, he says that's what they said about Jesus. He has a perfect argument, except they say you're not much of a Jesus. They say, all right, if you're Jesus, command that these stones be bread. And he says, a wicked and deceitful generation seeketh for a sign, and there shall no sign be given. Now, why talk about this? Is it interesting? Is it important for the human being to realize that in some sense of the word, whatever it means, he is God or one with God? As is plainly taught by the Hindus, hinted at by the Buddhists, only they don't like to put it out as a concept in case people will use the concept as an idol to hang on to. They want you to find out for yourself and not believe in it. And certainly the Taoists understand it, the Sufis understand it, a lot of people understand it. But so what? Well, the importance of it is this, that to know that you are God is another way of saying that you feel completely with this universe. You feel profoundly rooted in it and connected with it. You feel, in other words, that the whole energy which expresses itself in the galaxies is intimate. It is not something to which you are a stranger, but it is that with which you, whatever that is, are intimately bound up. That in your seeing, your hearing, your talking, your thinking, your moving, you express that which it is which moves the sun and other stars. And if you don't know that, if you don't feel that, well, naturally you feel alien. You feel a stranger in the world. And if you feel a stranger, you feel hostile. And therefore, you start to bulldoze things about, to beat it up, and to try and make the world submit to your will, and you become a real troublemaker. So I feel also one reason why you become hostile is that feeling that you were just brought into this place, that your father and mother went up to some monkey business that they probably shouldn't have done, or it was bad rubber goods, and as a result of this, here you are, and you didn't ask to be here. Well, you always feel you can turn around and blame them. You can blame somebody. You can blame the government. You can blame the rascals. You can blame the cheaters. Always supposing you yourself aren't a rascal, which is long odds. You always can blame someone and say, I didn't ask for it. Take it away. And yet, very few people are all too ready to take it away. Camus said that the only serious philosophical problem is whether or not to commit suicide. And if you don't say take it away, what are you going to do? You've really got to assume responsibility for it. You've got to say yes to what happens. It's my karma. And that doesn't mean merely, there are many misinterpretations of the doctrine of karma. It's usually impopularly understood that what happens to you, either fortunate or unfortunate, is the result of good or bad deeds in a previous life. Well, that's popular superstition. The real meaning of karma, the word in Sanskrit means simply doing. And if I say of an event, it is your karma, it is saying it is your doing. So the exposition, a book which would expound karma, would be not so much a whodunit as a youdunit. But that seems fantastic. Now, therefore, what I propose we do is that we, instead of just ideologizing, we have a clinical experience. You know, in psychiatric school, in medical school, it's very usual for a doctor to bring a patient out in front of the students and talk with the patient as a kind of demonstration. He says, I want you to recognize the difference between a psychopath and a manic depressive or a schizophrenic or something. They don't know what all these things mean. And especially the schizophrenia. And so he has a dialogue with the patient right there. So let us suppose that I'm the patient, and you are the students and the doctors. And I suffer from what you would call the delusion that I'm God. And therefore, you might want to do something about me, or with me, or humor me, or ask me questions. And so I'm perfectly willing to submit to your examination and your treatment, and invite you to help yourselves.
When did you become God?
Now.
Will you marry me?
No. Yes.
God, you sleep on your stomach or your back?
Sleeping is like politics. One sleeps on the right side, and then when you're tired of that, you sleep on the left. When you're tired of that, you sleep on your back. And when you're tired of that, you sleep on your stomach. And it is thus that the world goes round.
You are God now. What were you yesterday?
Now, you don't become God.
Am I also God?
Yes.
Are we then the same person?
No. Remember, 3 persons but one God. Could I tell you a little bit about Satan? Yes. Although the matter is a little esoteric, but I told you all about it in the book of Job, where you will see that in the court of heaven, Satan is the district attorney. He is not, as Christians imagine, the enemy of heaven and the enemy of mankind. He's merely the person who sees the bad side of things and carries out the dirty work. And therefore, he saw Job and wondered whether Job really was as great a guy as he seemed to be, and suggested that God should appoint a committee of investigation to find out. And the committee did its work very thoroughly, but the case went against Satan, because it was proved in the end that Job was an honorable man. Now, you notice that although we pay the salary of the district attorney, whenever there's a great criminal case before the public eye, people begin to take the side of the underdog. And the prosecutor always has less public sympathy than the defense, except in political trials. Now, on the right hand of God, and you know the defense is always on the right hand of the judge in court, is our only mediator and advocate, which is a phrase referring to Jesus Christ our Lord. So there is the defense and there is the prosecution. And it is the function of Satan to be the prosecutor. There is a good deal more to it than that, because before all this started, as in a stage play, there was an arrangement in the green room before coming on stage in which certain things were understood, but that are only to be revealed when the curtain goes down at the end of the play.
Is Job God too?
Yes, but he doesn't know it.
Why do you hide from the sight of so many?
Why do you hide? It's for the same reason you're hiding. Yes. Who else? What? Man has free will to the extent that he knows who he is. Not otherwise. Where I got it from. Yes, to the extent that she knows who she is, yes.
Man has free will to know just what he is, and man is God. Then you'd say that you are no more than any God in this room, or any man.
That is correct. I'm no more God than any of you.
Then you only have the power to know who you are.
Well, that is saying quite a bit, yes.
What is not God?
What is not God? There is nothing that is not God.
How do you learn who you are?
It's like waking up from a dream. After a while, one's experience begins to have what I would call a haven't we been here before feeling. Going round and round and round. And then you begin wondering, where am I going? And to answer that question, you have to try and find out what you want. And so I went into that very thoroughly. What do I want to happen? And of course, as soon as you ask yourself that, you begin to fantasize. And our amazing technology is, of course, an expression of human desire for power, for what we want to achieve. So I simply set myself to thinking through how far we could go. And so I soon found myself at a great push-button place where I had a fantastic mechanism with buttons available for every conceivable thing I could wish. So I spent quite a bit of time playing with those. And science fiction wasn't in it. You know, you go going like that, and here is Cleopatra. And so on, you know, and then press this button, symphonic music in 4-channel sound, 16-channel sound, anything, you know, all possible pleasures are available. And when, you know, you're like everybody's dream of the Sultan in the palace, you suddenly notice there's a button labeled surprise. You push that, and here we are. Is boredom a problem? Yes, boredom is, of course, the problem. Boredom is the other side of creativity. And the energy of creation has that is the yang, the yin side of that energy is called boredom. Everything, of course, is fundamentally yang and yin. If you understand that, you really don't need to understand anything else.
As God, what responsibility do you feel to ameliorate evil in the world?
As God, what responsibility do I feel to ameliorate evil in the world? I begin with the point that I am responsible for the way the world is. If I couldn't feel that, I'd have to blame somebody else. I'm not willing to do that because I know that under various changing circumstances, it might be appropriate for me to be as big a rascal as rascals have been. Now, as to improving the world is always improving. It may look to some people slow, but it's improving even when it is declining, because the world works in an undulatory process, like a wave. It goes up and it goes down, it goes up and it goes down. And it couldn't go up all the time, because if it did, we wouldn't know that that was up. So it goes down some of the time so that we can know when it goes up, because if we didn't know when it went up, it would be like being in a space where everything was light. There'd be nothing to write home about. There would be no black marks on the space, and so it would be like a piece of perfectly empty paper. Similarly, to be in a completely black space would also be a kind of unconsciousness with nothing to write home about, because there'd be nothing would make any difference. So therefore, if you're going to have black, you won't know that it's black unless you have some white, and if you're going to have white, you won't know that it's white unless you have some black.
Why do you think us both love one another? Because if we get to that point, there won't be any of these ups and downs we'll have to tell you.
Correct, but that's not a teaching, it's a koan. A koan. A koan is a Japanese word for a spiritual problem used in Zen Buddhism, such as, what is the sound of one hand? And these problems are given to those who ask questions concerning their spiritual development. And sometimes, as St. Paul pointed out, commandments are given not in the expectation that they will be obeyed, but in the expectation that they will reveal something to those who hear them. That was St. Paul's comment on the whole Mosaic law. Yes, sir. What? Yes.
What of the hereafter? Is there a heaven? Is there a purgatory? Is there a hell?
The hereafter is, of course, now. Because if you will examine it closely, there is no when else than now. And if you want to make hell of it, you can make hell of it. If you want to make heaven of it, you can make heaven of it. Purgatory, purgatory. It's all here. Always was, always will be. What is death? Death is an undulation in consciousness. How would you know you were alive unless you had once been dead? Yes.
You realize the same way that Jesus was the will of God, why was it unnecessary for him to have material possessions and necessary for you?
It wasn't unnecessary for him to have material possessions. They said of St. John the Baptist that he was an ascetic, but of Jesus, this man consorts with gluttoners and wine bibbers and comes eating and drinking. And when the lady Mary poured precious ointment on his feet and anointed him, they said the same thing that the members of the vestry say to the minister today. Why this great expense? Couldn't it all have been sold for much money and given to the poor?
But it's a problem.
It is a problem, sure. But you see, in many ways, when you get down to these very deep ethical problems, where there sure is no easy decision one way or the other, you must look at the problem from the point of view of an artist. Which way of doing this is in some sense greater? It may be better to go off with a bang than with a whimper. Let me see.
Yeah. All the time. I mean, in consciousness all the time.
There is no time, my dear. It's always now.
And during every event, and it's time. At every precise moment.
Oh, yes, if you put it that way, of course.
You are consciously God as an experiencing unit on this plane of.
Wait a moment, consciously, not necessarily, because that would spoil the fun. If you press button surprise, you'll press the button so that you forget who you are.
Right, so that you don't always know the answers to your problem.
Yes, that's perfectly true. This is called, in the Bible, kenosis. In St. Paul's epistle to the Philippians, he says, "Let this mind be in you, which was also in Christ Jesus, who, being in the form of God, thought not equality with God a thing to be grasped, but humbled himself, and made himself of no reputation, and was found in fashion as a man, and became obedient to death." And so you get from this the kenotic theory of creation, held by some of the Greek fathers, that the creation of the universe is the self-emptying or self-forgetting of the Godhead. Yes, I think it's your turn now.
How does your concept of creation evil so that man could see how good is different from the old story of a man beating his head against the wall so he could feel how good it is and stuff?
It's really rather like it. Because the universe is fundamentally a system which creeps up on itself and then says, "Ooh," and then it laughs at itself for jumping. And you see, every time it does it, it forgets that it did it before. So it never becomes a bore. Yes, the lady in red.
Can you make yourself into a point of consciousness to travel around the cosmos, such as Dr. Lilly was speaking of last night in talking about the story?
Yes, but it isn't necessary to travel. The question is, can I make myself into a point of consciousness and travel around the cosmos and see things from all sorts of places? I say, yes, but it isn't necessary to travel. One is already there. In other words, I'm using your eyes where you are, like you're using mine. Just in the same way, my head is not my feet. It uses my feet. The head is very different from the feet. You couldn't possibly say the head and the feet are the same, but they are one organism.
They each have a soul.
Two.
What do you do about the boredom?
What do I do about boredom? Press button surprise.
Oh, it's always there.
Yes, always. Yes, the lady in purple here.
You talk about, it seems to me, at least in my own case, and maybe many people, that one of the biggest problems in life is being forced to earn a living in something we do not want to value. And I often wonder if the answer to move somewhere and live on less money and do the thing that I would like to do, or must I resign myself, as many people have, to do the thing that gets me the bread, and then in my spare time, somehow try to make up for the many days and weeks and years of this kind of happy living. Well, what is the answer?
Well, there are two sort of answers, one of which you've already indicated, which is to do with less and do what you want. Which,
When you do that, you know, those things, the medical things that we sort of accepted as part of life, wouldn't get done.
I think the objection, if everyone did that, is rather like asking what would happen if everybody wanted to catch the 4 o'clock train from Grand Central to Westport. Or if all the molecules of air in this room were suddenly to congregate over in that corner. There is a bare chance that it might happen, but very low. Yes.
Did you say we're going around in circles trying to
eliminate evil because we never will. There might not be any evil.
Yes.
Eliminated, so we're just playing games.
We are going round in circles. But you see, going round in circles, as you have observed by looking at the sky, is what the universe is doing. You see, before,
As long as we recognize it, we're all right.
yes. Yes, that's the thing. It's a dance. And when you dance, you don't dance to get someone. Yes, all right, but you turn, when you wake up, you turn the confusion into a dance. And so I go back to your question. What is the alternative to clearing out of the job you're doing? And to say doing with less but having more fun. Well, there are ways of making almost any activity into a dance. Supposing you had to drive a bus in New York, which is a very harrowing job in the ordinary way, you must not take seriously anything about it. This is the first rule. That it doesn't matter a damn if you don't get there on time, but it would be fun to go as fast as is consistent with safety. And therefore, you swing that bus. And you play things that go on. You take the whole thing lightly, as if it is not serious. Because this is the nature, say, in ritual, when you have a procession. Now, people who don't understand religion don't know how to make the right kind of processions. There are those who go in military march, and they don't understand it because their objective is to get there. There are those who dawdle like ducks, and they don't understand because they are trying to be dignified. On the other hand, there are those who walk as if they had already arrived. And this is the way kings walk. Because a king is the center, and he is always where it's at. Where it's at is where the king is by definition. So, if you work in this way, even, people who are practicing meditation take up monotonous things for fun. And meditation is supposed to be fun. I hope John Lilly told you that this morning. Where you say you're going to do Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. You know, you can really have a gas thing. And so that anything monotonous can be treated in the same way. This is the way, one of the ways of overcoming boredom. Because boredom is the great problem for energy. See, energy is always on the go. Yes, sir. Yes, the gentleman in the white shirt here.
The quality can be called mythic.
Mythic? No. Mythic is a great word. The question is, does it bother me to be called mythic? No. Myth is very powerful. Myth is fun. Myth is stories told to children. Everybody loves them. Yes, sir. What? Is God omniscient? Well, it depends what you mean by the word. A lot of people think that omniscience is like knowing everything that's in the Encyclopedia Britannica. That's not omniscience, that's intellectual elephantiasis. Now, you see, let me explain this question because it's always important. And when anybody announces that he or she is God, people say at once, well, will you tell us in millimeters the height of Mont Blanc? When I say, look it up in the encyclopedia, it's there. The thing is this. What we ordinarily call knowledge is the translation of life into words. And that is a very cumbersome process because if we had to translate the process into words every time we took a breath, we'd never get around to it. It takes so long to describe and think through the whole physiology of breath. Therefore, we do it without thinking about it. And I find that I'm shining the stars in just the same way. I mean, if you want it in words, it's going to take us a long time to get through them because words are strung out in a line.
I sense that internally we are, and we are all gods. Our as a God, since you have said we are all gods, therefore I am God. How can I find specific of this recognizing, understanding, or finding peace and tranquility within myself?
How do you, if you are God, how do you find such difficulty in finding peace and tranquility in yourself? That's because you're looking for it away from the place in which you are. You are seeking it apart from the experience which you have at this moment. And you are regarding that experience and saying, that's pretty lousy, I'd like something better than that. But the trouble with that is that it splits you in two pieces. And once you're split in two pieces, you're lost. Because you've made a difference between the experience you are now having on the one hand and yourself who is having it on the other. And you wish you could get away from that experience. Now, the truth of the matter is you can't, because you are what you experience. It's a myth purely that there is some sort of experiencer who has the experience. You are what you know, because it is not I know something, there is simply a process called the knowing. You could say the knowing, like the world, has two poles, north and south. And so the knowing ball has the knower and the known, but only in that sense. Now, knowing changes. It changes itself. But if you try to stand outside it and change it, it'll be like standing outside your hand and trying to move your hand from outside. And so comes the difficulty. In other words, this would be the difficulty for God in the press button surprise situation, where you think you want something different from what you have. But if you do that, you've got to ask yourself the question, what it is that you really want. This is the most fundamentally important question. And you will find, if you go into it very, very deeply, that you have it. Now, you may change your mind about it, but you do have what you want.
God, if this place caught on fire, I would find myself so scared that I wondered if I would also feel that I was God, and if I am God and scared, what do I do about that?
Well, one of the ways of not being bored is to scare yourself.
Yes.
Don't we all go to the movies just to be scared? We put certain limits on it, indeed, before we go and say well, this isn't really going to happen. It's only a play or a movie. And therefore, while we see the safe outline of the proscenium arch, back in the back of our minds as a sort of Hintergedanke, we know it's only a play.
I'm talking about when it isn't only.
How do you know it isn't? If you see, after all, the task of the actor on the stage is to come on so well that the audience thinks it's real. So that he has them crying, so that he has them shaking with fear, so that he has them sitting on the edges of their chairs. Well, that's just one ordinary Joe Dokes actor, but supposing the actor of the play is the real big actor. Wow, that play would seem real. And so that's what happens when the house catches on fire. Yes, lady in red. Yes, you're looking behind yourself. What is sleep? The seventh day. What? When is the seventh day? When you sleep. Yes.
Yes, God. The only reason I know that I'm God is because I take the responsibility for it.
Yes.
Doesn't that answer the lady's question about the fire?
Oh, yes, that also would answer it. Yes, it's a question of taking responsibility for what happens.
What happens if you don't do anything about it?
If I don't do anything about the world?
The boredom.
The boredom.
What's through
Well, that's another way. That's another way. You can explore boredom. You can bore into boredom and watch it. Sometimes when you're bored, that's the only thing to do. Because even for God, you can't lift yourself up by your own bootstraps. Because that is by nature of the definition impossible.
You said God will
you would enjoy having a minute of you.
Yes, I think that would be fun. I mean, why else does one go on stage except to make myths? What? Excuse me, what did you say? What is my motivation for going on the stage? That is like asking, why is there a universe? Well, now, if you listened to George Leonard last night, George Leonard explained how children were befuddled by being taught to ask why about everything. Because you always look away from what you're asking about to its antecedents, and that won't lead you anywhere at all. Why am I here? And I answer that question. Then somebody says, well, why that? And then somebody says, well, why that? Why that? Why that? And you get back and back and back, and eventually you get tired of answering. And so fathers, when their children say, why, Daddy? Why? They say, oh, shut up and eat your lollipop. So, but what happens, you see, when we trace the causation of things into the past, it all begins to fade out in silence and no answer. Why? Because it didn't begin there. The universe begins now. It didn't begin in the past. And the past trails back from now like the wake of a ship.
If everything is God and there is no time except now, what is the role of chance?
If everything is God and there is no time except now, what is the role of chance? Chance pairs with order. We'll say randomness, we'll call it, and it pairs with order. And it is part of the nature of order. If you know what you mean by order, you know that you mean contrast with randomness. And if you know what you mean by randomness, you know that you mean contrast with order. So if you want to have order, you must have randomness, and vice versa. Yes?
Did you have this much charisma before you discovered your true nature?
Yes, but it came out in a different way. Yes.
Because the sort of danger here, though the riddles are funny, and if you had time enough to think each one through, they'd be very profound. There's a certain danger of everything and everyone being God, because if you've really found yourself as God, then you know that certain things that you as God have created that don't personally affect you, you create for a reason, you stay out of them, and you don't earn a do-gooder. But if you think you're God, and then you try to go into too much social action and change the equals of this world, you end up hurting yourself and a lot of people, and you're claiming God and you're not really being God.
Well, I admit to you, my dear, that this is a very, very dangerous conversation. And that I thoroughly agree with, but we didn't come here, did we, to play it safe? All profound ideas and profound questions are dangerous. It is dangerous to go into science, as we all know too well. It is dangerous to go into medicine, dangerous to go into writing, because the pen is often mightier than the sword. And so I don't think we should withdraw from certain things because they're dangerous. But I entirely agree with you that if I were, as it were, in the spirit of God to go about social reform, I would be failing to realize the construction of my own universe, which is that when you interfere with it, you've got to know exactly how you're interfering. Otherwise, the most amazingly unexpected things will happen. So when people ask for miracles, they don't realize what the miracles involve. I mean, if I turned the microphone into a rabbit, it's altogether possible that you might drop dead, because those events might be connected. Did I ever study with Carl Jung? I didn't study with him. I knew him, and I read a lot of his writings. Yes.
The notion of watching yourself, like watching your boredom, or being aware of yourself, implying there's a separation somewhere.
And it does in a way, yes. And it depends how you're watching. There is a very interesting thing that comes up in this respect with regard to the Bhagavad Gita and to the Yoga Sutra. where they talk about the witness. There is, as it were, behind our ordinary self with its emotions and involvements, a witness self that does nothing more than perceive what happens. And this is the Atman, or the Purusha, which is not involved. And some of you, no doubt, especially in times of crisis, have suddenly discovered this sort of witness center behind everything that just isn't involved. Most terrible things can be going on, but the witness is impassive. Now, when we go into these states, we've got to be very careful of our descriptive language, because the descriptive language makes the witness seem something apart from what is happening in such a way that if we want to become really sort of skitsy and catatonic about things, we can always be withdrawn and go in and identify ourselves with a solitary and uninvolved witness, who is merely a hangout for the ego, as when the police raid a house in which there are burglars. And the burglars know they'll be caught if they're on the ground floor, so they go up to the first floor. So then the police come up to the first floor, they're up to the second, they finally they get to the roof, the open sky and the infinite. And in this way, this was why the Buddha did not teach about the Atman, the real self within us, because he knew people would use the real self as a hideout for the ego. And so when, say, Krishnamurti tries to explain this, he doesn't talk about the witness. He talks about awareness, and people say to him, but who is aware? What is aware? And he seems a little sticky in his answer here, because what is the matter is that the people asking the question are bewitched by grammar. They are using a language in which it is part of the grammatical convention that the verb always have a noun subject. Now, how on earth do verbs get started by nouns? I ask you. How can a thing start a process? Surely, this is really the same problem Descartes was wrestling with when he tried to find out how spirit could influence matter, or how mind could influence body. Because everybody knows that all proper ghosts walk straight through walls without disturbing the bricks. So how can the ghost in the machine, as Koestler put it, the soul in the body, how can it do anything to the body? There's no connection. Two different realms. The point is, when we're talking about this awareness, what we call thought, feeling, sensation, emotion, we could say in a very clumsy way is it's aware of itself. It's the very nature. There wouldn't be sensation without awareness. You don't have to have something which is aware of it, any more than you have to have a thing called lightning, which does something called flashing. The flashing is the lightning. And so awareness is the one who's aware of it. Could say this awareness, if I say I am aware, the word I, as William James suggested, is simply a word of position, like this or here. Awareness here. And your awareness there. Yes, sir.
Like one great koan that the Lord gave you.
Yes, life is like one great koan illusion. Otherwise, it wouldn't happen. You see, the thing is like this. This is what is hard for Westerners especially to understand. I said, if you understand the yang and the yin, you don't need to ask any further questions. And all you I Ching buffs ought to know this by now. What is not a component of Western common sense is that nothing is something. Now, that may sound a little contradictory, but I think I can explain it. We treat nothingness as if it were ineffective, as if it wasn't really important at all. And yet, when we look out at the night and we see all these stars in space, try and imagine what the heavens would look like if there wasn't any space. Then obviously there wouldn't be any stars. I mean, you could think that they will all be jammed together in a lump. There are various objections to that. How would you see the edge of the lump and know it was a lump without space around it? Furthermore, we know when we investigate the constitution of matter physically, that at the atomic level, there's more space in something than there is anything else. Most of it is empty, and which led a physicist at the Argonne lab at the University of Chicago, who had become a little nutty. He was so impressed with the emptiness of matter that he went around in the most enormous padded slippers in case he should fall through the floor. So now what the point I'm making is this. If space is essential to solid, it's perfectly obvious then that nothing is essential to something. If you can't have something without nothing, it means nothing is pretty powerful stuff. Because something comes out of it. Like that. It's a dogma of Western thought expressed in the Latin phrase ex nihilo nihil fit. Out of nothing comes nothing. But that's not so. Out of nothing comes something. Now you would say, well, if something comes out of nothing, there must be some kind of mystery inside nothing. It must have a secret structure of some kind. I mean, there must be sort of electrical goings on. This is the trouble they have about cosmology. How could this world generate? Could it just be out of free-floating hydrogen? No, it's just a much simpler idea than that. It comes out of real solid nothing. It's so simple.
You've been listening to Alan Watts in On Being God, delivered in New York City in 1971. It's from our Philosophy and Society series, and to download this and other similar recordings, please visit alanwatts.org. Today's broadcast was brought to you by the Ram Dass Be Here Now podcast network. Thanks for
This is a quote from a chapter called Naturally Liberating Whatever You Meet. On the one hand, when you regard disturbing emotions as emptiness, your practice turns into taking emptiness as the path and not the disturbing emotions. Thus, your practice doesn't become the short path. On the other hand, if you indulge in the disturbing emotions, thinking they are something concrete, it's like eating a poisonous plant, and is the cause which binds you to samsara. Any disturbing emotion that may arise is wisdom the moment you relax to your natural mind. Look directly into it. Don't deliberately reject it, regard it as a fault, indulge in it concretely, or regard it as a virtue. The more I live my life tuning to Dharma, attempt to live life dharmically, live my life and see it becoming more dharmic. Certain words come through really strongly, like the word balance and the word patience. I see myself going through life in which phenomena appear, and some of them captivate me immensely. And my awareness goes into a thought relationship to that particular phenomenon. And at that moment, I lose some balance. I lose the spacious ground in which that phenomena exists. And then sometimes I keep letting go of thoughts, letting go of thoughts, letting go of thoughts until there is just awareness. Resting in that, you lose the world. And we've talked about the fire, which fires purify and which fires burn. At different moments, one fire that would burn at one moment later will purify. Depends on how ego involved or how invested you are in a particular phenomenon as it arises. But I experienced my life as a dance of balancing, of cultivating the qualities of spaciousness, of equanimity, of peace, of happiness. But I noticed that there were certain stages in my development, and they're still going on, and it's left over in a way from my renunciate models, where I haven't yet fully re-entered into the passions of life because I'm afraid of them. Because I'm afraid they will captivate my consciousness and take me away from my balance too much. And I realize you shouldn't be afraid of anything. I agree, but I am afraid. And what I see myself doing, that's one of those fires. I see myself getting closer and closer to the edge of my fear, of coming back into some passionate joy about something in the world. Something I would have been afraid to do for fear of losing my quiet spaciousness. And realizing that now my quiet spaciousness is still present. That it's still empty, clear, quiet. Like yesterday, and this is a beautiful exercise for me. I was doing interviews. And I'm doing one interview about every 6 or 7 minutes. Now, many people that come for an interview prepare, they spend time thinking, what will they say? And they get it down to the kernel of the essence of the neurosis, or the kernel of the essence of the drama, the pain, confusion. And they hand me the kernel with all of its juice. And it's our kernel, it's our juice, it's our stuff. And it's my stuff as well as their stuff. I mean, it's just us kids here. I watch because my job in that position, and my job in life, but that position demands it, is that I keep that balance perfectly. That at that moment, if I don't open my heart to the fullness of what that individual's pain or essence problem is, what they experience is that I'm not hearing them, that I don't understand, that they're alone inside their predicament. Because I kept separate. I didn't allow my empathy, the passions that my empathy would engage, I didn't allow it to occur. So I open myself, and sometimes my heart breaks because the person's predicament is a heartbreaker. But then the other part of me is constantly coming back into the sky, the meditation we're going to do later, into that just awareness, just that presence that looks at the emotional states, works with them, doesn't push them, doesn't pull them, doesn't grab them. And that part of me becomes a mirror for the other person, for them to see the way in which they're caught. In other words, the 2 bits of information that my presence there is offering is one, the empathy, we're all in this together. And the other is, but we don't need to be caught. This is 2 bits of information. And I realize now more and more that what we offer each other as human beings, we offer each other an environment. And that exercise is keeping me in the environment of that balance. So that I'm in an environment where if that other person wants to come out and play from the pain and the suffering, here I am. And if they're in the pain and suffering, here I am. But there's nothing in me that's keeping them stuck in the pain and suffering. And there's nothing in me demanding they come out. And that's the interesting one. It's the interesting one about morality regarding other human beings' consciousness. Tim and I wrote an article back in 1963 for the Harvard Review called The Politics of Consciousness, in which we are arguing that each individual should have a right to do with their consciousness as they choose. And that's what a free system should allow. It's amazing how we don't do that in our society. But now I can see it. I see it particularly, for example, in the way in working with people that are approaching death. Because there is such a desire in somebody that is on a path of Dharma to have that other person die your death. Die the death you think they should die for them to be liberated. And to me, I learned over the years is it doesn't work. Because when you push against somebody, even the subtlest model in your head, they should be different than they are, awakens in them at a very unconscious level, pushing back. A resistance, a subtle paranoia. And I have noticed in my human relationships that as I want less and less from each individual, there is much less paranoia in them at a deep level, and they are much more available immediately. And the interesting thing is, what does it mean to be a safe space for another human being? A safe space means you don't have an agenda. But we have this tendency to have a model because we're trying to justify the way we're living our lives. So to me, that word balance is a really key issue. I mean, there are so many little balances we work with. The balance between the kind of intuitive heart and the thinking mind. Christina was saying, as you get too much thinking, the energy goes up and there's a whole contraction in the system around thinking. And there's a tendency in the spiritual journey to denigrate thinking, to denigrate intellect, to denigrate analytic mind. And I think that we as Westerners, coming out of our history of having the intellect be the highest power that we have, and now as we're shifting the balance, it is important that we don't throw out the baby with the bath. And I think we are inclined to learn how to integrate these two things so that we can honor and delight in the beauty of the intellect without being trapped by it. As they say, the ego or the analytic mind is a beautiful servant and it's a lousy master. And you can sense as you look at the world conditions how the best of intellect, the best of the Henry Kissingers, don't solve our problems ultimately. Because our problems require a different level of wisdom. And we have worshipped knowledge rather than wisdom. And wisdom has in it a very deep compassion. Maharaji said, see everyone as God. The reason I'm saying all this is because you and I spend a huge amount of time in interpersonal relations. And the question I ask you, since you and I aren't going to monasteries to live our lives, since that's one of the things we do so much, wouldn't it be nice to make it a yoga? To make your human relationships your yoga? To make your human relationships the vehicle for becoming free rather than the vehicle to stay entrapped? And what is required is a shift in the way in which one looks at relationships, what they're about, what their function is. We have come out of a psychological morass. Freud and all of the personality people took us down a road. It's hard to appreciate how deep in it we are, how deep in the doo-doo of personality, how real it all is. I mean, you all think you have needs that must be met. You all think you have personality identities that must be honored. And even as I say that, I can feel you get tight, defending your right to have those things. Isn't that true? I can feel it in myself too. You know, I have a right to be angry. Damn right I do. We'll wait. You know, there's no rush. When you finish that trip, we'll still be here. Because awareness isn't in time. It's just here. You want to enjoy your neurosis? Enjoy. Enjoy. Have more. Have another helping. Really climb in. We have gotten so thick in it, and so you're either getting into it through abuse of this or that, or you spend the rest of your life getting out of it, which is all giving it, that plane of reality, so much juice. And you look at your relationships from the point of view of your separateness. How will you fulfill my needs? I'll be who you need me to be if you'll be who I need you to be. Now, that kind of symbiosis, that's all fine if you don't get trapped in it. But if you get trapped in it, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare rooted in your sense of separateness. It's like feeding the illusion of the separateness, which is the root cause of the pain. So if the game is to be happy, the question is whether fulfilling your needs makes you happy, and whether fulfilling your needs makes you any happier than not fulfilling your needs. It's an interesting one. It does for the moment, there's no doubt about it. But if you notice that when you live on the realm of needs, the minute one is done, another one appears. You have a hierarchy of needs, so like a motivational hierarchy. I need food. Now I need ice cream. Now I need television. Now I need a cold drink. Now I need some popcorn. Now I need to go to bed. You notice that you just go from one need to another, and each one is, and then, and then, and then, It's extraordinary. It's extraordinary. Now, these are all going on all the time. We all have needs and desires. We all have all this stuff. But just like I'm not going around being a bald man, I am bald, relatively speaking. For those of you that don't have eyes to see. But my consciousness is not full of baldness. It's an also-ran. Sure. In my hierarchy of desires, if I have the power, yogic powers that Patanjali talks about, I'll create a beautiful head of hair for myself. As a whim, just to I did it on the astral plane, so those of you that can see know. And if you see the way in which people get encrusted in their personalities, you can look at somebody and the way they stand, the way they dress, the muscles of their face, the redundancy is staggering of a person saying, this is who I am. This is who, they're basically saying, this is who I think I am. This is who I think I am. This is who I think I am. So you see helpless people going down, this is who I think I am. This is who I think I am. Then you see bankers, this is who I think I am. This is who I think I am. You see car salesmen, this is who I think I am. This is who I am. Just laid back hippies. Hey man, this is who I think I am. Hey baby, this is who I am. And everybody gives you a little matrix. They're walking down the street with it, out of the Dr. Strange comics, these huge mine nets. And the net goes out and it catches you. And you immediately go into the, I'll make believe you are who you think you are, if you'll make believe I am who I think I am. So you don't even look to see who it is. You don't see God as your only friend. You don't see that could be God in drag. You see who they think they are, and you respond to it. And so everybody is going into the personality realm, making it real, and then interacting. And then looking at each other, and when you think your personality is real, that's all you see when you look at other people. You don't see that other planes of consciousness. I like the image of the man in a rowboat rowing through the fog, and he hits another boat, and he screams at the other boatman, why don't you look where you're going? And the fog clears for a moment, and then there's nobody in the other boat. It was just floating. And you're left with, because at that moment, the plane of consciousness shifted. There was nobody there. Well, imagine there isn't anybody anywhere. There's only one of us. There's just awareness. There's nobody. Who do you talk to? Can you and I enter into a dialogue knowing neither of us are real? Can we have needs without really thinking of them as who we are, where we're living? It seems to me that we come together through roles, through personality structures, through all these things. These are the vehicles through which we meet. These are the vehicles. The identification with the vehicle becomes a tremendous trap. And part of the yoga of relationship is to meet through the vehicle of all that stuff, but recognize that through the process of relationship, my relationship with you, let's find our way out of being trapped by that together. You help me and I'll help you, so that we can be in the roles in a kind of celebratory, free, playful way. I mean, take everything you're doing in your life, and instead of characterizing it now as need and pain and problem to be solved, like I used to be with Tim Leary, and the world would be falling apart, believe me. All the cars out in the parking lot would all be broken. These were new cars we had bought. The furnace would have exploded. We were in debt, everything. And I'd say, Timothy, we have a problem. He'd say, how many times do I have to tell you, Richard? We don't have a problem. We need a plan. And it was just like a little flip of consciousness. You know, I've had a series of friends who have helped me escape from my own mind again and again. It's a great blessing to have them. Through humor. I remember driving across the country with a friend once, and we were driving along, and I was busy being neurotic, getting somewhere and checking the oil and getting to the gorge, and we'd pass a store that would, the Grand Union supermarket, and he'd say, Grand Union. I'm looking on the map to find out where we're going to have lunch, and he's busy with Grand Union. But it would sink into my consciousness as if from a distance. It would slowly filter its way in until, oh shit, Fly United. Merge. I do them all dead end. Just constantly flipping consciousness. I'm just playing with all of this stuff. So just to think about relationship as yoga. I mean, my history of being a therapist and having clients was that during that time, my psychodynamics were such that I was so not resting in my being, but in a feeling of inadequacy, psychodynamic inadequacy that was fulfilled through proving myself to the world and in other people's eyes, something that somebody here understands. When I finally got to be a therapist, I really needed to be a therapist. And I needed my patients to be patient. They were called patients in those days. And I needed to be curing them. I didn't need to cure them because then they'd leave me. And then I'd have to go find another one. So I needed them to be being cured and be deeply appreciative of how I was curing them. But I needed them to stay a patient. I mean, I was going to sit at the side of the desk with the knee hole, and I had the clipboard. I mean, you just think of this pathology now in terms of where we've come in the years since then. This was 30 years ago. But I realize now, when I look at my dynamics, how punitive I was of somebody who came to me who was strong, who didn't really need me in that way, who wanted to become free. I mean, I say kiddingly, but it's not so funny that if I, in those days, met who I am today, who came into his office, I would hospitalize him. Who I am now would be such a threat to who I was then. So I invite you to examine the way in which your identity with your roles and your personality dynamics are creating a very rigid system with other people. And whether or not you are using the relationships in a way to get free from that. First of all, do you realize you're entrapped in them? I mean, I wrote a chapter in How Can I Help called Helper's Prison. The way in which you get into helping because it makes you feel righteous, it relieves suffering, it's all good things. So you get into I'm a helper. And I realized as I examined the dynamics of my own helping and the helping of the people around me, how disempowering this was to everybody else around them. How it needed helpless people to help. And I was seeing how you could give something to somebody in one way where you're identified with the giver, which forces them to be the receiver. Or you could give somebody to someone and yet not be caught in giving and receiving, but just be in shared awareness. It's like when I give these beads from my right hand to my left hand, the right hand didn't get caught in giving and the left hand didn't get caught in receiving. There was no giver, there was no receiver. And yet there was a giver and receiver. That's the key. There was no giver and receiver, and yet there was a giver and receiver. How do you play the roles? How do you have the needs without being trapped in them? And the first part of it is, as Gurdjieff said, to realize you're in prison, to realize you are trapped. Not really, but you are thinking you're trapped. And what that appreciation does is it changes the way in which you look at your life experiences. I remember I've talked about this many times, but I was with Emmanuel, and I said to Emmanuel, what am I doing on earth? Who made this terrible error? I mean, what am I doing on this plane? This is nonsense. These are all these rascals and brigands and lustful people. I don't belong here. I'm much too pure for this. And he said, Ramdas, you're in school. Why don't you try taking the curriculum? That fascinated me. That was a nice way of putting it. It's a nice way of putting it. It's the same thing about the issue of coming into your passion. Or as Alan Watts once said to me, Richard, you're too attached to emptiness. Meaning I was pushing away the form too much. And the form becomes the curriculum. The form is the projection of the mind. Which forms you see, that's your karma writ large. And the issue of extricating oneself from those clingings, not to be not in them, but to be in them and not in them. Now you have the possibility of being with other people who are not trapped, who are always in that spacious awareness. You saw two of them on television last night. Ramana Maharshi's beautiful example, just always so simple and present and loving. That blend of compassion and emptiness, that's the way those come together. Let me just tell you one little story. I was in Madras, I believe, and I met a man who was in his 50s, I guess, and he had grown up as a small child around Ramana Maharshi. He used to sit on his knee and all that. And then he grew up and he became an army officer, and now he was sort of retired or something like that. And he said one day, an English gentleman came to the ashram. He said, this English gentleman was the head of a large set of businesses. And he was from England, but one of his set of businesses was in Madras. And the businessman was having trouble sleeping, and he was very agitated and very upset. And the manager of his Madras store business said, you should meet this saint at Arunachala, Tiruvannamalai. And so the Englishman agreed, and he flew over to India in a flying boat, as the story was told, whatever that means. I guess a seaplane. And he came to Madras, and his manager took him to see Ramana Maharshi, and he was going to stay there for several weeks. And he came into the hall, and the hall was silent. Everybody was sitting there. And he sat down, and nothing happened. Right now, this is a very successful businessman. And he started to get more and more agitated. And it was about 15 minutes before he could stand it any longer. And he stood up, and he was like, I'm leaving here. This is silly. I can't spend my time this way. And Ramana Maharshi, who very rarely talked, said to him, Sir, before you leave, would you do me one favor? And Ramana Maharshi said, yes. Would you be kind enough to write a note to your wife? This is our request. All right, if that's what you want. They brought him paper and a pen, and he wrote, Dear Hilda, I didn't find what I wanted here. I'll be back on Tuesday. Did you water the plants? And his Doris gone to the dentist. Signed, Henry. And he finished the note, and Ramana Maharshi held out the hand, and the note was getting Ramana Maharshi folded it, and he put it up under his buttock, which was naked. And he said, would you be kind enough just to stay with me for 5 more minutes? The man said, all right. Sat down. And they sat there for 5 minutes. Then Ramana Maharshi got up, and he started to shuffle out of the room. And as he passed the man, he handed him the paper back. And then he went out of the room, and the man said, like, what kind of crap is this? What am I doing? I've come here. This guy's mad and insane. And he looks down at the paper, and it's on a different piece of paper. And he opens it up, and it says, Dear Harry, I'm sorry you didn't find what you want in India. I have watered the plants. Doris has gone to the dentist. I would write a longer letter, but the tall man with the turban who brought your note is insisting I answer very quickly. Signed, Hilda. Now those are cheating. Those are miracle stories. They're really not anything at all. But it's just fun to hear a story like that. Just to realize the game is played on many levels. Shirdi Sai Baba, not Satya Sai Baba, but Shirdi, the old Baba. He said, he was a miracle Baba. He said, I give people what they want, so they'll want what I give. Because you realize that freedom has nothing really what to do with miracles at all. Miracles are just reminding you that it's not the way you think it is. And that frees you a little bit to be able to wonder, how is it? Well, you wonder how is it you're hooked. So you enter into a relationship with another person if you're lucky. It could be a friend, it could be a partner, it could be a fellow employee, it could be somebody you meet once a month or once a week or to study with or something like that. Where you enter in with the contract, let us help each other awaken. Let us help each other remember together. Let's use our relationship to remind ourselves that we're stuck, that we don't have to be stuck, that we are already free, we're just busy being stuck. And these are very, very precious relationships, and they are very rare. I wish there were more of them. I wish we all had them all the time, but they are rare. And a lot of people who say they'd like to enter into that don't really want to. They just want to be somebody who wants to enter into it. And that's most of us. Because you come to the point where you are so familiar holding on to who you think you are, your psychodynamics, that you take even the fancy contract to awaken and use it in the service of your psychodynamics. I'm helping you awaken. You're trapped. And I'm free, and I know I'm free because I see how trapped you are. Damn it. I love it. Oh, boy. I see more yeah, well. I think when you're working with another person in becoming free, or being free together, because the becoming is another hype. It implies that you got to go a certain distance. Like people say, you've been at this for 30 years. What hope is there for me? I'm only new. Ramana Maharshi's a good example, wasn't he? Was he 17 years old? He hadn't read any of this stuff. He didn't go to Dharma talks. He didn't meditate. He didn't do anything. He just lay down in his uncle's study and got enlightened. Oh, he realized he was enlightened. That's a good model. It's a good reminder that there's no time involved in the process. So that each moment in a relationship is the moment for us to be just here together, dancing through the form. It's like the form of lecturer and listener. Can you hear without getting caught in listening? Can I speak without getting caught in speaking? Can you and I be together through this dance of talking and listening? Does this talking and listening separate me from you because you're them? Or am I in the world of us sharing this together? And is it bringing the us closer together? I really see, and I've seen that as I'm resting in being more deeply, like I have all these little aids, mechanisms, things like these, techniques to remind me, they're all traps. They're all traps, all methods of traps. I mean, meditation is a trap. You don't want to end up a meditator, you want to end up free. Judaism is a trap. This is a hard one for those that are Jews. You don't want to end up a Jew, you want to end up free. Boy, I was just in Israel and I tried saying things like that. Sure, then you delight in all the forms. You delight in your sexual identity, in your religious identity, in your social and economic identities, and your political identities, and all of your family identities, but you're not trapped in them. But I work with this little 5-line phrase. Prolong not the past. Invite not the future. Don't alter your innate wakefulness. Don't fear appearances. There's nothing more than that. Don't prolong the past. Don't invite the future. Don't alter innate wakefulness. Don't fear appearances. There's nothing more than that. Now, when I'm sitting in interviews and somebody tells me a particularly difficult, emotionally engaging story, I can feel my fear of appearances arising. Because I can feel my emotional body going out and I feel my awareness going into that emotional And at that moment, don't prolong the past. Don't invite the future. Don't alter your innate wakefulness. Don't fear appearances. It's nothing more than that. And immediately there's a righting mechanism and I come back. It's balance. And in relationships, there is a balance. You don't ignore the personality stuff because it's still real to people. You fulfill it in the way you can without getting lost in it. It is up to the most conscious person in a relationship to create this space where the relationship can grow. And I'd be with Maharaji, and I'd be very serious about something, and he'd just giggle. And what I'm left with over the years are things like the giggle. I'm left with Maharaji going like that. I have that over my toilet. Because Maharaji was, for me, that mirroring process. And yet he was passionately alive. He was chiding and throwing things and screaming at people and laughing and holding and doing all that stuff. And at the same moment, it was just like a vast mountain of emptiness. We were all busy with our personality. Who can get his foot to massage it? Who can get closest? Who will he give a name to? Who will he love the most? There was a guy who I knew from the States, and he was kind of unbalanced at that time because he had had a bad love affair. And so I told him to come to India, and he came to India. Every time he tried to get near Maharaji, Maharaji would push him away, and I got really upset with Maharaji because this guy really needed something. So I brought him into the room, and I'd sort of aim Maharaji at him, I'd do this kind of thing. And Maharaji would ignore him completely, and I would get more and more furious with Maharaji. And then at one moment, Maharaji turned and attended to him, and within a week, that had moved into the top slot in the whole temple, and he was going into the room when I couldn't, and I was hating that guy, absolutely detesting him. It was absolutely extraordinary. Because Maharaji saw where my mind was caught. I mean, he wasn't, I'm just projecting this, he was just a silly old man, but I experienced him as seeing where I was caught, and he didn't think, I think I'll show Ram Dass a lesson. His behavior, because each person in the room always thought the action was directed at them. Right? Everybody in the room, that was the far part. And I'm sure he didn't sit and say, well, now for him, I'll do this, and then for him, I'll do this, but if I move my hand this way, he'll get it, and he just did it. To me, this is the best teaching story that I have found to date. As I always say, if you've heard it before, think of how many times I've heard it. The train clanked and rattled through the suburbs of Tokyo on a drowsy spring afternoon. Our car was comparatively empty. A few housewives with their kids in tow, some old folks going shopping. I gazed absently at the drab houses and dusty hedgerows. At one station, the doors opened, and suddenly the afternoon quiet was shattered by a man bellowing violent, incomprehensible curses. The man staggered into our car. He wore laborer's clothing, and he was big, drunk, and dirty. Screaming, he swung at a woman holding a baby. The blow sent her spinning into the laps of an elderly couple. It was a miracle that the baby was unharmed. Terrified, the couple jumped up and scrambled towards the other end of the car. The laborer aimed a kick at the retreating back of the old woman, but missed as she scuttled to safety. This so enraged the drunk that he grabbed the metal pole in the center of the car and tried to wrench it out of its stanchion. I could see that one of his hands was cut and bleeding. The train lurched ahead,